Life is full of irony. The person she always wanted to avoid keeps clinging to her all day. That was the half-laughing, half-crying situation of the girl Karina. In a peaceful country with a clear blue sky, at a hidden corner of a certain building, there was a noble who ordered a little boy named Roland Bless to cast a strange magic. His purpose was very clear: to have Roland absorb irritant magic to complete a human body transformation experiment. Only then would his plan definitely succeed. While Roland was casting magic, the noble ordered a little girl named Melissa to hand Roland the bottle she was holding. Very quickly, the two children's maid, Karina, discovered that the potion in the bottle Melissa was holding was a type of irritant magic. She asked herself, Rung Ku being the name of that noble, since when did he start making Roland absorb irritant magic? A stream of thoughts flowed through Karina's mind. According to the novel, if he continued to drink that stuff, one day the thing flowing in Roland's veins would no longer be human blood. Instead, it would be the thick blue liquid of irritant magic. Karina really wanted to salvage the situation in case today was that very day. If so, everything would be beyond saving forever. She quickly dashed towards Roland and smashed the bottle containing the irritant magic. She had to protect her young master. Just as the bottle shattered into pieces and the liquid inside spilled out completely, a low voice from Rung Ku called Karina's name. He questioned her for ruining his experiment. Besides apologizing, Karina did not know how to answer. Very soon after, Rung Ku threatened that if Karina interfered with his experiment again, he would cut off all her limbs. Losing his mood completely, he simply left the words, "What a useless thing. Today's experiment ends here." Karina breathed a sigh of relief and then led the two children back to their room. Roland and Melissa were innocent and did not understand the cruelty of the vicious experiment set up by Rung Ku. Yet, the two children were still worried about Karina, fearing she would be scolded. In front of the pure, innocent eyes of the children, Karina had to be strong. She smiled, saying she would be fine, and affectionately patted the heads of the siblings Roland and Melissa. After confirming the kids were not hurt anywhere, Karina stood up, expressing that she had to go to work. Just as she stood up, Roland's tiny hand grabbed the hem of Karina's dress and asked if she could stay with them a little longer. But sensible children are truly pitiful. A few minutes later, Roland seemed to realize he was bothering Karina because he knew she also had a lot of work to do. He felt he had bothered her, and unconsciously, the hand grasping the dress hem gradually loosened. Karina was extremely surprised. This was the first time her young master had acted like that. Surely what happened earlier had scared the boy a lot. I know, that experiment was truly cruel. I cannot let things continue like this, Karina thought to herself, as if this was a genuinely important and urgent matter. But she could not appear to care too much about Roland and Melissa, so she quickly stepped outside. Now that she knew Rung Ku had made the young master absorb irritant magic, she could not leave the children here any longer. They had to escape this prison before the children suffered even more pain. Karina took some time to reflect. It turned out she had transmigrated into a maid named Karina from the very novel she had read. In that novel, the male lead Roland and his younger sister Melissa were the children of Rung Ku's late sister. After their mother passed away, they were left in an orphanage. Then, Rung Ku brought the two children to this dark prison, disguised as a manor now, solely because of Roland and Melissa's innate talent for magic. But unfortunately, Roland's talent was extraordinarily outstanding. This was the source that stimulated Rung Ku's greed to rise more and more fiercely. He constantly sowed his cruel intentions into little Roland, so that the boy could create a world where he ruled. Being a cunning person, in case Roland disobeyed, he would punish Melissa. Rung Ku's punishments were so brutal, they were inhumane. Eventually, due to unbearable suffering, Melissa followed her mother and passed away a few years later. But instead of organizing a funeral for his only sister, Roland was locked up and continued to be trained to become an alchemist. A few years after that, Roland became the strongest alchemist in the empire. But on the night Roland saved the entire empire from a natural disaster that could have led to the nation's destruction, he brutally murdered Rung Ku. Yet, even when the man was dead, Roland never stopped blaming himself for the death of his sister. Melissa. Outsiders looking and never ceased to praise the brilliance of the Empire's strongest alchemist as a hero, but who could have known that his whole life had nothing but sorrow and suffering? That was the entire plot of the novel she had read in her previous life. However, she could only draw one conclusion after reading that novel. What did the children do to deserve such an ending? If their mother were still alive, or at least if someone cared for them, they would not have had to endure such a miserable fate. Now, somehow she had transmigrated into the novel and become the maid of the two children, Karina. It seemed this girl accepted the reality of her transmigration quite quickly, exactly as she wished before transmigrating into the novel. She would take good care of the Roland and Melissa's siblings. When they smiled brightly and called Karina's name, she suddenly realized her mission upon coming to this world was to help the children be happy. After realizing her mission, she secretly planned to escape this manor with the children. What she needed now was just an opportunity. Karina had secretly skimmed some food and living expenses behind Rangku's back, thus saving quite a bit of funds for the escape. She chose the destination to be the capital, Edmua. This was the city furthest from Rangku's manor and was densely populated. This was absolutely the best choice. Because she was the one taking care of the manor, Karina knew everything here very well, even knowing Rangku's habit of sleeping from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. There were only 3 hours available for this escape. This was the only time the magic soldiers did not move, fearing they might disturb the manor master's sleep. But Karina took 2 hours to pack, leaving only 1 hour. The time was a bit tight, but if they followed the plan, she and the children would leave here safely. The opportunity comes only once. Karina told herself they must not be discovered. If they were caught again, only her death would be enough to atone. Having finished preparations as promised, Karina returned to the room to find the siblings Roland and Melissa. The poor children thought she came to get them because it was time to continue the experiments. They were even worried that their uncle, Rangku, would have to wait for them, so they hurried to slip on their shoes and get ready to go. So pitiful. Karina told the two siblings that she was not taking them to Rangku. Instantly, the children chirped with joy because they could rest and play. They were just like any other children. They needed to be loved. Karina declared clearly to the Roland and Melissa siblings that she knew a very safe place, and she would take them there right now. Therefore, let's leave the manor together. Karina showed a steadfast determination. After proposing to escape Rangku's manor, Karina asserted that if they stayed here, Rangku would soon continue his transformation experiments on Roland's body. Immediately, Melissa panicked, afraid that her uncle would scold and beat her and her brother again. Noticing the spark of fear in the children's eyes, Karina affectionately expressed her sincere desire to take the Roland and Melissa siblings away from here before that happened again. Innocent Melissa truly trusted and loved the maid Karina, finding her extremely reliable to follow. As long as it was Karina, Melissa was ready to go with her. But Roland was a child so sensible, it was heartbreaking. Roland knew their uncle would not let them go that easily. But Karina had perfectly and solidly planned everything before coming to the siblings. Hence, she brought up the escape plan to the children. Karina knew that Roland and Melissa in the novel had used creation magic when they were mischievous and curious children. And exactly at this time, it was also the time after the two curious children had once tried this type of creation magic. Karina did not intend to scold the children for arbitrarily practicing forbidden magic. Fortunately, it was truly necessary for their escape from the manor. Creation magic is a type of magic that can create a clone of a specifically designated person. But this magic requires the mage to be extremely focused, and its failure rate is almost absolute. A small mistake in the incantation is enough to take the life of the mage casting it, so it is considered a forbidden magic. However, these children could create and easily control this forbidden magic. Karina guessed the success rate was thanks to Roland, the one possessing the innate talent destined to become the alchemist protecting the empire. But the memory suddenly closed and brought Karina back to reality. Karina suggested creating a clone of coup so they could escape. She wanted to confirm if Roland and Melissa agreed to do it, because Roland was really afraid of using magic. It was all due to the cruel shadow from Rung Ku's experiments. The two little ones placed all their trust in Karina. As long as she was sure she could successfully get them out of here, the siblings were ready to believe her and try performing creation magic. Roland was somewhat scared, but his younger sister Melissa loved using magic very much. Faced with his cute sister's proposal, Roland easily agreed. Roland comforted Melissa not to be afraid. He would chant the incantation with her. Roland truly loved his sister very much, and there was nothing to worry about because the siblings had previously successfully cast that forbidden magic. Only 1 hour remained. This was not the time to be moved by witnessing the children's sibling bond. Karina had prepared everything needed to proceed with the creation magic. Time was limited. She wanted to ask if the children could start right now. Roland and Melissa confirmed with each other that they were ready, then began chanting the incantation for creation magic, from when the spell was uttered until it gradually finished. A figure of Rung Ku enveloped in blood red magic gradually became clearer from the magic circle. The clone created was no different from the real Rung Ku. It was indeed hard to tell apart, except the eyes only held a cold, apathetic look. Over in the corner, the two children hugged each other, laughing joyfully as they succeeded on their first try. It had been hard on them. Karina gave them her most affectionate head pats and praised Roland and Melissa, but they had to leave here quickly. Rung Ku was still sleeping, so this was their only chance to run away. The two children obediently held each other's hands tightly, leaving this prison together. On their way escaping, they ran into the butler. He probably would not find out, because it was only a clone looking identical on the outside, but emotionless like a doll. This fake Rung could not answer the butler's questions. But luckily, Rung Ku was a hard person to serve, so Karina quickly used his imposing aura to intimidate the butler, reasoning that Rung Ku was affected by magic and temporarily unable to speak. This excused the clone's inability to talk, and she said she needed to go into the forest with a master to find herbs to break the curse. The naive butler, afraid of delaying his master's curse-breaking, suspected nothing and inadvertently aided the escape of the trio. Although they deceived the butler, the journey ahead was full of traps, so they could not let their guard down. Karina was truly anxious. Until she left this city, she could not feel at peace, and the children were far from safe. Karina successfully got the two children onto a carriage, escaping from Rung Ku's manor. But the carriage bearing Rung Ku's great family crest would attract attention and might even be intercepted. Therefore, the only way was to abandon the carriage here and run, fleeing across the forest to reach the crowded streets. Only then could they easily blend into the crowd. When Karina carried Roland and Melissa down from the carriage, it was also the time the creation magic lost its effect. The Rung Ku created from the incantation disappeared along with the red magic aura. Realizing there was no time left, Karina tightly held the two children's hands so they would not get lost and ran straight without stopping. Finally, they reached the neighborhood, but ironically, luck was not on their side today. There were no carriages going to Edmua at all. Not knowing what to do, Melissa tugged at Karina's dress, saying she saw Rung Ku's guards on the other side of the road. Karina panicked. Rinka had discovered their escape and sent men to catch them back. They had to hide. Having reached this point, they could not be captured again. The maid Karina quickly jumped down to ask where the cargo-filled carriage over there was heading. At this moment, anywhere would do. Escaping Rung Ku's territory was the most essential thing. But that carriage was already fully loaded with goods. If they wanted to go, the trio would have to sit in the luggage compartment. Time was truly running short, so Karina led the two children onto that. Cargo kitty. When they got in the cargo carriage, Melissa and Roland smiled joyfully because they had truly escaped from that cruel uncle. They were no longer forced to practice magic, nor would they be scolded every day anymore. It was over. The children would not have to live a struggling life like in the novel. This was truly Karina's wish. Karina was thinking about the cargo carriage's destination, Torres. She was trying to recall what kind of city Torres was when it appeared in the novel. Then she suddenly remembered the name, Clos Torres. He was the next person Roland had to avoid to have a happy life. Duke Clos Torres was famous for his passion for recruiting talents by any means necessary. He was also known by the nickname Talent Fanatic because whenever he met a talent, he would dive into recruiting them, and Roland was no exception. But Roland was his exception as the brilliant alchemist who refused his recruitment invitations, no matter how many there were. After a while, the Duke of Torres became so bitter that he turned to hate Roland. From then on, wherever Roland was seen, the Duke would surely seek him out and demand a duel. He persistently pursued Roland like that for a decade. People around were also afraid to get close to Roland because he was constantly fighting the Duke. That was also one of the reasons the boy lived a lonely life for the rest of his days. Having just escaped the prison, another danger struck. A lonely life was not Roland's desire. If the Duke found out about the boy's talent, it would be say by immediately. Karina could only secretly cry in her heart. After a long journey lasting a week on the carriage, the children were still full of energy, playing together. Then, thousands of why questions were posed to Karina about the outside world beyond the manor, the place they were setting foot in. Karina welcomed the first breeze of Torres. Her face radiated joy because the plan had succeeded, and she had smoothly brought the siblings Roland and Melissa to Torres. But here, food and accommodation were more expensive than Karina expected. Now, in her pocket, there was only 100 kirin left. The journey to the capital, Edmua, would cost much more than this. If they did not earn more money to get to the capital, let alone reaching the capital, she and the two children might have to sleep on the streets. But in this Torres, according to the rule, Roland and Duke Torres would clash many times. However, the person the Duke wanted to recruit was an archmage, not an 8-year-old Roland like now. Karina was determined to find a job and save enough money to go to the capital. That was the only way to reach their final destination. She told Roland and Melissa that they would surely have to stay in this Torres for a while, because they did not have enough money to go to the capital, Edmua. Therefore, she rubbed Melissa's head while proposing that the three of them would only stay in this land until Karina saved enough money. The sensible children agreed immediately. Karina led the two children to an inn with a sign hanging out front saying one night was 5 kirin. But when they went in to ask, the landlord immediately said one night was 10 kirin. Because there was only exactly 100 kirin left in her pocket, Karina wondered and asked carefully again. The owner explained that the price of 5 kirin was for one person. She brought 3 people here, but only rented 1 room, so it should have been 15 kirin, but he only charged 10 kirin because Roland and Melissa were children. Seeing there was no room for negotiation, and the 2 little ones could not sleep on the streets either, Karina handed him 10 kirin. Kidnapping was also a cruel plague in a peaceful, developed land like Torres. So the landlord wanted to know more clearly about the relationship between Karina and the 2 children she brought along. They clearly did not look alike anywhere from eye color to hair color. He even threatened that if she did not explain clearly, he could not rent the room to her. This was a sensitive issue, but the situation was urgent. So without asking the siblings Roland and Melissa beforehand, Karina told the landlord that she was their mother. The landlord did not suspect anything, thinking the children probably looked like their father, and gave the key to the family of 3 to go up to their room. Entering the room, Karina apologized to the 2 little children for claiming to be their mother without asking their permission. To avoid being suspected of kidnapping them, she suggested that the 3 of them could pretend to be a family because they would face many similar situations like the one earlier. She thought the 2 little children would show sadness when their mother was mentioned, but on the contrary, their eyes sparkled brightly, saying that they always wished she could be their mother. The poor 2 children said that it would be great to have a mother like Karina. From then on, their relationship turned into family affection between the 3 of them. Melissa called her mother. She hugged the 2 little children in her arms, accepting that call of mother. After settling the 2 young siblings to sleep, this fake mother went around to see if there was any place hiring workers. She stroked Melissa's hair and said that mother would be back soon, very warmly and affectionately. You are raising your children alone. If your children are sick, wouldn't you take time off work to take care of them? I'm afraid you would have to ask for frequent time off because of your children. These were the reasons why Karina was rejected, and no shop would hire a single mother like her. After asking around, poor Karina was rejected 10 times. Her last hope lay in a jewelry shop, but the boss asked her if she could distinguish between ruby and garnet. Seeing Karina not answering for a long time, the boss, who was an old man, told her that his shop only hired people who could distinguish gemstones. This was her last chance. So, Karina said that she had the ability to learn very quickly and she would diligently listen to his teachings. However, the workload at the shop was too large. The boss wanted to find someone who could start working immediately because he had no time to teach. Karina could not seize this last chance, so she was about to leave when a guest with platinum hair, entirely wearing a green outfit, walked in and asked if a magic crystal could be appraised for him. One person walked in, one person walked out. Karina had to accept that this was all she could harvest today and was about to leave, but suddenly a gemstone radiated a sparkling light. It attracted Karina's attention. Therefore, she approached to get a closer look. The sparkling stone was completely different from the other ordinary gemstones in the shop. Karina couldn't stop staring at it. Just like that, she reached out her hand to touch that sparkling stone, despite the shop owner, Welder, trying hard to shout and stop her from touching it. Boom! An explosion occurred right inside the shop premises, but it was not significant. The white-haired young man and the shop owner hurriedly ran over and saw Karina had fallen to her knees, her hands hugging her body, writhing as her whole body felt like it was burning. Then suddenly it felt a bit cool, as if someone had poured water on her. When she calmed down, in front of Karina was the image of a young man gently asking about her condition, and that person was also hugging her. Because she was so panicked, Karina quickly pushed that young man away, making him fall into a corner. Seeing that, the young man immediately questioned Karina why she treated her benefactor like that, as he had just saved her life. Feeling that she was really rude, Karina quickly apologized and pondered what had just happened. The platinum-haired young man spoke up, saying that if it wasn't for him, her body would have exploded and maybe this shop would have been gone too. Then he turned to question if Welder was absent-minded, or something to display such a dangerous gemstone in the shop. Welder tried to explain that he had tried to chase Karina away, but that guest showed his authority to suppress him. Their conversation was quickly grasped by Karina. Just as she was wondering about the status of the platinum-haired guest, he introduced himself. "I am Duke Torres." Then he politely asked for Karina's noble name. The two faced each other, and Karina could not have expected that this encounter would change her destiny forever. Karina could not have expected that this encounter would change her destiny forever. A moment later, she introduced herself as Karina Bless, because anyway, she was pretending to be the mother of 2 children from the Bless family. Because Duke Torres truly loved his territory, he grasped all the information in the territory he managed. So when he heard the surname Bless, the Duke immediately knew Karina was not a citizen of Torres. Being exposed, Karina could only tell the truth that she just moved to Torres from another town. It was truly unbelievable that Duke Torres would appear in such a mediocre jewelry shop. In the original work, Duke Torres was the cause of all the suffering that Roland had to face after growing up. Ordinary people avoided getting close to Roland because he constantly conflicted with Duke Torres, and the major families tried hard to recruit him at all costs, all thanks to the rumor that Roland was an extremely talented person, spread through the talent-obsessed Torres. Official mages even fought with each other just to pull Roland to their side. But the life that Roland desired was simply an ordinary life beside the people he loved. However, the result led to a Roland far from his own ideal life. Karina knew that as long as she was involved with the Duke, Roland would suffer again. Therefore, she had to avoid anything related to this talent-obsessed Duke. And the best thing now was to leave this place first. Karina thanked Duke Torres for stepping in to save her and asked for permission to leave, thinking she had passed this ordeal, but no. The respectable Duke told her to wait, then indicated that he had unintentionally overheard Karina's situation as if he wanted to help. How could Karina not understand? But she could not get involved with this person, so she said that the boss only looked for people with knowledge about gemstones, and she was not such a person, so she asked to leave. How could Welder pretend not to know the Duke's intention? Immediately, he offered a condition that he would pay Karina a commensurate salary, so she could take care of her children. 900 kiloin was the price of a month for Karina. Working at this jewelry shop, this was indeed an extremely ideal salary, and no one around here could pay her such a high salary. 900 kiloin, that amount was more than enough for the 3 mother and children of Karina to live in Torres. But if so, She would frequently bump into Duke Torres. It would be best if she looked for another job, even if it took more time. Karina thought for a long time. Even so, she still refused the offer from Welder because she thought she was not suitable for this job, and then quickly said goodbye. Karina slipped away so quickly that Welder didn't have time to renegotiate the conditions. Karina returned to her home with the 2 children. The family of 3 had a happy meal together. The 2 children were indeed at a growing age, and in a flash, the dining table was empty. Both good children said they were full, as if to thank Karina for the meal she brought, but Melissa's stomach growled, protesting against the little girl's sweet lie. Being too embarrassed, Melissa changed the subject to the fact that she had to go brush her teeth and insisted on dragging along her poor brother Roland, who was still holding his eating spoon. Roland hadn't finished eating, but because his little sister invited him, he had to follow Melissa to brush his teeth. These adorable children were also pitifully sensible. Melissa knew there wasn't much money, so she couldn't even complain about being hungry. Karina worried that at this rate, the whole family would starve to death. Suddenly, Karina remembered the salary of 900 kiloin from the jewelry shop owner. With that money, she could buy more food for the kids, as well as the trip to the capital. And to be safe, Karina told herself that she would never bring the little ones to the jewelry shop the Duke often visited. She had to be careful. Until she brought the little ones to the capital. Karina called out to the bathroom, where Roland and Melissa were brushing their teeth together, that she forgot to buy food today, so she would go for a while and come back. When the 2 children heard about food, their faces brightened up much more. How could Karina bear to refuse that salary of 900 kiloin? On the whole way to the jewelry shop, Karina kept telling herself that she would only work here for a while. It would be fine if she was careful, and Roland would never meet Duke Torres. After saying that, Karina strongly opened the jewelry shop door. She was stunned when both Welder and the Duke welcomed her. Karina thought to herself, why is he here? Isn't he busy? But out of politeness, she immediately thanked the Duke for what happened yesterday. The Duke really left no way out for anyone. He complained because she thanked him too much, and then asked why Karina came back here. Over there, Welder was waiting for this girl to change her mind and come here to join him. Not letting Welder wait too long, Karina immediately asked if he was still hiring. Of course, Welder had to grasp this opportunity. 900 kiloin was too attractive to make her change her mind, but Karina would sign an employment contract with Welder's jewelry shop with 2 conditions. First, Karina wanted the boss to explain what happened to her yesterday. She wanted to know if the magic crystal she touched had any problem. If that was true, her working in such a jewelry shop would be very dangerous. Karina gave the reason that if she died or got injured, no one would take care of her children, so she wanted a truthful explanation. Before Welder could answer, the Duke spoke up to reprimand Welder first for displaying such a magic stone outside the shop. Welder could only admit his fault that he didn't expect anyone to make that stone explode. Now here was the real question. Then why did it happen when coming into contact with Karina? Because you have the potential to become a mage, the Duke answered her question. And yesterday's explosion was a magic explosion. It only happens in 3 cases. The first case is when mages cast a spell, but they do not have enough power and are overwhelmed. The second case is when they ignore the limitations in magic. The third case is they fail in subduing the out-of-control magic crystal. And what happened to Karina was the third case. The magic crystal shattered after coming into contact with a magic power in Karina's body for a certain period of time. But Karina didn't understand. Clearly, yesterday, she didn't use magic at all because she had never learned magic even once. Even a person with innate talent must continuously train to become a mage. But precisely because in her subconscious, she could use magic unintentionally, Duke Torres concluded that she had the qualities to become a mage. In Torres, no one possessed magical abilities. Therefore, those with innate abilities were even rarer. And this was exactly why Welder let down his guard and displayed the magic crystal in the shop, where customers frequently came and went. But as long as Karina agreed to work, Welder promised to preserve the magic crystals very carefully. Incidents like yesterday's would never be repeated. Coming to the second condition, Karina wanted to quit her job at any time. So she asked the boss if he could let her quit without asking for any further reasons. It really made things difficult for the old Welder, but since the Duke wanted it, he had to follow. And he accepted that agreement. The 2 sides settled the agreement, and Duke Torres stood up, not forgetting to threaten Welder to treat Karina very well. to the point that she wouldn't want to quit this jewelry shop. His mouth spoke, his hand strongly squeezed his shoulder. What else could Welder do but agree? Karina was ready for her part-time job at the jewelry shop. Getting into the rhythm, Karina wanted to know what she needed to do when she was not someone specializing in gemstones. Immediately, there was a task assigned to her. The Duke ordered Welder to bring out a chest of gemstones, a total of 15 out-of-control crystals. Welder clicked his tongue. As many as 15 stones. How could they appraise them all? It would really take a lot of time. That guy could control almost all types of crystals. But Karina had never heard of out-of-control crystals before. And from now on, Karina's job at this jewelry shop was to identify out-of-control crystals. Welder called Karina closer to take a good look at the magic crystals. Suddenly, she felt chills and waves. Among the 15 magic crystals that Welder called exactly the same, Karina surprisingly saw one radiating a sparkling purple light. Duke Torres, afraid of Welder being annoying, simply ignored him and asked Karina if she had really seen anything. Right before the Duke's question, Karina slowly picked up the crystal that she saw radiating a sparkling light different from the rest. Then Karina affirmed that in this chest of magic crystals, only the stone she was holding was a magic crystal. Welder was surprised when in just a moment, Karina was able to immediately identify which one was the real magic crystal. On the other side, Duke Torres constantly evaluated Karina's ability to identify magic crystals. Duke Torres quickly thanked Karina for helping him find the magic crystal. He took that crystal, said he would take it for testing, and entrusted all the current work to Welder to handle himself. Welder could only sigh and do everything himself. What else could he do? After the Duke left, Welder only dared to complain that he acted as if it was very easy. But he truly believed the Duke. He indeed had an eye for people, as he had recruited for him an employee who was quite gifted and talented. Welder held out his hand, offering to shake hands to get acquainted and welcoming Karina to Welder's jewelry shop. Karina had been working at Welder's jewelry shop for a week. The work she was assigned was not too difficult. Besides the odd jobs in the shop, Karina only needed to study common gemstones like ruby or garnet with the boss, Welder. That was all Karina knew, and Welder didn't teach her anything about magic crystals either. Instead, Welder just told her to look at them and then ask for her opinion. A light job with a high salary, but the problem was that Welder was quite close to Duke Torres. It made Karina feel quite bothered. Unexpectedly, while sweeping the floor and muttering to herself, she was heard by the boss. So Welder wondered why his employee suddenly mentioned the Duke. He thought she must have something to tell the Duke to act like that. To fix the situation, Karina quickly asked why she hadn't seen the Duke visit the shop these past few days. Before Karina's question, Welder gently answered that the Duke must be busy with the out-of-control crystal she found last week. He had been like that since childhood. Once he started researching a magic crystal, the Duke completely forgot about time. Hearing him tell stories, Karina could be sure that the two of them had known each other for a long time. Seeing Karina was almost done cleaning, Welder called her over to explain what she saw from the magic crystals. The two of them, one boss and one employee, researched and chatted together from when the sun was at its peak until the sun went to sleep. Welder really admired her talent. Just by taking a glance, she had accurately identified the real magic crystal. He also praised Karina for being very gifted. Indeed, a business person always wants to talk about business. Welder told Karina to remember that in just 3 years, she could open a jewelry shop of her own, a shop even larger than his, thanks to her own talent. For Karina, this job was called a magic crystal merchant, but Welder called it by a more elegant name, a magic merchant. This was not a bad job, but for a small girl like Karina, having to frequently trade with fierce magic mages was really too much. Somehow, suddenly Karina was curious whether Duke Torres was a mage or not. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Suddenly, the bell hanging in front of the shop rang, signaling a guest's visit. And yet the Duke, who had been missing for a whole week, came to visit. As a politeness of a noble, he greeted Karina. "We meet again." Welder, this damn old man, really knew how to sell out his teammate. He welcomed the Duke. "You arrived just in time. We were just talking about you." The Duke turned to look at Karina as if waiting for an answer. Poor Karina had to tell the truth that when talking about magic crystals, they suddenly remembered him. The Duke just gently left the sentence, "I came right on time," then approached and threw Welder a bag, saying its origin was from the royal palace. It turned out that it was because he had a headache with the gift from the royal palace that he visited this shop. This master and servant duo was really interesting. One claimed to have a headache, the other fought for that headache. It was really a mess. Mentioning magic crystals here, of course only Karina could identify them. After saying that, Welder threw the bag to Madame Bless. Opening the bag, Karina panicked and exclaimed that this was very dangerous. It looked like the stone she saw on the first day she came to this shop, and she thought it would explode soon. Duke Torres barely managed to curse before snatching the bag back from Karina's hand. The Duke angrily said, "How dare they give me such a dangerous thing?" Saying so, he still took the crystal out of the bag. Karina saw a magic crystal glowing brightly. On this side, Welder told her to look closely. Soon the thing she was wondering about would be answered. Duke Torres held the about-to-explode crystal tightly in his hand. This made Karina think he was not a mage, and besides magic, he could do something else with magic crystals. Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed in the Duke's palm. It made Karina feel curious. Boom! An explosion went off, accompanied by a blanket of white smoke covering the shop. The smoke cleared, and appearing before her eyes was the image of the Duke holding a sword in his hand, not a gemstone. When the sword appeared in Duke Torres's hand, a smile of success also appeared on his face. This time, he had finally succeeded. Welder wondered why someone as obsessed with magic crystals as him would use the words this time. Without making Welder wait long, Close Torres recalled the story of the magic crystal that Karina had helped him find last week. He had tried to create a magic sword from it, but had failed. It seemed that Duke Torres's creation of magic swords from out-of-control magic crystals was a dangerous task, which was why Welder was so angry. He complained about how many times he had told him to be careful. But on the other side, Close Torres just argued back that he didn't make mistakes that often, and most only a few times a year. Oh, this guy. He clearly knew that if anything happened to him, the ones who would suffer were the people around him, including Welder, which was why he kept nagging the Duke. It was the first time Karina had seen a commoner be able to nag a noble like this. How interesting. Duke Torres held the magic sword, full of accomplishment, in his hand, both cherishing it and thinking about the girl Karina. Just by looking at it, that little girl could guess that a magic crystal could turn into a magic sword. She was indeed a talented girl. For a moment, he turned to tell Karina that she had made a great contribution in helping him keep the magic crystal bestowed by the Emperor. It had almost exploded. Duke Torres, who had nothing but extremely satisfying wealth, promised to reward her. But it seemed Karina really wanted to receive an explanation about Close Torres's power. Yet Duke Torres thought she was asking for more rewards. But it turned out she simply wanted to know the reason why. Karina secretly rejoiced. "If he gives me extra rewards, I wouldn't refuse either." Finally, Close Torres revealed his identity. Close Torres was Duke Torres, and at the same time, a magic knight. While he was passionately acting cool and introducing himself, Welder interrupted, "If you say it like that, how can she understand?" He even judged when he saw the Duke posing like a true swordsman. He really had been spoiled rotten by the Duke. It made one truly curious about the relationship between the two of them. Close began to explain that magic knights were people who could create magic swords from magic crystals. Even without a talent for magic, highly experienced knights could still use those swords. In other words, magic knights were like blacksmiths. Karina was indeed a gifted person. Just by hearing about it briefly, she quickly understood and summarized the information. Specifically, Close could conjure a magic sword from a magic crystal, and that magic sword was simply an object created from gathering magical power. But Karina saw that the sword was endlessly radiating magic, and the magic it emitted was an extremely dangerous type. The joy didn't last long. Duke Torres chose to trust the talented girl in front of him. His face darkened as he quickly handed the sword to Welder and instructed him to put it away in a safe place. He was truly becoming more and more enlightened by Karina's rare talent. Close Torres had another bout of talent obsession. He approached Karina step by step and briefly praised her. "I have met many talented people, but I have never met anyone like you." Karina could only feel honored. One person advanced, the other retreated, and it continued like that. He even whispered incomprehensible things. If I miss this opportunity, my late parents will never forgive me. Suddenly, he tightly grabbed Karina's hand and solemnly extended an invitation to recruit her into the Torres family. Duke Torres's posture of recruiting a retainer to his side really made others mistake it. It truly looked like he was proposing. Karina was stunned for a long while. Originally, the Marquis's retainers all came from noble families, or at the very least, had to be the daughter of a knight. But Clos Torres wanted to recruit her when he didn't even know anything about her. Interrupting Karina's train of thought was Clos Torres's urging and anticipation of her agreement. Karina politely refused, reasoning that there was no way a commoner could serve the Duke. But Clos Torres thought she was worried about her status. He enthusiastically explained that half of the servants in his Torres mansion were commoners. He further elaborated that because most of the nobles in Torres had already moved to the capital, they considered this Torres territory as a countryside, or simply a place to go on vacation. Although he was explaining, the Duke's voice carried a hint of gentle melancholy. Then, Karina's question was also answered. Walder was not a knight under the Torres family, but he used to be a servant of the Torres family. He had assisted Clos Torres's parents for a long time, and the two had known each other since Clos was very young. After answering Karina's question, Clos Torres still wanted to hear her answer. But Karina couldn't let Duke Torres meet Roland, so she had to use the excuse that she still had to take care of her children. Being his retainer would truly be too busy. But how could such a reason be difficult for the powerful Duke Torres? The Duke promised that if she came under his wing, she would have plenty of finances to raise her children. He would pay her more than her current salary of 900 kiloin. If that were the case, Karina wouldn't be able to spend much time with the children. Sir, I greatly appreciate your offer, but I'm afraid I have to decline. This was Karina's final decision. The Duke was a straightforward person, and he wanted to know the reason why she would refuse an offer with such a good deal. I cannot be loyal to you forever. This was the reason Karina gave. Her only wish was to wholeheartedly take care of the two children. She thought the Duke would get angry or leave, but fortunately, a chuckle rang out, and he even felt relieved, thinking she might have had some other reason besides her children to reject him. Duke Torres bluntly stated that he was afraid the reason she gave would be something like wanting to avoid him. Karina now realized that her own discomfort when being near Clos Torres had been noticed by him. How careless of her. The Duke smiled brightly to lighten the atmosphere. I'm just joking. By the way, have your children adapted to life here yet? Not yet. Karina was stunned for a long moment and immersed in the bright smile of the young Duke. Suddenly, Clos Torres mentioned school, pulling Karina back to reality. Welder, who had been invisible during the conversation between the two until now, spoke up. Madame Derez used to live in the mountains. How could she understand about Torres? But Duke Torres opined that even if it were the mountains, they still had to go to school. The wise welder immediately explained that there were some places where going to school was not compulsory. Torres had institutions called schools, and families who couldn't afford to hire tutors would send them there. What Karina wanted to ask was simply what the children would learn at school. But the answer she received was just math and writing. Karina was surprised that they only got to learn that much. She thought it would be as hard as her previous life. Welder burst out laughing. The school would be complained about by parents if they let the kids learn difficult things. They don't even need those to make a living anyway. On the way home, Karina thought about sending Roland and Melissa to school. They would make more friends compared to just holing up in the room all the time. Karina hugged the bag of cookies, and after thinking for a while, she arrived home. Opening the door, the scene in the room made her face darken. The bag of cookies also fell and scattered due to Karina's fear. The room was extremely messy, as if someone had broken in. Could it be that Rung, who had come and taken the children away? Karina slumped to the floor, regretting leaving the children home alone. As Karina locked herself in sorrowful darkness, a voice calling Mom made her flinch. Very quickly, Karina identified this as Roland's voice, and it was coming from the bathroom. Karina rushed like the wind toward the bathroom. Roland, you are in here, right? She charged in aggressively, as if about to get into a fight. But what appeared before her was not a crime scene, but the image of the two children hugging each other, covered in flour. We were trying to clean up the spilled flour. As the older brother, Roland decided to speak up to explain the mess outside. Karina could only heave a sigh of relief and hug Roland and Melissa. Thank goodness the two were still safe. Over here, the two siblings immediately began sniffling and crying. I'm sorry, Mom, was the First thing they said after stopping their tears. These sensible children knew they were wrong to dirty both the bedroom and the bathroom. But how could Karina bear to scold these two adorable yet pitiful children? However, she was genuinely curious about the reason why they were playing with flour. We wanted to make the bread tastier, so we used magic, but it failed. Roland and Melissa wanted to make their own food using cooking magic. But the cruel Rung had never taught them how to bake bread with magic. Comforting the two children, perhaps with a sincere hug, was the most soothing thing. Karina hugged them tightly. It was true, Rung only taught them destructive magic, so it was understandable that they were not proficient in cooking magic. She was only afraid that the children would feel an aversion to magic because of what they had been through. But the truth was not as Karina thought. They really loved magic, and this made Karina feel relieved. A long while later, Karina finally noticed that little sister Melissa was hiding something behind her back. After asking for a bit, she found out that it was the blanket she had dirted when her cooking magic failed. Mom will wash it. You two hurry up and take a bath. Perhaps this was the happiest sentence the two children had heard up to now. Therefore, they obediently complied and went to wash themselves thoroughly. Outside, Karina was trying her best to wipe away the flour stuck to the house walls. This reminded her of the days cleaning in Rung's laboratory. It was really hard to wipe off the waste of mysterious creatures stuck on the wall. Just thinking about it made her nauseous, giving her goosebumps and sending waves of shivers down her spine. Another voice, calling Mom, pulled Karina back to reality. Before her eyes were two little, well-behaved, lovely angels who had just finished bathing but still offered to help their mother clean up the mess. But Karina laughed heartily when she saw flour still stuck in their hair. "Are you two planning to bake bread with your hair?" She told Roland and Melissa to go back to the bathroom and wash thoroughly again before the flour hardened on their heads. While waiting for the two children to finish bathing, the room had returned to its original clean state and even sparkled brightly. Karina called the children to sit next to her. "It's been a long time since I cleaned up this much, so I'm so tired." As if hitting the core, Roland whimpered, "It's because of us that Mom is tired." Tears welled up on the little boy's face. "We couldn't help Mom with anything. Will Mom not need us anymore?" Too shocked by Roland's words, Karina could only be bewildered. What? Karina had never thought like that. But the children didn't want to see their mother tired. They wanted Karina to smile and be happy every day. Suddenly, Karina burst into happy laughter. "Mom smiles every day. Besides, Mom is strong enough to endure Rung's training sessions. Mom, learn magic with us." This was indeed a sweet suggestion, but Rung had never allowed Karina to learn magic, even though he knew she was gifted. This made Karina extremely curious. After a long talk, Roland had opened his heart more, and he promised that if he faced difficulties, he would ask Karina for help no matter what it was. The clock struck 10 p.m., and it was also time for the children to go to sleep. Karina gently stroked Melissa's hair, tenderly brushing it bit by bit, but beside them, Roland had already drifted off to sleep without her knowing. Now was perhaps the time to ask the children's opinion about school. Karina thought they would be very excited, but the result was that they seemed hesitant and kept asking, "What will we do at school?" Karina recounted close Torres's words that the two of them would learn math and writing, and of course, they wouldn't learn magic there. Instead, the two of them would get to meet more friends. Hearing about friends, the children's eyes lit up brightly, and they instantly wanted to go to school very quickly. A few days later, the children's first day of school finally arrived. Karina, like a true mother, stood waiting for her children at home, full of worry. What if the children were bullied or hated for being too smart? Mustering all her courage, she opened the door. What a relief, when what greeted her was Melissa's warm and happy smile. "Mom, I had so much fun at school today. The teacher said I read well." This shattered all of Karina's worries, making her extremely happy. While telling stories about school, Melissa rushed to hug Karina tightly. She said two children, and because she had already heard Melissa's story, Karina was also very eager to know how Roland's school went. "What about you, Roland?" But Roland only replied to her with a forced expression, "I had fun too." Very quickly, Karina noticed the difference between Roland and Melissa. It was clear that something had happened to the boy at school, making him seem sad. Being a gentle and loving mother, Karina immediately asked Roland if he had encountered any problems at school and if the boy was really okay. But in return, there was only a brief answer: "It's nothing." Clearly, something had happened to Roland when he went to school. But perhaps Roland didn't want to keep his promise of relying on Karina right now. Therefore, she quickly understood and didn't mention this matter anymore. Instead, she gave Roland a warm hug. "That's good then. But if you want to say anything, just tell Mom. Yes, Roland replied, and then hugged Karina's shoulders tightly. Night fell, leaving only the mother and son, Karina and Roland. She thoughtfully brought out a cup of honey tea for her son. It was indeed a picture-perfect scene. Let's keep our voices down so we don't wake Melissa. One could really wish to have such an understanding mother as Karina. Breaking the atmosphere with a gentle question from Karina. Did you make new friends at school? Honest as promised, Roland was going to tell his mother everything about the difficulties just like that. He instantly shook his head, indicating no, and the reason he gave was that he didn't need any friends himself. Roland only needed his sister Melissa. That was more than enough for him. Seeing her son's dejected face, Karina only now realized something. Roland and Melissa had never been separated, and the only time the two children were separated was when Roland failed to cast a magic spell, and Melissa would be the one punished instead. It was truly a psychological trauma for a small child like Roland. Because of that, suddenly having to be separated from Melissa for several hours inevitably made the boy anxious. How careless of her, because at school, the children had to study in two different classes. Interrupting her deep thoughts, Roland suddenly spoke up dejectedly. I thought I could be with Melissa, but I wasn't allowed to. And the cause of Roland's dejection was indeed because he couldn't be beside Melissa. And the root cause came from the teacher telling Roland and Melissa they had to study in different classes because Roland read and wrote better than Melissa. Right now, Roland was blaming himself, as being smart was also a sin. The boy was questioning himself. If only he had known they would be separated like that, he would have pretended to know nothing. So pitiful. Roland being a smart child was the truth, but the kids couldn't just stick together forever. The time would come when they had to be independent in their own lives. But Roland suddenly said, I have to protect Melissa. This was Roland's true word and purpose for wanting to be next to his sister. Runku was the reason Roland constantly strove to grow up and become stronger every day, for fear that one day Runku would come and take them away. Melissa would suffer punishments like before again. It couldn't go on like this forever. They had escaped from Runku, but the children had never truly been happy. They always lived in fear, and Karina murmured. Right now, she had to change something. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Karina's mind. She suggested Roland teach Melissa protective magic because that would help Melissa become stronger. But Roland was afraid Melissa wouldn't want to use magic, especially from someone who specialized in destructive magic like him. But the boy hadn't even asked for a decision from Melissa, and it wasn't certain that the lively little girl would refuse this offer. Roland obediently nodded in agreement, ending the conversation as agreed. So Karina decided, since Melissa was sleeping, she would check the girl's decision when she woke up the next morning. At that moment, in bed, Melissa was squirming, tossing 90 degrees, lying on her back, facing the ceiling, and then sat up with a radiant smile. Can I really learn magic? Both mother and son over here were startled. They thought the little girl had been sleeping all along, but it turned out she was just pretending to sleep because she had eavesdropped on the entire conversation. So Melissa was endlessly excited upon hearing that her brother would teach her magic. Just like that, she continuously asked what Roland would teach her first with sparkling eyes. It seemed Melissa truly agreed to let Roland teach her magic. A month of working at Welder's jewelry shop had finally arrived. Today was the day Karina could receive her first wages in Torres. I have a little extra here. You must need a lot of money since you just arrived. Besides her salary, Welder also gave Karina a bonus, which moved her deeply because previously Rung could never even paid her a wage worthy of what she had done. Welder also praised that since Karina came to work, his shop had more customers than before. Just as he finished speaking, a young male voice chimed in. That's right. Welder isn't as generous as you think, so don't get your hopes up too high. But Karina smiled gently. There aren't many bosses who give their employees an extra bonus on their first month's salary. Karina kept giggling because even a bonus of 1 kiloin would have been enough to make her happy, let alone the generous bonus boss Welder had given her. It was getting late, so Welder was reluctant to keep this single mother any longer and advised her to go home early to her children. On the way home, Karina was joyful and incredibly excited with this first month's salary. Should she take the kids out for dinner or buy something delicious to take home to eat? She was so eager. As she walked, Karina kept thinking endlessly about dinner. She finally arrived home, but when she opened the door, Karina panicked upon seeing Melissa crying and sobbing. Mom, Roland ist sick. She thought it was a happy day, but misfortunes just kept coming one after another. Roland lay on the bed panting, making Karina incredibly worried. Karina immediately rushed over to check on Roland's condition, and his whole body was burning hot. On this side, Melissa kept crying continuously out of worry for her brother. Karina hurriedly ran to find a clinic. Fortunately, when she arrived in Torres, she had already looked into it. Karina ran as fast as she could while thinking. In the original story, Roland never got sick. Why did he suddenly fall ill? Could it be that because I changed the future, it caused Roland to get sick? Finally, Karina managed to find an ordinary doctor. At this hour, I won't do house calls, but I'll make an exception, so you have to pay double the fee. With the double price, this doctor agreed to come examine Roland. When he placed his stethoscope to examine Roland, the atmosphere suddenly sank. Even the heartbeat could be clearly heard. Interrupting the somber atmosphere was a moment of hesitation from the doctor and his halting voice. Finally, shaking his head, he delivered a conclusion. Heaven only knows the future of this child. Just one short, casual sentence dragged everyone's spirits down. The disease Roland contracted was Petera, and the mortality rate for this disease was over 50%. The 50% who survived also had to suffer severe side effects and could not return to a normal life as before. Especially, there currently wasn't a single doctor in Torres who could cure this Petera disease. Hearing this, Karina felt like collapsing. She wanted Roland to escape from Rung Ku to have a good life, but disasters kept striking incessantly. On this side, Melissa cried nonstop, "Roland, please don't leave me." Did he say Roland might die? Karina was completely devastated. Before leaving, the doctor also advised a few words. Petera is incurable, but drinking tea mixed with willow bark powder will help the boy reduce his fever. After that, he kept quiet because the children were still listening. The examination fee for Roland was 300 kiloins. The old doctor smiled slyly as he received the full 300 kiloins from Karina. Finally, he left a wish of good luck for their family of 3. "Mom, am I going to die?" It turned out Roland had been awake for a long time, and the boy was terrified of dying. But Karina was the one who knew about the male lead Roland better than anyone else. She knew Roland would grow up to be truly amazing and healthy. Melissa is a filial and understanding daughter. She brought a glass of water for Roland to take his medicine with the fierce belief that her brother would recover from his illness. The little angel Melissa had tears welling up, hoping her brother wouldn't die, and she kept scolding the old doctor for being a liar. How could her brother die? That's right. So tomorrow Mom will find another doctor. Karina also couldn't believe what the old doctor had just said. In the original story, Roland wouldn't die anyway. Karina busily took care of her talented and sensible son. But suddenly, the boy held her hand tightly. "Mom, I will go to the orphanage." Seeing Karina puzzled by his proposal, Roland explained that he and his sister had never left Rung Ku's territory. But when they left, their misfortune was entrusted to Karina, as she had to busily take care of them, and Roland felt like he was a burden to Karina. But little did the children know that they were her strength to bravely leave Rung Ku's territory. Without them, she would still be living in that dark territory right now. And thanks to the 2 children, she was as happy as she was today. After chatting for a while, Roland also fell asleep. No matter what she would have to face again, Karina would definitely not let Roland and Melissa go to that hellish orphanage anymore. The original story had recounted the life of Roland and his sister in the orphanage, and it was truly terrifying. The managers treated the children extremely brutally. They went everywhere gathering orphans with nowhere to go, then forced them to work for free. When they got sick, they abandoned the children to lie on their beds. And Roland knew better than anyone because Roland had experienced such a life. Did the children think she would abandon them? This thought lifted Karina's spirits, and she kept telling herself to work even harder so the children could trust her. The next morning, Karina also managed to find a new doctor. But this time, Roland lost all hope again with the auto disease, the mortality rate of which is 80%. But a doctor could actually utter the word lucky to a dying patient because this auto disease is not contagious. So when passing away, the boy could be beside his loved ones. In the end, Karina still paid him his examination fee. The only thing Karina could do now, according to this new doctor's words, was to pray. Praying for what? What God would sit still while the male lead dies. Karina clenched her fists, her blue veins bulging in fits, because the result she received was still that Roland would die. But very quickly, Karina found a suspicious point. Last night, that doctor said Roland had the Peteira disease. Today, this doctor said he had the auto disease. Was the boy's condition so bad that they couldn't exactly determine the disease? Karina collapsed as she posed this question to herself. But there was indeed a conflicting diagnosis of the disease between the two doctors. In the original story, Roland did not contract any deadly disease throughout his entire childhood. But why was Roland falling ill now? The male lead experiencing a life-or-death moment is the most suspenseful and thrilling part. But Karina was certain that she had absolutely no impression whatsoever of a so-called life-or-death moment for the male lead. Did all this happen because I changed the future? It's all my fault, and Roland might die because of me. Karina kept blaming herself. Agony and anxiety enveloped this little girl. As Karina was burying herself in the darkness, a loud bang and the sound of hurried footsteps prolonged and drew closer and closer to her. Very quickly, appearing before Karina was a beautiful girl with platinum blonde hair. "Are you Karina?" That girl only asked one brief sentence, as if to confirm she hadn't gotten the wrong person. When she had confirmed the right person, the beautiful woman politely introduced herself. "I am Verity Soden. Sir Deviathan sent me to you, Karina." Sir Deviathan? Karina's face was full of question marks about the identity of the master of this beautiful, platinum blonde-haired woman. With just a simple glance, Verity quickly identified her patient as the little boy lying on the bed. She approached Roland and stared at him for a long time, then gently and politely asked for permission to examine Roland. Beside her, Karina was still full of question marks about who had sent the doctor here. Because she didn't clearly know the identity as well as the purpose of that Sir Deviathan, Karina hesitated whether she should let this beautiful doctor examine Roland or not. But Deviathan, this name gave Karina an unusually familiar feeling. While she was lost in thought, the beautiful doctor asked Roland's caregiver about the symptoms the boy was experiencing. Besides a fever, Roland also said he had a stomachache. These were all the symptoms that the damned disease was inflicting on the poor child Roland. How many doctors have come to examine him? Strangely, the woman didn't ask anything further or diagnose the disease, but she wondered about the number of doctors who had examined Roland. Karina had to answer honestly, because she was also wondering about the conflict among the three doctors who had come to examine Roland. Since the platinum blonde-haired girl wanted to hear about the diagnoses of those three doctors, Karina honestly answered respectively the diseases Peteira, auto, and finally a rare, incurable disease, and they all said Roland wouldn't be able to make it, so the only way was to pray. Just as she finished her sentence, the beautiful girl flew into a rage and shouted loudly, "Those guys don't deserve to be called doctors. The boy just has food poisoning." Yet another disease different from those three doctors. But food poisoning is also a disease with no cure, right? How could that be? In the end, there's still no way to recover. Karina completely collapsed. The symptoms Roland experienced were severe, but this beautiful doctor said he just needed to rest and he would get well soon. Food poisoning is not without a cure. In fact, it doesn't require medicine to cure, but can be healed with proper rest. Because it doesn't require medicine to cure, many people don't want to pay doctors. For this reason, doctors who encounter this disease pretend to misdiagnose to scam Karina out of her money. Because it wasn't a life-threatening disease, but just pulling pranks on each other, they told Karina she just needed to pray. Karina was so overjoyed, she dropped to her knees. Before leaving, the doctor also advised a few words. If you keep letting the boy take the wrong medicine, his condition will worsen. Karina was overjoyed that Roland was truly okay and concluded that her changing the events would not affect the children. Before seeing the female doctor off, Karina didn't forget to ask for the examination fee, but the beautiful girl said she didn't need to pay. Still not over the surprise that the examination fee was 0 kiloins, the doctor advised further, do not let the boy eat or drink anything except water and porridge. If the symptoms don't improve or get worse, you can contact me via the information. In here, while advising, the girl took out a postcard to introduce herself. Karina couldn't do anything but be grateful and bowed 90 degrees to thank the female doctor and Sir Deviathan. After finishing, the female doctor turned around, keeping her back straight, and proudly walked forward. As if remembering something, Karina urgently chased after the girl wearing a white coat. Running and panting heavily, she yelled, "Doctor, wait." The girl in front, hearing the noise, stopped her unhurried steps and gently listened to Karina continue. And what Karina wanted to ask was about the identity of Sir Leviathan. She really wanted to thank him, but the girl just left a gentle smile. "Perhaps you know him," and continued to leave. "I'm afraid he doesn't want you to know more than that. I will pass on your gratitude to him on your behalf." Just like that, Karina froze on the spot, watching the back of the white coat gradually fade away, taking her question with it. Far away, pulling Karina back to reality, was Melissa's warm hug when she knew her brother would be okay. And Roland too. He would get well soon. Because she couldn't remember the entire original story, Karina couldn't recall the name Leviathan, even though she found it very familiar. While she was trying to recall the story, suddenly Rung Ku's familiar voice rushed through Karina's head. "Roland, do you believe I am your biological uncle? Do you think you carry the bloodline of the Rung Ku family? Fortunately, my younger sister married a lowly commoner who died without leaving any children behind. You and your sister have no relation to me, got it?" After that was Roland's voice, but sounding much more mature. "Then why was it us? Why did it have to be me and Melissa?" The conversation just went back and forth recounting. Rung Ku replied, "Because in the orphanage, only you two had magic power. The manager sold you two right away for just a few pennies. He even suggested to me that if I pretended to be your relatives, no one would be able to stop me from doing anything to you two." He laughed out loud with great delight while Roland struggled on this side. "The only reason I haven't killed you is because I thought you were my mother's brother. But it was all a lie." When he learned the truth, Roland was incredibly desperate. The boy was so desperate that he couldn't control his magic power and went berserk with the power of an archmage enough to destroy everything around him. Roland had killed Rung Ku. After that night, Roland was no longer called an archmage. Instead, people called that poor child the butcher, the one who took thousands of lives. Escaping from her own memories, Karina panted in fear upon seeing the part of the plot she had forgotten. What she had just seen was the event that caused Roland pain for the rest of his life. This time, no matter what, Karina wanted the children to be happy. And to do that, naturally, Karina had to work hard to earn money. Therefore, thanks to Roland recovering, Karina returned to Welder's jewelry shop. Karina found herself very happy to constantly meet good people. She thanked Welder for giving her time off to take care of her child and apologized to him for affecting the shop's business. But Welder acted as if it was nothing, as if what she did was obvious. Joking around for a while about working overtime, Karina suddenly remembered she needed to thank Welder for one more thing. "Thank you for sending Dr. Soden to me." Overall, she only knew a few people in Torres, let alone Sir Leviathan knowing where she lived. That's why Karina thought Welder was Sir Leviathan. But in exchange, Welder had a bewildered expression. He asked Karina back and forth a few times to confirm what she was saying. Welder asserted that he was not the one who sent that female doctor, so he asked Karina about the identity that the female doctor left behind. Regarding her master, it's Sir Leviathan. Welder was even more panicked than before, but he said that he is one of the shop's customers, and the other day, he wondered why she wasn't at work. Like two opposing poles, while Welder was turning pale, Karina was so happy she clapped her hands because Sir Leviathan was a customer of the shop. No wonder she found the name familiar. This little girl didn't suspect anything about the story Welder told. If he was a regular customer of the shop, Karina wanted to thank Sir Leviathan even more. So she asked for the address from Welder, but he was like that female doctor. He said he would pass on her gratitude to him on her behalf. "We'll be very happy." Ending the conversation with Welder, Karina returned to her home. While changing her child's clothes, Roland said he wanted to make a good impression on Leviathan because Roland was truly grateful to Sir Leviathan. As for Melissa, she continuously asked questions about Leviathan. What kind of person is he? But the only thing Karina knew about her benefactor simply stopped at him being a regular customer of Welder's jewelry shop. But she still answered her little daughter about Leviathan. "I think he's a kind person. He thought our family would have a hard time going to his place, so he decided to visit us." While talking, Karina dressed the kids. She tied the bows in the most caring and gentle way. "When he arrives, I will thank him for saving me." Roland truly loved Leviathan, and Karina was incredibly proud to have such an adorable and polite child. While they were cheerfully chatting together, knocks on the door rang out. "Welcome, Sir Leviathan." Karina happily looked forward to the moment of meeting her benefactor as excited as a child. When the door opened a crack, Karina could only send back question marks. Duke Torres? On the other side of that door turned out to be the young Duke, whom Karina endlessly wanted to avoid. He politely greeted her, so Karina felt it was quite rude to keep the Duke standing like that forever. Because it was just a small house enough for a mother and 2 children to live day by day. Compared to the Duke's mansion, it was indeed a bit shabby. So Karina invited the platinum blonde-haired young man to sit at the table and chairs considered the nicest in her house. In the meantime, she would go make tea. Karina still couldn't believe that Clos Torres turned out to be Sir Leviathan. What if he realized Roland had the potential to become an archmage? What then? Waves of anxiety surged in Karina's small body. In contrast to Karina's bewildered appearance, on the other side, the 2 children very politely welcomed this guest. Their eyes just kept sparkling. "Hello, Sir Leviathan. I am Melissa, and this is Roland, my older brother." Still not believing the truth, Karina was afraid the children mistook him for someone else, so she rushed in to fix it. "He is not Leviathan." Before she finished her sentence, Clos Torres confirmed that he was indeed Leviathan, the one who sent the beautiful doctor here. "My full name is Clos Leviathan Torres. Because Torres sounds like a title, everyone calls me Clos Leviathan." Because he thought Karina would refuse if she knew the Duke had sent his private doctor to examine a commoner's son, he used this name Leviathan. Karina could only cry inside. Even if she wasn't okay with it, she still had to answer it's fine. And how could a commoner like her force a Duke to explain the reason why he lied? Tears just fell silently in her heart. For that reason, the atmosphere became extremely awkward, but it was true that he was her benefactor. The first time he saved Karina from the magic crystal. The second time was saving her son. Karina had wanted to express her gratitude for a long time. Even if the other person was truly Duke Torres, she was still thankful. "Leviathan, my mother said it's thanks to you that my brother Roland is healthy again." Melissa's eyes sparkled affectionately. Fearing that these innocent children might make a mistake, Karina firmly stopped Melissa from calling Clos Torres by the name Leviathan, but he just smiled gently and said they were only children. Suddenly, the Duke became serious. "All I did was send Dr. Verity Soden, and Verity Soden also told me about the doctors who examined Roland. I have punished those doctors who made the wrong diagnosis. How could they deceive a patient like that? How cruel." Karina was truly happy because no one else would be deceived like her anymore. Indeed, Clos Torres had governed his land very well, and Karina thought it would be selfish not to praise the Duke. Receiving the compliment, Clos Torres also looked pleased and thanked her. While Karina was busy fixing Melissa up, Roland, who had been quiet all this time, kept staring at the Duke, the boy's big eyes sparkling. "So," Clos Torres exclaimed a compliment, "he is really cute." After a while of chatting and receiving the benefactor's thanks, the conversation came to an end. Seeing Clos Torres off, Karina wondered to herself why a Grand Duke would personally come to such a shabby inn and sit at a small table with commoners. Her murmurs were caught by the children's ears. Roland asked what his mother found strange. Immediately, she did not hesitate to point out why the Duke was so good to their family. Roland really didn't understand why Lord Leviathan being good to them was strange. Could it be a bad omen? But Karina educated her son about the status and rights of nobles and commoners. In that story, a noble like Clos Torres would never care about commoners like them. Because she suffered from anxiety disorder, the events of Clos Torres discovering Roland's potential to become an archmage kept running through her head. Suddenly, Melissa spoke up. "Maybe he likes you, Mom." Oh, this was even more absurd than Clos Torres discovering Roland's ability when the boy was just a child. But Melissa was firm in her assertion because Roland had seen the Duke constantly smiling when looking at Karina. Karina thought the little girl was just joking, but Melissa fiercely insisted that the Duke liked her mother. However, this was baseless. A noble like the Duke was very, very noble. If the kids kept talking nonsense like that, they would be caught by the Duke's guards. It was true that 1,000 times it would still be the same. Just a little whining, and Karina would soften up to the kids. Perhaps the guards would too. Who would have the heart to arrest 2 adorable children like this? And Duke Torres as well. He would marry a beautiful princess. As if to comfort her mother, Melissa couldn't stop saying that her mother was as beautiful as a princess. It was time for the kids to go to bed. So Karina carried Melissa in her arms and went to the bed. In her mother's arms, Melissa kept babbling about Clos Torres being like a prince and that she really liked him. A voice saying no, I don't like him, interrupted the two ladies' conversation about the prince. Roland, standing in the corner, was actually very scared. What if the Duke really married his mother? Finally, Roland spoke his fear. What if he wants to marry you, Mom? Karina, who was putting Melissa on the bed, paused for a beat in panic, not knowing why her child had such thoughts. But Close Torres was not someone she should have much contact with anyway. So how could there be a possibility of her marrying a noble? The anxiety of Karina leaving them urged the two children to share their worries with their mother. But in Karina's eyes, they were truly adorable. However, it was a fact that Karina was a very beautiful and vibrant girl. Many people would like her, and the thought that their mother might no longer be by their side made the kids express their deep desire for a family with just the three of them like now. This was also what Karina wanted the most. Mom also likes the three of us living together, so don't worry anymore. Kids are so cute. As if satisfied with the agreement, the two children happily got into bed and changed their clothes. They patted the mattress to shoo away the dust before sleeping. After reassuring the kids and earning their trust, Karina finally had time to take care of herself. She went to the mirror to change in her pajamas and prepare for sleep, and only then did she realize her hair was a mess. Karina could only pull her hair in frustration. So that was why the Duke kept looking at her and smiling. It was true that the Duke looked at her and smiled, as Roland had said, but the context was completely different. But she did look really funny. Her clothes were neat, but her hair was disheveled. It was really funny. Karina felt sad because neither Roland nor Melissa reminded her of her messy hair. But in the eyes of the two children, Karina was always the most beautiful in every situation. While the kids were sound asleep, Karina thought about what they had said earlier. Was it really true? Why would a Duke pay attention to a commoner? Karina was just a pebble on the side of the road. But indeed, Karina's biggest worry was the encounter between Duke Torres and Roland. However, everything went smoothly because Close Torres had absolutely no reaction. When looking at Roland, Karina told herself she was probably overthinking. When the sun welcomed the new day, it was also time for Karina to go to Welder's jewelry shop. To work. She still did her cleaning job, as usual. Why didn't you tell me who Deviathan was? Karina tried to blame Welder, but Welder was indeed right. If she had known Deviathan was Close Torres, her gratitude towards her benefactor wouldn't have changed. But truly, having a Duke personally visit her home to check on them was not something to be taken lightly. Welder just smiled and replied that he had no choice because Duke Torres had instructed him not to reveal the truth. The conversation ended in a situation where Karina was completely convinced because she was truly very grateful to Close Torres. Welder called Karina over and gave her a new task. This was really exciting, and it was much more novel than her daily cleaning job. Outwardly, Karina happily accepted it, but inwardly, she secretly complained about her boss assigning work right when she was about to get off work. Truly typical of bosses and employees. The thing is, recently, a large number of female customers had been visiting the shop, and what they were frequently looking for were accessories rather than simple magic gemstones. Because Karina was around the same age as the female customers visiting the shop, Welder thought she could improve her skills and take charge of serving these female customers. Another advantage was that Karina could indeed learn very quickly, and Welder wanted her to take a look at two new accessories he had just made and see which one she thought was better. Welder placed two accessories on the table, one shaped like a larva and one shaped like a chrysalis. Our poor Karina looked at them and still found the two accessories identical, leaving Welder speechless. Welder pointed at the chrysalis. Think about it, Madame Bless, who would like a larva? But Karina wondered there would be people who didn't like a chrysalis either. Everyone has different preferences. What Karina thought was merely theory. Welder explained that in reality, these two symbols were related to magic principles. Only then did Karina learn that accessories were not just made for beauty, but also carried a profound meaning. And the chrysalis represents development, transformation, breaking through, and evolution. All of these are linked to one thing, magic. On the outside, a chrysalis doesn't look like anything special, but inside, they don't rest, preparing for the next stage. When the time comes, that power will turn a chrysalis into a beautiful butterfly soaring high in the sky. Mages are the same. Their cultivation process is very arduous and tough. Sometimes they feel they have grasped nothing, but when they overcome that difficult time, they will reach the pinnacle of magic. they will become archmages. So it is very dangerous if someone does not know about the principles of magic. It can cause a disaster when that person cannot control the power of magic spells. Without a solid foundation of knowledge, in the long run, it will be like a sandcastle washed away by rainwater. And a magic gemstone merchant will become better by mastering this rule. After listening to Welder lecture on basic magic knowledge, a mother like Karina happily received that knowledge to go home and teach her children. When she asked a question, Roland very quickly chose the answer. I prefer the butterfly transformed from the chrysalis. This answer was the same as what Welder said in the afternoon. Therefore, Karina was delighted because her son was truly born to be an archmage. The boy really had the qualities and the mindset of an archmage. Roland was happy because the answer he chose was the correct one. Karina gently explained the principles of magic again to Roland. After finishing, Roland and Melissa were like two different extremes. Roland on one side was sparkling as if he had just comprehended transcendent knowledge. On the other side, Melissa kept yawning, looking bored. Instead of wanting to learn theory, Karina found that the little girl wanted to learn incredibly cool magic tricks like explosive magic. Melissa showed jealousy because previously, inside the mansion, Rungko only taught magic to Roland. She also wanted to learn real magic, and previously Roland had promised to teach her, but her older brother had gotten sick. And of course, what Melissa wanted was still cool, powerful, and sparkling magic that exploded with a loud bang like fireworks. But the kind of magic Melissa liked was actually very dangerous, difficult even for magic masters to perform, and could even injure the caster. To change Melissa's mind, Karina proposed simple magic, but she didn't know what magic to suggest because all the magic she had witnessed from Rungko was destructive magic. How about magic that makes plants grow? Roland suggested, and of course, making a flower bloom wasn't very dangerous. Karina saw the sparkling light in Roland's eyes whenever the boy talked about magic, but Melissa beside him glared at Roland, knowing it was a boring magic and judging that it wasn't cool at all. As for Roland, surely as long as the magic wasn't dangerous, the boy really liked magic. But in general, the magic that Melissa wanted to learn was truly very dangerous. So Karina tried to explain it to her so she could understand. Yes, I'm a good girl, so I will listen to you, Mom. Melissa was truly an understanding and energetic little girl. After agreeing to learn magic that makes plants grow, Roland went outside and brought back 3 dandelions. The cute round dandelions lay neatly in the hands of the 2 children and Karina as well. Karina wondered why she also had one. Roland smiled gently. It feels strange to say I'm teaching magic to you, Mom, but you said you've never learned magic before. Because of this, Roland wanted his mother to also have exciting experiences when learning magic. Karina truly felt lucky because both of her children were very adorable and kind-hearted. Karina's heart beat nonstop because she really wanted to learn magic, but previously Rungko had never taught her and even fiercely prevented her from learning about magic. But now Roland wanted to teach magic to Karina, which was a weapon she could use against Rungko in the future. Roland smiled gently upon hearing Karina agree to perform magic with him. The little boy stepped forward as a model, muttering each incantation one by one. The incantations Roland spoke appeared and wrapped around him. Focus on the dandelion and imagine it blooming. Karina and Melissa also joined Roland in muttering the incantations. Just like that, in the small room, the 3 of them cast magic together. Surrounding them was a warm blue light that enveloped them. Ending the incantation, wow, I did it. In Melissa's hand appeared a fully bloomed dandelion. Karina was anxious and nervous, but also very proud to see that Melissa had succeeded on her first try. Seeing this, the 2 children cheered Karina on a lot, encouraging her to be confident in herself. She couldn't be weak in front of the kids. Relax. Karina sighed, continuously out of fear of failure. When Karina chanted the spell, a magic circle appeared behind her back. Unlike Roland and Melissa, who had incantations wrapping around them. A flash of light. And finally Karina succeeded in the magic that makes plants grow. She smiled brightly with joy. But strangely, Karina's grown dandelion was very large, growing into 3 flowers from a single stem. It was too strange, but both Roland and Melissa commented that Karina's flower was very beautiful. Since it was a magic flower created by all 3 of them, Karina wanted to put it in a vase as a souvenir. And they could also admire it every day. Finally, the dandelions settled in the vase placed on the dining table. I can't believe I did the very thing Ring-ku always prevented me from doing. I feel like Ring-ku can no longer control me. While Karina was lost in thought, mealtime had already arrived. We are hungry. The kids wanted to eat ham sandwiches. Karina thought for a moment and made her final decision with her trademark smile. Then breadsticks with ham, cheese, and lettuce it is. The two children were ecstatic about the ham and cheese, but immediately the lettuce horrified them. However, since they were good kids, they had to accept it. Karina grabbed an apple and went into the kitchen. Right as she entered the kitchen, a huge booming noise exploded. Karina panicked in fear that Ring-ku had attacked this place. She hurriedly ran from the kitchen to the living room, even losing her slippers. A flash of light, and Karina used her body to shield her children. Karina hugged the two children tightly. I just heard a bomb explode. Did someone just throw a bomb into this room? The light flashed behind Karina, accompanied by a very loud explosion, making the three of them panic. When the explosion ended, Karina hugged Roland and Melissa, squeezing Melissa's cheeks to see if the little girl was okay. Like a true mother, Karina touched the two children's bodies all over. Are you two really not hurt? Contrary to Karina's panicked demeanor, Roland and Melissa were very calm, even laughing heartily because Karina's touching back and forth tickled them. Sensing something much stranger than usual, Roland pointed behind his mother. "Mom, look behind you." It was a tree, and this was an apple tree. You must be very shocked. Indeed, Karina was truly very shocked, but she only showed that she was merely surprised. Finally, Karina realized that this apple tree appeared here, because earlier she had touched the apple. It was all her doing. But Roland said he had never seen this happen before, so he wasn't sure if Karina caused it or not, because he had never heard Ring-ku mention it either. Roland thought, who knows, it might be due to the magic we cast earlier. Melissa was right, and this was truly the consequence of using magic, being unable to control magical power. Is this the reason Ring-ku didn't let me use magic? Recalling it, Karina remembered he only used dangerous spells. Perhaps he was afraid she wouldn't be able to control the power and would harm him. But Karina was really worried because she didn't know how long the effect would last. Mom, do you want us to get rid of that tree? I can use magic to make it disappear." Melissa was very excited to use magic, but wasn't that destructive magic? Because of that, Karina refused to let the little girl cast it, saying she would clear away the apple tree herself. Just as she was about to touch it, "Watch out, Mom. If you touch it, it will grow even bigger." Karina paused for a beat, right? Because of that, she had to drop her hands, helpless with herself. So Karina had to ask Melissa and Roland to clean up this tree for her. The two children wanted to share their mother's hardship, so they were extremely excited. But indeed, nothing is free. Actually, the kids' ultimate goal was still to ask Karina not to put lettuce in their dinner. With sparkling eyes, Karina understood immediately. You guys want a reward for helping Mom, right? That's right. Voices echoed. No eating lettuce for a while. Echoed throughout the room. The reason the kids gave was that they were afraid if Karina touched the lettuce, it would grow super big. Here, Karina could only give a wry smile, because this was actually the truth. The next morning, like any other morning, Karina was on her way to Welder's jewelry shop. Kids will be kids. They were visibly happy not having to eat lettuce. Karina walked and laughed inwardly at her kids' cuteness. She finally arrived at work. But today, in front of the shop, there was a package, and it forced Karina to notice it. It must be Welder's package. Should I check it? Saying that, she carried the package into the shop and put it on the table to wait for Welder to arrive. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as she finished her train of thought, a jingle appeared along with a voice. "Madam Bless, you arrived early as always, huh?" Indeed, that package was very eye-catching. As soon as he entered the shop, Welder also noticed it first. Karina recounted that as soon as she arrived, she saw it in front of the shop, so she brought it in here. She picked up the package to check and saw the sender's address was the Duke's mansion. He must have sent me some more magic crystals to appraise. Welder started his usual complaint about the Duke liking to assign tasks to her. "Open it," he said, following her boss's words. Karina rustled the package open. The wrapping fabric looked like silk, meaning it was even more expensive than her own dress. But when the package was opened, inside were not cold magic crystals, but beautiful, gentle flowers. Welder was genuinely puzzled at this time. What, flowers? Just as he finished speaking, he was startled by Karina's magic trick, because suddenly many flowers appeared and flew around the shop. Immediately, Welder ordered Karina to put that bouquet down at once. Karina panicked, so she had to obey and dropped the beautiful bouquet to the ground. Instead of scolding her, Welder asked if she had met any evil mage and been cursed these past few days. So in the end, Karina had to tell Welder the truth about her losing control of her magic. Karina felt guilty for not telling her boss about this issue, but she thought it would go away in a day or two, and since Welder's shop didn't have any plants, it would be fine, so she didn't tell him for this reason. It's nothing. Why would you do such a thing? Hearing this, Karina thought Welder was blaming her, so she apologized because she shouldn't have used magic in the first place. Welder quickly explained, "No, it's not your fault. I'm talking about the cinder of the flowers. It's not the Duke style at all. The mess of flowers was caused by Karina, so she really wanted to help Welder clean up, but it was true that if she touched them now, the flowers would grow even more, adding more work for her boss. It will be gone in 3 days at most." Even though he was busy cleaning up, Welder cared about his employee. He even joked, "In these 3 days, you could just open a flower shop." Seeing her boss joking, Karina played along. "You're right. If I had enough money to open a shop, I would quit right away and open a flower shop. It's a good thing you don't have enough money." Karina was indeed a good employee, so Welder didn't want her to quit at all. But wondering why Welder told her to drop the flowers and immediately understood her problem, Karina asked him, "I read about this phenomenon in a book on magic theory before. If what it says is true, you won't be able to use magic for the rest of your life." Welder said this so Karina could stay out of danger. And this was the result. Karina had already guessed it, but she didn't expect it to be the truth, so she was very shocked and desperate. She really liked magic, but Karina wanted to know a more specific and clear reason. Why is that? When you try to use magic, things like this will happen, and you won't be able to control your magical power. There are people born with strong magical power inside them. This must be the reason the magic crystal reacted to you that day. Welder sadly explained to Karina, "Leaving aside being born with a large amount of magical power, wouldn't me practicing help me control it better?" Karina really liked magic, but unfortunately, Welder's answer was just shaking his head, because in the books he had read, there had never been a case where people like that could control their magical power. Karina sighed, burying her face in her hands. "So what I thought last night was right. Rungka didn't let me use magic because I could put him in danger, even though he knew I was gifted." Seeing Karina sad, Welder comforted her because she really was very gifted in magic, but Karina really couldn't use magic anymore. But you can still use your magical power in a better way. You can feel the power of magic crystals. To be able to distinguish materials, which tool is good, which one is not good, this requires many years of practice, but you only need to rely on your intuition to accurately confirm it, and the Duke also recognized your talent. Welder comforted Karina a lot and went back to his career guidance of making her Welder's best magic merchant. Like every other day, he spoke while nodding at Karina's talent, but this was also a dangerous profession when having to touch magic crystals regularly, and Karina was someone who could make them explode. Karina was truly worried about the issue of magic crystal explosions. Such magic crystal explosions are actually very rare to happen, and Welder told her that if she practiced well, it wouldn't be difficult for Karina to prevent those explosions. But this required her to believe in herself and believe that magic crystals couldn't possess her. Oh, it was Welder's career guidance again, with the reason that magic merchants earn a lot of money, and she could buy the whole world for her children and still have plenty of money left over. It was true that when mentioning her children, Karina's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Welder promised that if she wanted to become a magic merchant, he would help her. After talking for a while, Welder said he was tired. Indeed, sorting all those flowers was tiring enough. "Of course, you just rest. I'll take care of the rest." Karina was really grateful and felt very lucky to meet a boss like Welder. Moving the 360-degree camera to the Duke's mansion, night had also fallen. At that time, in the mansion, inside the Duke's room, there was a young man with platinum blonde hair crossing his arms, looking out the window and sighing repeatedly. "Is there something troubling you?" A butler's duty is to read his master like a book, so he had to take care of his master mentally as well. But Close Torres said there was nothing troubling him. "I'm just thinking about my mistakes." Oh, indeed. Masters know how to make things difficult for others. One second they are fine, the next second there is a problem. To make the master happy, the butler had to mediate in situations like this. "You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you blaming yourself? This was Chichester, the butler of the Torres mansion. Thank you, Chichester, he sighed again, but I'm afraid it's my fault. The thing that made Close Torres sad was his offer to a certain talent he really wanted to recruit at all costs, who had rejected him so many times. Duke Torres's train of thought rewound each memory. I knew I would be rejected, but I didn't expect to be rejected so bluntly. That's why I officially sent her an invitation along with flowers picked from this mansion's garden. It turned out the person who broke Close Torres's heart was the little lady Karina Bless. He was really sad because his invitation letter with flowers still hadn't received a reply. It made him feel like he was being ignored. As if he was too familiar with this master, Chichester asked about the identity of this new talent. It's Lady Bless. She's Welder's assistant. Hearing the name Welder was like touching Chichester's reverse scale. Welder won't let her go anywhere, that ungrateful old man. He always speaks rudely to you, even though he's just a commoner. I've never liked him. Chichester was furious, but Close Torres only smiled and said, Actually, Chichester, you know Welder's not that kind of person. One day, I'll teach him a lesson. Chichester was still busy thinking about the name Welder, while Close Torres only thought about Karina. I'm sure that's her choice. As if understanding the little master's thoughts. Maybe she hasn't seen your face yet. In this empire, what woman would reject an offer from you? You are so handsome. But little did Chichester know, Karina and Close Torres had met countless times already. Therefore, the Duke could only bitterly reply, Sometimes you talk as if I'm still very young. While speaking, Close Torres stepped closer to Chichester. It was true. Chichester had known Close Torres since he was little. Because of that, Chichester's affection for Duke Torres might even surpass the affection for a young master. The butler dodged the topic for a while before Chichester finally asked and found out Karina was currently Lady Bless, someone who came from the north, and naturally, Karina's initial goal was to head to the capital with the two children. Because she was not a citizen of Torres, Chichester said, That's right, she's only here temporarily, so what if she moves to the capital? But Close Torres's expression was full of question marks, as if the answer on his face was, Is there a problem with that? But how could Chichester bear to see the boy he had taken care of since childhood heartbroken again, because it had only been 2 months since Tice betrayed the young master and left this Torres territory. Because of that, Chichester strongly opposed the recruitment of Lady Bless under Close Torres. Chichester was truly thinking for Close Torres, but in return, he got a cold face because he touched a reverse scale. Did you say betrayal? Watch your mouth. According to what Chichester recounted, Tice was a knight trained by Close Torres, but his core origin was from the slave class. Duke Torres defended his subordinate. He said that for a long time, he had wanted to have a house in the capital. But everyone is like that. After receiving help and training from the young master, and after they become knights and gain fame, they leave this Torres land for the bustling capital. Chichester really clenched his hands at Close Torres's generosity, but in return, he got a thoughtful look full of anger. Don't speak ill of those who were once devotedly loyal to me. Like that, Chichester now could only sigh, but he still refused to recruit Karina because her initial desire was to go to the capital. She would definitely leave this Torres land. But Close Torres seemed to hypnotize himself that Lady Bless would be different because she was raising 2 children, so she couldn't be reckless in a situation like this. Anyone with money in their pocket will change their mind. Why are you so determined to recruit her? Chichester really couldn't understand. Karina possessed an incredible talent for distinguishing magic crystals, but perhaps this was just an excuse, and the real purpose was that Close Torres wanted to be near Karina. More than that, therefore, the determination to recruit Karina to the Duke's mansion boiled up again inside him. I planned it all. Besides, I don't want to miss a talent like her. Close Torres emitted a blinding light of confidence. If confidence is exploding, it must be done immediately, otherwise it will be extinguished right away. Duke Torres put on a black cloak full of mystery and stepped rhythmically towards Welder's jewelry shop with confidence. This time I will definitely persuade her. Torres needs someone who can distinguish magic crystals. Once the news, Torres holds someone possessing that talent. Swordsmen who know how to use magic swords will flock to Torres. Indeed, a duke who loves his people and his country. Every step of Close Torres's plan was very meticulous and had a clear purpose. Finally arriving, Close Torres tightly grasped the door handle. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Pulling strongly and decisively, he opened the door. As the door rang its chiming bell, signaling a customer's arrival, immediately, a girl with cherry pink hair smiled. Welcome to Welder's Jewelry Shop. Every day at work was a happy day, so Karina was very excited when a customer arrived, but she didn't expect the Duke to visit today. Instantly, Karina bowed 90 degrees, showing respect. But in her heart she thought, why is he here? I really want to avoid him, but Welder wouldn't arrive until noon, so Karina really had no excuse to dodge him. But the Duke said that he didn't come here to look for Welder today. This made Karina curious. So are you inspecting the territory? That's right, achieving half the purpose, but it must be for the development of Torres. Close Torres very often went around to monitor Torres's development, the place he was ruling, more so than other lords. Because of that, Torres was truly a very livable place. It's all thanks to you caring for this place. Receiving a compliment from a talent like Karina, the Duke was very happy and immediately accepted the compliment without hesitation. Ending the conversation, the atmosphere immediately fell into an awkward state. Suddenly, Close Torres spoke up, calling Karina, making her startle. I want to get an answer right away for the invitation from the other day. Cloud was like someone from the sky. Who am I? Where is this? What invitation? Seeing her acting like she didn't know, Close Torres faltered and explained, it's the invitation enclosed in the flowers. Now Karina finally understood everything about that day, because there was still the aftermath of the magic making plants grow. Many flowers had multiplied. Could the card have gotten lost in that mess of flowers? So I ignored an invitation from a Duke? I'm dead. Karina's nape hair stood on end in panic. Before Karina could know the content of the words, Duke Torres pressed on. She really hoped you could smoothly adapt to Torres. I highly value your talent, but not only did you reject my invitation, now you even dare to ignore my invitation. Saying one sentence, he took one step towards Karina. Just like that, one advanced, one retreated. Close Torres coldly said, I cannot tolerate anyone who dares to look down on me. All must receive appropriate punishment. Too terrified because she dared to ignore an invitation from a Duke, when backed into a corner, Karina had to scream loudly. Please let me explain the reason. At this moment, Close Torres finally broke character. His face was filled with question marks. Explain? Yes. That day the shop was like a mess. I didn't even know you sent an invitation. Karina tremblingly recounted the entire story that happened that day. When Close Torres wanted to confirm if the things Karina said were definitely the truth, Karina here, with tears welling up in her eyes, confirmed it was 100% accurate. In the original story, the Duke was a quite hot-tempered person. What if he flew into a rage and blew away the entire shop? Karina was still worried when Close Torres had bloomed a gentle smile, completely different from him a second ago. I'm so glad. I thought you ignored my invitation. Even though she didn't know why he didn't look angry, apologizing first was still better. So Karina offered an apology to the Duke. But Close Torres refused to accept the apology because Karina didn't do anything wrong. The more I talk, the more I see he's different from the original story. I even thought he was a fool. I will send the invitation to you again. Karina was truly surprised at his persistence. I hope this time I won't be rejected because I still want to have. You? Oh, so blushing. Why is this like a marriage proposal? Finally, Karina managed to see off this talent-obsessed Duke. He certainly wanted her magic talent. He was obsessed with recruiting talented people after all. While flustered by the actions and words Close Torres left behind, the chiming of the door rang again. Karina thought Close Torres had returned, but it turned out to be the package delivery person dropping by. This time, it was a package for Welder. Because of that, Karina came to sign and receive the package. This time it probably isn't anything weird like last time, right? Because she thought it was the invitation Close Torres mentioned earlier, Karina just opened the package without thinking much. When the box lid was opened, a very loud booming noise erupted, which Close Torres, who was near the shop, also heard. A person possessing a talent like hers is very rare. I will do anything to get her under the Torres family. The Duke was immersing himself in the beautiful future of Torres when a loud noise from the shop, that where Karina was alone, pulled him into fear and worry. Very quickly, Close Torres rushed towards the shop at a very fast speed, running and shouting loudly, Lady Bless, Close Torres could easily jump over that high wall. Getting closer to the shop, Close Torres saw a barrier had been erected, enveloping around the shop. Wanted to see if the situation inside was okay or not. The young Duke was forced to break the barrier first. Without needing to think much, Close Torres took out 6 magic crystals, tossing them high into the sky. With just a light wave of his arm, the 6 magic crystals immediately turned into 6 magic swords. Shining brightly, Close Torres commanded the 6 swords to erect a magic circle, which instantly neutralized the barrier stretched around the shop. After breaking the barrier, the Duke hurriedly rushed into the shop, as if someone was stealing his most treasured possession. Before his eyes was Karina, staggering on the ground in a corner of the wall. Inquiries from Duke Torres continuously shot out like he was rapping. Are you hurt anywhere? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere? Accompanied by apologies for arriving late and attentive care, the safety of having him by her side now. Even at this point, Karina was still shy about the class distinction no matter the circumstances. I'm still just a commoner, while he is a noble. How can I sit while he keeps standing like that? But it seemed Close Torres didn't care much about the noble and commoner issue. Instead, he wanted to confirm if Karina was truly unhurt. Yes, I'm fine now. One obsessive-compulsive Duke. So you're fine now, meaning you weren't fine before? Karina truly couldn't believe Close Torres standing before her and the Close Torres in the original story were the same person. Finally, because she was too helpless against the Duke, Karina said she felt a pang in her heart. Then Karina explained the incident that had occurred. A merchant guild sent a package to Welder, but I thought it was the invitation you mentioned. So I opened it, but when I took the crystal out, I had a feeling this wasn't an ordinary crystal. By the time I realized it, it was too late. At that moment, the shop suddenly shook. As for me, I felt a sharp pain in my chest, as if I had been stabbed with a knife. This pain was completely different from the pain caused by the magic crystal explosion last time. I didn't know what to do when the pain suddenly stopped and you appeared. He is indeed a talented Duke. Just by listening to Karina's brief account, he already figured out where the problem lay. I was too late. Those bastards. Close Torres actually knew something. That was why Karina wanted him to tell her what had just happened to her. The result she received was uncertain, but what Close Torres was absolutely sure of was that these bad guys were targeting Welder, specifically those who used to work for the House of Torres, and they really wanted to attack them. It was hard to understand why someone would have such friction with the House of Torres, because Duke Torres was a perfect lord who loved his people dearly. But even worse than provoking him was that these people were coveting the Torres territory. That's right, Torres had very few enemies, but ultimately, this was a vast and fertile land. Therefore, there were many outsiders looking for a chance to seize it. A Duke apologizing to a commoner because he didn't warn her early enough, leading to today's incident. This went so against the natural order that Karina found it really hard to accept this apology. As for the pain in your chest, it's because they left a mark on your heart. Karina paused for a beat and couldn't believe her eyes. Close Torres continued to explain about the mark magic. The mark wouldn't harm her, but it would let the caster know her location no matter where she was. However, they had actually marked the wrong person, and Karina was truly worried they would turn around and attack her because of this mistake. Furthermore, even if they got the wrong person, they would soon realize that the person they mistakenly marked happened to be the one Close Torres was trying his best to recruit. And it was highly likely they would try to eliminate Karina to rid the House of Torres of a talented assistant. Having realized the truth that she would be targeted, Karina now remembered that if so, her children would also be in their sights. Yes, the 2 little ones could be in danger, and this made Karina more desperate than ever as dangers kept coming one after another. The mother and children had never really been safe, but Karina had promised to protect Roland and Melissa at all costs. Yet now, she herself was bringing danger to them. As the Lord of Torres, Close Torres couldn't watch a citizen of Torres be in danger without saving them. Don't worry, I will protect both you and your children no matter what. Seeing this as the perfect opportunity, Close Torres immediately offered to have their family of 3 move into the Torres mansion to live. It was true that nowhere in Torres was safer than the Duke's mansion. However, Close Torres suggesting a commoner like Karina come to the Duke's mansion indeed raised a huge question mark. It turned out the most dangerous place was also the safest. safest. Because many people coveted the Torres territory, the mansion also suffered many attacks. Because of this, the mansion wasn't safe, so Clos Torres had stationed more knights and built extremely thick walls. Clos Torres pledged that his mansion was even safer than the imperial palace. With that overflowing confidence, Clos Torres once again expressed his intention to invite her to work under the House of Torres. But what always scared Karina was that if she moved to his mansion, she would have no choice but to work for him and might never be able to leave Torres forever. During that time, Roland would grow up, and Clos Torres would notice the boy's potential to become a Grand Mage. Then he would try to recruit the boy. In other words, if they continue to live in their current inn, they would be happy for a while. The kids would be more comfortable, but she couldn't guarantee their safety. Clos Torres's warning flashed in Karina's mind. They have left a mark on your heart. The mark won't harm you, but it will let the caster know your location, no matter where you are. And it was highly likely they would see eliminating her as not a bad idea, and her children wouldn't be safe, ending her thoughts and hypothesizing that if someone truly attacked her and the two children, all of them would be in danger. While Karina was struggling internally, on this side, Clos Torres was nervously waiting for an answer from this little girl. Finally, his waiting yielded a result. "I accept your offer." Despite accepting, Karina still wanted to leave a way out for herself. So she wanted to propose a single condition. And naturally, to get Karina, Clos Torres didn't hesitate to agree immediately. "Please do not ask my children to serve you." Clos Torres thought it was something major, but it was truly laughable. Who would exploit child labor? "I really like talented people, but I don't recruit children." Clos Torres was surprised by Karina's strange thoughts, which made him burst into endless laughter. But to establish trust, Clos Torres stated his stance so that both sides could rely on each other more. Here it came. The Duke again confronted Karina for ignoring him recently. This really pushed Karina into a tight corner, so the pink-haired girl could only stand in a corner, embarrassed and anxious. "I'm just joking. Don't tell me it was really because of your children that you ignored me." Karina immediately waved both hands to deny it, saying it really wasn't, but the truth was it was. Clos Torres was indeed an astute lord. Karina felt lucky because Clos Torres hadn't entirely noticed Roland's innate talent to become a Grand Mage. But to be more certain that he had no other motives besides recruiting her for her ability to distinguish magic crystals, Karina asked the reason why a duke like him treated her and her children so well. "You don't know why?" "Of course. It's just my responsibility to protect the people in my territory." As a duke, Clos Torres really wanted to protect his territory. Karina was truly surprised by this character, as this was a side of him she didn't know when reading the original work. The next afternoon, after the agreement was established, Karina brought the duke to meet the two children and told them that the whole family would soon move to the duke's mansion. Melissa and Roland were worried, so they wanted to know why they had to leave this happy home. Karina just briefly explained that some bad people were after them, so they had to go to a safer place. In the two children's memories, whenever bad people were mentioned, the figure of their uncle, Rung Ku, would always appear, which made them shudder. Karina confirmed that it wasn't Rung Ku, and he hadn't been able to find them yet. But in the end, Melissa still just wanted to stay in this inn. Seeing the kids throwing a tantrum, crying and demanding to stay at this inn, and his plan to recruit Karina wavering, Clos Torres spoke up to tempt the little ones. "In my mansion, you can have any delicious food you want. My chef is an excellent chef." The sparkling aura radiating with pride made Melissa feel he was quite impolite when making the offer. Karina quickly stopped Melissa from saying more. But Roland on the other side said, "But Mom taught us we must be polite when making an offer to someone." Melissa nodded vigorously as she had been gagged by her mother. Clos Torres could only smile wryly because the three of them were indeed very alike. While being distracted, Karina's hand slipped off Melissa. "Does her mansion have a princess?" "It doesn't, right?" The little girl looked confident. How could Clos Torres have a princess? So the mansion didn't necessarily have everything the siblings wanted. But the answer ended up disappointing Melissa. "It does. We have an incredibly beautiful princess." Now Melissa's eyes turned sparkling upon hearing that a princess was actually in the Duke's mansion. Clos Torres introduced that she was a princess from the south, and she would be very happy to meet Roland and Melissa. Because there was a princess, Melissa decided to go to the mansion. Having a princess, it must be his daughter. He must be married already. Karina thought. Finally, she knew the reason why Clos Torres treated her and her children so well. It must be because he also had children. As a father, he empathized with Karina. While thinking, Karina felt a sense of gloominess. Suddenly, Karina also realized why she felt sad about there being a princess in the Duke's mansion. Since Roland had been completely silent the whole time, Karina wanted to hear the boy's opinion. But for Roland, as long as it was a place where his mother and younger sister were safe, going to the Duke's mansion was fine with him. Having firmly grasped victory in his hands, Clos Torres finalized the deal and quickly helped them pack their belongings and called for a carriage. Waiting for them was a large, silver-sparkling carriage, which made Roland and Melissa extremely delighted, but also hurt the wallet a bit. The carriage wheels turned rhythmically, heading step by step towards the Duke's mansion. Inside the carriage, Roland and Melissa kept tossing and turning out of curiosity because this was the first time the kids got to ride in such a beautiful carriage. Kids, don't touch the carriage frame. There's a lot of dust on it. The Duke truly admired the keen eyes of the girl sitting next to him. I used to be a servant, after all. As she spoke, she checked Roland's dusty hands. Realizing she had let something slip, Karina used the excuse that it was her job before she got married. Karina had told herself she had to be more careful, as she was speaking too casually in front of the Duke. As she was reminding herself, Melissa called out to her because ahead was a castle. How is this a mansion? It's clearly a palace. In the end, Karina also felt like she was stepping into a tiger's den. Go away. Stay away from us. The screams of the two children immediately attracted everyone's attention. But looking closely, the thing they were afraid of was just a puppy. The puppy only needed to let out a bark to drag Roland and Melissa back to their painful memories. Kill it. Kill this dog with the magic I just taught you. Rungka's voice echoed in waves. Roland sobbed, looking at the adorable puppy in front of him. Seeing that the children seemed afraid of dogs, the Duke quickly picked it up. On this side, Karina hugged Roland to comfort him because she understood better than anyone else that the children remembered the dogs. That Rungka had forced Roland to use magic to kill during his training. She thought the kids had forgotten. Karina comforted Roland about that little dog. This dog isn't the dog Roland is afraid of. That dog had a white spot on its head, but the dog in Clos Torres' hands doesn't have that white spot. It was indeed a smart dog. As if knowing it was being talked about, it immediately barked to acknowledge. But Roland was still truly terrified of puppies. Seeing that dogs didn't seem okay, Clos Torres then asked if the kids were afraid of cats. And Karina thought Roland and Melissa liked cats because the two kids used to have a cat before. Upon hearing about cats, Melissa confirmed she liked cats very much. Clos Torres said there were many cats in his mansion. Just a moment ago, the two kids were about to cry, and now look at their sparkling eyes. The kids are really cute. They must take after their mother. Just as he finished his thought, Clos Torres also startled himself. He didn't understand why he found this Madame Bless cute. Earlier, the Duke had said his mansion had a lot of cats, but she didn't expect there to be this many. They were everywhere. But warmly enough, Clos Torres remembered all their names. Daisy, Rose, this is Marigold. He introduced each cat to Roland and Melissa as if the cats were his family. Karina really didn't know if this was a Duke's mansion or a cat's mansion anymore. Clos Torres took the mother and children to the edge of the mansion, and this was exactly as Karina thought. The mother and children wouldn't stay in the main house of the mansion. Stepping into the wooden cabin, Karina was suddenly startled. Although it was just a wooden cabin on the outside, the inside was truly too much for the mother and children. Inside, there was even a bookshelf so Melissa and Roland could practice reading and studying. This place was really beyond the reach of Karina and the children. Yet the Duke apologized for not being able to prepare better things for them. Not at all. This is more than enough for us. Both Roland and Melissa really liked this place. They just kept running and playing with each other around the room. I also want to show you other places. Clos Torres led Karina to a room at the very back of the wooden cabin, which was filled with magical materials inside. Not just ordinary magical materials, but also rare materials like monster horns or mermaid scales. These things could only be found in the Forbidden Forest. This was the room that Clos Torres' cousin had used to research magical materials. The items radiating sparkling light with diverse shapes quickly attracted the attention of Roland and Melissa. It's dangerous for kids to run around here. Don't let the little ones in. It would be terrible if your children got hurt. Warned by Close Torres, Karina also reminded the kids. Roland and Melissa were good children. They replied yes and asked Karina for permission to go outside and play. Close Torres treated Roland and Melissa just like normal children. Karina was quite sure because he hadn't noticed the hidden magical potential in the children. But what made Karina wonder even more was why Close Torres showed her this room full of magical materials. But the answer that surprised Karina was, "It's my gift to you. Do you like it?" With the belief that Karina could become a magic merchant in the future, Close Torres gifted her a room full of magical materials so she could research. It was difficult when Close Torres spoke comfortably with Karina, but she couldn't do the same. She had to be careful and guarded when answering. "Sir, due to my physical condition, I cannot use magic, as you already know, so I cannot work for you." "I know." But what Duke Torres wanted was to give Karina a chance, not to discard her, because she was born unable to control the massive amount of magical power in her body. The Duke's hope was simply that Karina wouldn't give up, but would strive to cultivate her talent with the Duke's help. And from there, Karina and the children would have a better life, which made Close Torres satisfied. But Karina found it hard to understand what benefit the Duke would receive if she had a better life. But I feel that finding an undiscovered gemstone and then helping them develop their talent is very worthwhile. Even if they leave Torres later, it cannot be said that they won't be the ones to change the world and make it better. It was unknown where Close Torres got the confidence to assert that if Karina became a magic merchant, she would love Torres so much that she wouldn't want to leave this place. Suddenly, a huge crashing sound erupted, accompanied by cries of mom from clear voices. Weren't these the voices of her children? By the time Close Torres managed to react, he only saw a corner of Karina's dress. Zulfast. He looked incredibly impressed. When Karina opened the door, she saw both Roland and Melissa sitting flat on the ground, with everything around them in a mess. Afraid their mother would worry, the two children explained that they were hungry, so they went to find food, but a cat appeared. While Melissa firmly insisted it was a kitten, Roland shook his head in fierce opposition. "It's not a cat. It doesn't look like a cat at all." Roland asserted it wasn't a cat because its fur and eyes were a bit strange, so the two kids just kept disagreeing. "Yeah, it is a cat." A single sentence from Close Torres extinguished the siblings' debate. And of course, Melissa was very happy and acted as if she was the winner. We have many strange things like the cats from earlier. This was how the Duke dodged the children's questions. Perhaps Close Torres didn't want them to know the truth, and that thing wasn't a cat either. Suddenly, growling sounds emerged as Melissa's stomach beat like a drum, and Karina said, "Let Mom cook for you, okay?" But Close Torres immediately called the chef over. Close Torres took care of the mother and children, from their accommodation to their meals, and even Roland and Melissa's education. The person Close Torres planned to ask to teach Karina's two children was the best teacher in the territory, because she was teaching the most outstanding student in the empire. Truly, under that teacher's guidance, the kids would develop their other skills well and have a better life. When she asked and learned that the teacher was also teaching the princess from the south that Close Torres had mentioned earlier, Karina instantly wanted to refuse his offer to find a tutor. "Is that really okay? Are you sure it'll be okay for my children to study with your daughter?" "My daughter?" Close Torres was confused when hearing about his own daughter. When he finally understood, he realized that the Duke's daughter Karina was referring to his Atries. Close Torres affirmed that Atries was not his daughter, but that the princess from the south was actually his younger sister. Seeing the misunderstanding cleared, Close Torres again suggested letting Melissa and Roland study together with his younger sister. But Atries was, after all, a noble lady. Karina and her children were just commoners. How could they possibly study together? At this moment, Close Torres brought up his promise to Karina to find the best tutor for her children, and he did not want to break his promise to her at all. However, Karina was still worried about letting her children study with a talented tutor when their social statuses were unequal. But the Duke insisted that it was possible. Close Torres then asked for the children's ages. First was Roland, who was 8 years old. Lady Atries was 4 years older than Roland, meaning she was 12. The age gap between the children was simply too wide. What would happen here was that they could not study the same curriculum together. If Atries was 12, then she was a whopping 15 years apart from Clos Torres, which was unexpectedly distant. Clos Torres decided on his own that tomorrow would be the first lesson for the two siblings, Roland and Melissa. As he spoke, he walked towards a bell, picked it up, and rang it. A jingling sound rang out, and a girl with her hair in a high bun and wearing glasses, named Terrace, appeared. She politely placed her hand on her chest and greeted, "It is an honor to meet you. I am Terrace." But as soon as she saw Roland and Melissa, she immediately understood that these were the two students she would be taking charge of in the near future. Before Clos Torres could even ask her about having the siblings, Roland and Melissa, study before or after Atries, she flatly refused to teach them. Clos Torres really wanted to know the reason behind a refusal that seemed to defy his orders like that. Perhaps she did not want to teach commoner children of humble status. Roland and Melissa were so frightened that they had to clutch the hem of Karina's skirt and step back. Noticing the fear from the two poor children, Terrace simply said that she was currently too busy just teaching Lady Atries alone, so she could not take on two more students. "So, do you mean Atries has caused some trouble recently?" But the answer was beyond expectations because Atries was actually very talented. What the young lady had studied over the past few days far exceeded her age. She is doing so well that it is hard for me to keep up, even though I put my whole heart into what I teach her. It should take 3 tutors to keep up with her. She went on and on about the talented young lady of Torres. In the end, she still refused to teach Roland and Melissa on the grounds that she had never taught such young children before. And preparing lessons for the little ones would take time, which would affect her preparation for the young ladies' classes. Of course, they could not let Atries' studies be affected, nor could they force Terrace. Thus, Clos Torres decided to let her withdraw and promised to find another tutor as soon as possible. However, the mother and her children felt bad about troubling the Duke. To move past what had just happened, Karina brought up Atries, the outstanding young lady of the House of Torres who had just been mentioned. Clos Torres immediately showed his pride, saying that she was a good student and also a good younger sister. The look in Clos Torres's eyes when mentioning Atries was truly warm and gentle. Remembering that Melissa had been very hungry earlier, the Duke invited the whole family to the main house to have a meal with him. Having a meal together between a noble and commoners was quite absurd. But to Clos Torres, Karina's family were honored guests, not servants. So it was perfectly normal for Karina to share a meal with him. Don't feel too pressured. It is just a meal, not some grand banquet. In the end, they had to accept the invitation from the Duke. The 4 of them gathered around the dining table. Everything remained peaceful until Clos Torres shared a few words. "It has been a long time since I dined with others." Yet he clearly had a younger sister, Atries. But Atries doesn't like me. Karina realized that their relationship did not seem very good. In contrast to the quiet atmosphere, Melissa and Roland were smiling brightly, happily eating the delicious food on the table. The children seemed to enjoy it very much. Their table manners are excellent. They don't even raise their voices while eating. You have raised them very well. But a moment later, Karina remembered the backstory she had fabricated, in which Roland and Melissa were the children of her late husband and his ex-wife. She immediately shook her head and denied it, saying that all the manners were taught by her ex-husband to his children. Was he a noble? Karina shook her head, as if realizing something was awkward. So Clos Torres immediately apologized, explaining that he only asked because the children seemed better educated than others their age. Sensing Clos Torres' suspicion, Karina had to say that her late husband was a merchant. He must have been a very smart man. He surely left behind a large fortune. So why are you and your children struggling so much? While eating, they got choked up, and the 2 children protested about Rung Ku. Our uncle is a bad man. That's right. He beat us and took all of our money. It was indeed a lifesaver. Yes, my brother-in-law took all of my husband's fortune. He even planned to sell the children. That is why we had to flee empty-handed. Only then did Clos Torres learn the reason why Karina had brought the 2 children to Torres instead of the capital, Edgemer. Do you still want to go to the capital someday? Karina's answer might disappoint the Duke, but Clos Torres was not disappointed at all to learn that she would eventually leave. It was only natural for her to want to go there. But what Clos Torres wondered was why Karina did not directly ask him to remove the mark from the mark magic right away. The children probably don't know about the mark yet, right? Sensing that their mother had something she could not easily speak of, the two sensible children chimed in to help change the subject. They praised one dish after another to distract everyone. "We are very good, aren't we, brother?" "Yes." "Melissa, eat some more." Realizing the current atmosphere, the Duke apologized for his lack of consideration. "No, it is not like that. I'm not particularly curious either." Indeed, Karina was a cautious person, so she usually wanted to know the exact cause and solution for most things. Yet strangely, this time she did not ask anything at all. "I believe you'll do a good job, because you promised." Such absolute trust was evident on the face of that small girl. It made Close Torres feel a bit embarrassed. Besides, I also want to devote all my heart to taking care of the children. What a stubborn Duke. First, a tutor, and now a chef. He was actually going to send a private chef to the mother and her children. But quickly, with the reason that this chef would also act as a bodyguard for Karina and her children, she had to agree. With a talent-obsessed personality like Close Torres, his chef must be an extraordinary person. Boom! Although she knew it was impolite to stare at others. Just as the Duke had said, this chef was indeed tall and muscular, capable of protecting others. Karina's tiny hand was only half the size of a chef's hand. The two shook hands to get acquainted. "Pleased to meet you. I am Edward Harris. You could just call me Edward." "It is my pleasure as well. Thank you for agreeing to be our chef and bodyguard from now on. I will do my best not to cause any trouble." The Torres mansion was indeed hospitable. "Please don't mind it. You are a guest of our mansion. Please make yourself at home." This chef was quite interesting. He spoke as if he were the master of the mansion, even though the actual master was standing right here. The Duke was probably used to this, so he did not mind at all. Busy with work, Close Torres invited Karina's family back to the cabin to rest. But suddenly, Edward hesitated. "By the way, Your Grace, it seems Chichester is in some trouble." Close Torres wondered why Chichester had not told him anything, to which Edward replied, "I can tell just by looking, since he and I have known each other for a very long time." Not wishing to keep his butler waiting any longer, the Duke finally bid everyone farewell to attend to his business. The two of them looked more like friends than master and servant. Although Edward had a muscular, bulky build, with a scar running diagonally across his face, he was an incredibly friendly and warm-hearted person. "Hello, you two. You're Roland, and you're Melissa, right?" As they got to know each other, Edward suggested the children call him Uncle Edward. Melissa and Roland seemed to really like this chef. Edward showed Karina's family around the estate on their way back to the cabin. Children being children, they always had 1,000 questions. After walking for a while, Roland asked Uncle Edward, "What is this?" What Roland pointed to was a gargoyle statue. Gargoyles were monsters that lived on the continent of Saran since ancient times. They were evil creatures that used to eat living humans, but humans gathered their strength to fight back against the gargoyles. After a very long battle, all the gargoyles were defeated, and this statue was created to commemorate the painful sacrifices of our ancestors. "So, are there still gargoyles now?" Melissa listened intently to the story and asked. It seemed Edward also had a habit of teasing children. He let out a fake chuckle, and asked if they really wanted to know, making the two children so terrified that they clung to Karina. Seeing the little ones on the verge of tears, Edward smiled and said, "Of course not. The gargoyles have all been locked away in the dungeon," laughing heartily at successfully scaring Melissa and Roland. "But if you don't listen to your mother and cause trouble, the gargoyles will come for you." But since Roland and Melissa were both good children, they immediately and proudly declared that the gargoyles would never catch them. Upon returning to the cabin, Edward discussed the arrangement and suggested Karina and her children stay on the second floor, so that in case of an intruder, Edward could stop them. Finding it reasonable, Karina followed Edward's suggestion and led the children up to the second floor. Roland and Melissa eagerly ran up to choose their rooms. "We want to choose this room." As soon as they reached the second floor, the siblings were already standing in front of a room. Normally, Karina should have been happy that the children were so good and did not argue over the rooms as she had expected. On the contrary, this made her even more worried, as the two children wanted to choose a spacious room with 2 beds so they could stay together. But Karina really wanted them to have separate rooms so they could grow up strong, independent, and rely less on each other. However, Roland insisted on choosing this double room because that way he could protect Melissa. Even though Karina promised to protect them well, they still insisted on sharing this this room together. All right, then you two can share the room. But Karina still wanted the children to feel safe rather than always being on guard. After hesitating for a long time, Roland finally gathered the courage to ask Karina, "Mom, were you marked by bad people? Earlier, the Duke said you have a mark. What if the bad people hurt you?" Roland was genuinely worried about Karina. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it, but now that he knew, Roland couldn't just ignore his mother. After all, Karina had done so much for him and his sister. Karina knew there was no other way but to comfort the boy, as the Torres mansion was extremely safe. But as long as that mage is alive, I cannot remove that mark. Karina was worried that Roland knew about the marking spell. Although she was proud that Roland was very smart, this was not good magic. Fearing that Roland might be secretly learning forbidden magic, Karina asked how he knew about mark magic. As expected, Rungku was the one who had taught Roland about mark magic. The marking spell was so cruel that even Close shuddered at it. Yet she did not expect Rungku to teach Roland this magic. Now Karina worried that if Roland knew, Melissa would too. Therefore, she had to act fine so the children could feel safe relying on her. "But Roland, you don't need to worry. I don't feel any pain at all. As long as we are in this mansion, even if the bad people come, we will still be safe." The Duke promised to protect us. But Roland was still worried because in the books he had read, the pain caused by the mark was very severe. Karina was startled by her son's extensive knowledge, but could only insist that she felt no pain at all. Tears immediately welled up in Melissa's eyes. "Mom is lying. It hurts, but you say it doesn't." But in truth, Karina did not feel any pain. Not at all. To prove it, she picked Melissa up. If it were painful, how could she lift Melissa like this? "But if it hurts, you must tell us, Mom." Melissa and Roland also wanted to support Karina. Roland wanted to be hugged by his mother too, but feeling too old for it, he only approached and stood silently behind her. Understanding his thoughts, Karina knelt down to make eye contact and hugged the boy. Before this, the children had never clung to her like this, but now they did. She believed that trust had truly built between her and the children. Composing herself, Karina asked Roland and Melissa to help her choose a room. "I will choose the best room for you, Mom." Just like that, the two siblings playfully ran all over the second floor, checking room after room. They were so adorable. "Mom!" A panicked scream startled Karina. She immediately rushed to where the children's scream came from. When Karina arrived, they only said, "It disappeared," and the story from that afternoon repeated itself. The two siblings kept arguing with each other. One said it was a red-eyed cat with bristled fur, while the other insisted it wasn't a cat, but a rock, a moving rock. But since Close Torres had not warned them about anything, that mysterious creature probably wouldn't harm humans. Therefore, to defuse the situation, Karina promised to ask the Duke about it next time. "Mrs. Bless, could you come downstairs for a moment? I have something to tell you." Hearing Edward's voice, Karina quickly ran downstairs. He said that the Duke had found a teacher for her children. Karina did not expect Close Torres to find a tutor so quickly. Actually, he had persuaded Mrs. Terrace, but she agreed on one condition. All classes must take place in the library of the main house. If that talented teacher really agreed to teach Roland and Melissa, it would be wonderful. Because of this, Karina looked forward to it very much. The classes will start from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. every morning, so please bring the children to the main house entrance at 10 a.m. The next morning arrived. Today was the first time Roland and Melissa would have a tutor, so to prevent them from getting lost, Karina brought the children an hour early. She was indeed a thoroughly cautious person. Melissa held her mother's hand like it was her first day of school. "Can you come with us, Mom?" Karina also wanted to, but since this was a study area only for the students, she could not enter. However, this time Roland and Melissa would be studying in the same class instead of being separated like before. This was the best thing for the children. Suddenly, a child's voice rang out, "Angela, who are those messy children?" These words touched a sore spot for Karina, startling her because the ones they were referring to were Roland and Melissa. Turning around, she saw a beautiful girl with very unusual yet captivating violet hair and eyes. Seeing someone this beautiful, Karina guessed this was the person the Duke had mentioned, Atrice de Villatorez, the princess from the south. "Hello, Lady Atrice." Karina bowed respectfully, but Atrice did not return the greeting. Instead, she coldly turned to the maid beside her and asked, "Are these the people the Duke brought back recently?" Angela confirmed that was the case, and Atrice began to judge the mother and her children. "These people are so dirty." Angela tactfully reminded the young lady that they might hear her criticisms, but Atrice ignored it and stepped in front of Karina. "Were you going dressed so shabbily?" At the Duke's request, I am bringing my children to their teacher." Sensing that this southern princess was quite arrogant, Karina was more careful in her conversation. Sensing something strange, the girl immediately questioned the identity of the teacher who would instruct Roland and Melissa, because the Duke did not allow any teachers in or out of the mansion except for Mrs. Terrace. "That is correct. My children's teacher is Mrs. Terrace." Atrice looked on in disbelief and called Karina a liar. "My mom is not lying. The Duke himself was the one who proposed it to my mom first." They were usually very well behaved, but as soon as someone targeted their mother, Roland and Melissa did not hesitate to stand up and fight back, no matter who their opponent was. Having ignored them until now, it was only when Roland and Melissa spoke up that Lady Atrice had a chance to evaluate the two children. "But you kids are so sloppy. Take them a change into new clothes and then come back here. Hurry up," Atrice bossily and aggressively ordered. Catching the word sloppy, Karina couldn't help but think, was the clothing the children wore in the Duke's mansion really not neat enough? But she didn't have enough money to buy them better clothes right now anyway. Roland and Melissa seemed to feel ashamed, so they stopped speaking. As a mother, she had to protect her children. "I apologize, Lady Atrice, but these are our best clothes." Atrice looked completely shocked. Because of that, she wanted to confirm if these clothes were indeed the neatest they had. "We cannot afford to buy things like that." At this, Atrice finally realized that Karina did not have enough money to buy more luxurious clothes for her children, and Karina also accepted this truth with composure. A heavy silence fell, and no one dared to break the balance. But then Atrice spoke up, "Angela, give those kids some of my old clothes. Don't worry, I can't fit into them anymore anyway. I can give you a few sets, but I can't wear dresses," Roland said aggrievedly in response to Atrice's words. "You don't need to give us clothes," Melissa spoke up as if Atrice had stepped on her pride. Atrice really couldn't understand why these needy children dared to refuse her good intentions. To salvage the current situation, taking the blame was the safest bet. Roland and Melissa loved to run and play around. "I'm afraid the young lady's beautiful clothes will be ruined in a week." But in fact, this was a tactful refusal because Karina knew Melissa was about to blow her top over Atrice's hurtful words. Of course, the kids would be careful not to ruin the young lady's clothes, but then they wouldn't feel comfortable. Finally, Atrice understood Karina's feelings and let her take her two children to class. "The princess seems like a bad person. Yeah, she's really rude." With every step, Roland and Melissa kept making remarks about the most beautiful princess of Torres. Seeing her children acting inappropriately, Karina tried to smooth things over. "Maybe she behaved that way because she is not used to us yet. But when I explained, she understood immediately, remember?" However, Roland and Melissa still held a strong grudge against Atrice. If she knew you too well, she wouldn't say those things anymore. Seeing that the two children still weren't convinced, Karina smiled and hugged her two children. "Who wouldn't like lovely children like you two?" Realizing it was late, the mother and children rushed to the library without stopping to rest. "Good morning, Madame Terrace. I thought we would be here early, but it seems we are late." Seeing Terrace standing in front of the library holding a pocket watch, Karina worried she had been waiting for them for a while. "It's okay. I was afraid you might get lost, so I came out early to meet you." The servants in the Duke's mansion were indeed very nice, from Mr. Edward to Madame Terrace. It seemed Clos Torres also had a good eye for people. To better understand her students, Terrace asked Karina about any things to note before the lesson began. Karina thought for a moment. Both of them can read and write simple words. Roland also knows a few difficult words. After grasping her students' levels, Madame Terrace brought the two children inside and bid farewell to Mother Karina. Before she left, Melissa pulled her back, expressing her wish to play with her mother after the lesson. And Karina agreed, treating it as a reward if Melissa listened to Madame Terrace and studied hard. The door closed, the silhouettes of the two children slowly growing smaller. As Karina turned back to return to the wooden house, she suddenly saw a small figure hiding behind the wall, dressed entirely in purple. Without needing to think, she knew it was Lady Atrice because she had purple as her signature color, with her distinct purple hair that couldn't be mistaken for anyone else. Karina was sure it was Lady Atrice. "Are you looking for me, my lady?" Since she was discovered, Atrice no longer bothered to hide. Instead, she boldly revealed herself as if it was something very embarrassing. Atrice clutched her dress tightly, her cheeks blushing red. "Come to see me for afternoon tea." She didn't greet her, but sounded like she was giving an order. Karina's face was full of question marks upon being invited to afternoon tea by a young lady of the Duke's household. Thinking Karina didn't understand, Atries emphasized again, "That's right, it's my tea time." It wasn't that Karina didn't hear or understand, but a noble inviting a commoner to an afternoon tea party was truly inappropriate. "Do your servants know that you invited me to an afternoon tea party?" Atries showed annoyance when Karina asked if she needed to consult Angela's opinion. "It's clear that you are the young lady." Seeing Atries feel annoyed, Karina knew she had misspoken and bruised the young girl's pride. Therefore, she immediately apologized. "Is it because I didn't invite you properly? But it's not your fault." Atries surprised Karina again when she felt she was disrespecting Karina by abruptly inviting her to an afternoon tea party like that. Gathering all her courage, "Come eat cake and drink tea with me." The image of a shy young lady, clutching her dress tightly to be braver, along with Atries's words that made her seem very lonely, made Karina ponder. Was it because she was lonely? She studied with a tutor, so she didn't go to school, and she didn't feel comfortable around the servants either. Her only brother, Clos Torres, was too far apart in age from her. Sympathizing with Atries's situation, Karina accepted the invitation. But it was indeed difficult because Karina could only spare time until Roland and Melissa finished their classes. What Karina meant was that she wanted to suggest having tea right now because she figured it was just a cup of tea and she was currently free, so why not have it right away? Pausing for a beat, Karina seemed to realize she had made a faux pas. Do nobles only have afternoon tea during a designated time? Karina immediately apologized to Atries for being impolite due to her unfamiliarity with noble etiquette. Atries used a childish voice. "Ahem, it's fine. I'll overlook it this time." But Karina really had to explain the truth that if it wasn't now, it wouldn't be possible later because she had to take care of her 2 children and assist the Duke. She was truly very busy. Atries seemed to be in a rush about something. "Then let's have tea right now." Suddenly, Karina burst out laughing, and this made Atries extremely confused about the reason. "You are too cute, my lady." "I'm not cute." After saying that, Atries turned around and left, using the excuse of preparing for the tea party. But Karina kept laughing, making the little princess very shy. Karina followed Atries to the young lady's specially prepared afternoon tea room. Seeing that the guide was the noble young lady herself and not a servant or guard, Karina's curious nature flared up again. "By the way, where are your servants, my lady?" "You mean Angela? Do you want to see her?" Atries's gaze clearly showed disgust. So Karina just said she was simply curious. "I sneaked out away from her. I have to listen to her scolding all day long, so I wanted to hide from her and come out here." Atries's voice sounded aggrieved and angry. But Karina also somewhat guessed that it was because Angela had scolded her about what happened earlier with Roland and Melissa. Unexpectedly, Karina had guessed correctly, making Atries pause for a beat. "I apologize for what happened earlier." The Torres siblings really knew how to surprise people. A noble wanting to apologize to a commoner? "I wanted to invite you to afternoon tea to apologize." Not letting Karina doubt any longer, Atries once again confirmed her purpose. But it seemed that Angela wouldn't allow the things the little girl wanted to do. So this time Atries wanted to escape Angela to decide for herself. Because she was young and had no peers, Atries's manners were all learned from Angela. Atries realized that her words had hurt others. "That's true. I am fine, but my children were very sad." Feeling that she was truly in the wrong, Atries resolved that when Roland and Melissa finished class, she would drop by and apologize to the 2 kids. Having revealed her purpose, Atries was worried that Karina would have no reason to join her for afternoon tea. But Atries still wanted to have afternoon tea with Karina, so she asked, and surprisingly, Karina agreed immediately. "You promised, okay? When opportunity comes, you have to seize it." Therefore, Atries quickly showed Karina the way. Atries's tea room was indeed as beautiful as a fairy tale. Flowers and leaves were blooming, and warm sunlight shone in. I didn't even know a place like this existed in the mansion. It was indeed so incredibly beautiful that Karina nodded vigorously in agreement. An almond blossom petal fell onto Karina's hair. And this was the first time she had seen an almond tree. Every year, when the almond blossoms bloom, I have tea here. It seemed Atries strictly followed rules and habits. Therefore, Karina wanted to ask if afternoon tea was a habit of hers. "Do you often have tea here, my lady?" But the answer was a period of silence. Seeing Atries quiet for a long time, Karina spoke up to bring Atries back, which startled the girl because she had lost focus. Atri said she was fine and picked up the bell to summon Angela to prepare for the afternoon tea party. When the bell rang, very quickly Angela was present to serve the young lady. Just as Karina thought, word of her arrival had spread among everyone, and of course, Angela also knew. Because of this, Angela was puzzled since it was only 10 o'clock and afternoon tea time was at 2 p.m., so she couldn't understand her master inviting Madame Bless for afternoon tea at this hour. Indeed, it wasn't just any time of the day that they had tea, as if seeing that she had bothered Atris. Karina felt very embarrassed. "Oh, Madame Bless, you are the one who wants to have tea before the young lady?" To not even know such basic manners. As if just waiting for an opportunity to be sarcastic. Catching the main point of Karina's statement, Angela immediately spoke up to mock her. "Stop it, Angela. I'm the one who wants to have tea right now, because Madame Bless has no other free time." Angela's words were very misleading, and Atris truly hated that. Therefore, the little girl got angry and clearly distinguished her status from Angela. Seeing that Angela was still puzzled, Atris added, "Shouldn't we make time for someone who is busy?" Angela could only sigh and compromise. She was absolutely helpless. Immediately, Angela rang the bell to summon the maids in charge of afternoon tea. "Lady Atris wants to have tea right now. Go prepare quickly." The maids serving afternoon tea paused at this unusual request. "What? Is there some rule that says we can't have tea right now?" The little girl Atris showed her annoyance and turned away. Catching the vibe of their little master, the maids immediately stepped down and went to prepare afternoon tea. After just a moment, porcelain teapots, porcelain cups, and lovely pastries placed on porcelain plates were laid out. Everything was very meticulous and luxurious. This left Karina wide-eyed and slack-jawed, staring endlessly. Seeing that Karina seemed to like it, Atris invited her to have tea. "I'm glad you like it. Let's drink our tea before it gets cold." Each sugar cube compressed into a Rubik's shape was dropped into the teacup. The sound of the small spoon clinking against the edge of the cup was also quite poetic. Every gesture of hers was very elegant. Just as Duke Torres had said, Atris was indeed a princess living here in Torres. When Atris asked if Karina liked it, Karina replied that she really liked it. But to Karina, "Actually, I think all tea tastes the same, but these scones are really delicious." It seemed she was trying very hard to perform those etiquettes. Observing, Karina saw Atris forcing herself stiffly in order to keep her back straight. Karina thought Atris was waiting for a compliment from her for this elegance. But for a little girl to have to sit in an uncomfortable posture while eating delicious food like this, that wasn't good for a little girl at all. Unable to take it anymore, Karina set her teacup down and spoke the truth. "Lady Atris, you don't feel comfortable sitting like that, do you?" Noticing Karina's insolence toward the little master, Angela, standing nearby, spoke up to reprimand Karina. Karina was not one to be outdone. She directed all attention to Atris's posture and asserted that the little girl couldn't possibly be comfortable eating. Karina was indeed busy when even Lady Atris forcing herself to perform etiquette fell within the scope of what she wanted to worry about. Seeing that things seemed to be going too far, Atris spoke up to stop Angela. "Angela, shut up." It was quite shocking that this was the second time she told her close servant to shut up. But looking closely, one would realize Lady Atris was crying. The little girl was truly tearing up, teardrops rolling down the corners of her eyes. While Angela was worried because her little mistress was crying, a weak voice spoke up. "Thank you. It is indeed difficult, so I couldn't eat properly." More than anyone else, Karina understood perfectly the feeling of having to follow etiquette rules for a long time. But Atri said that no matter what, she just had to try her best. Why was she so obsessed with rules? It was clear that the Duke was never obsessed with rules when conversing with others. Like a noble, Karina knew that Atris's adherence to rules would be helpful when attending royal banquets. So Karina suggested why the little girl shouldn't relax herself a bit right now. But the answer from Atris was a kind of helplessness, because this is what a young lady like me should do. Isn't it too obvious? Because you're the young lady of the Torres house. What else? Angela on this side interrupted their conversation. But Karina's perspective was very clear. With a high status like Lady Atris, if she let herself loose a little, who would dare to gossip? "I see you're the only one talking." Karina pointed her spearhead at Angela. It's true that etiquette would greatly help elevate the young lady's status in aristocratic circles. But if it bothered her all day long, was this really useful? "My lady, don't listen to her. She's just a commoner." Even a commoner could understand the young lady's discomfort. It was a lively back-and-forth exchange. Angela was angry. How could Karina use her status as a lowly person to compare herself with her luxurious Lady Atries? Atries at this moment spoke up to the maid with a cold voice. "Stop insulting Madame Bless, Angela." Angela was startled when she saw Atries's angry glare aimed at her along with the commanding words. Aggressive. Realizing that things had gone too far, Karina had to sit in silence and watch. "Can you give us some privacy to talk?" "If this is what you want, my lady, I will comply." Upon Atries's request, Angela turned her back and left the room. After Angela left, Atries clearly revealed a dejected appearance. Karina pushed some tissues towards her. "My lady, go ahead and cry freely." As if someone had voiced her heart, Atries didn't hide it anymore and started sobbing loudly. The little girl's sobbing echoed throughout this initially silent room. "The harder it is, the harder I must work, because I want to become a perfect young lady. So no matter how difficult it is, I will strive and try my best." It turned out what Atries was worried about was that people's gazes would feel she didn't have enough qualities to be a young lady of the nobility. Karina comforted Atries that right now the little girl was already very perfect, so she shouldn't force herself to do things that made her uncomfortable. "What? I am perfect?" Atries raised the question as she truly couldn't believe she was rated so highly. "Call me Atries." How could Karina resist an order? But could a commoner like her call a noble young lady by her name? "This is a privilege, so don't refuse it." Karina smiled when she saw Atries mumbling in embarrassment. After all, Atries was just a 12-year-old girl. Finding it too hard to refuse, Karina agreed to the Torres princess's suggestion. "Certainly, but instead I will refer to you as Miss Atries. People will find it weird if I only call out the young lady's name." The agreement was established, and Atries seemed to really like the answer Karina gave. The little girl kept smiling radiantly. Since it was time for Karina to pick up her children, the two's afternoon tea party had to come to a halt. Atries felt guilty because they had managed to have this tea party with great difficulty, but she ended up ruining it all. "It's okay. Next time we will continue having tea together." Karina's suggestion made Atries very happy. Plans should be made right away while it's hot, so Atries suggested that Karina come have tea with her again tomorrow. Well, Karina had tried to avoid Atries's adorable aura, but it was too bright. "Look at those sparkling eyes, making it impossible for me to refuse even if I wanted to." Coming up with a good idea, Karina paused and suggested to Atries, "Miss Atries, you once said you wanted to apologize to my children, right?" Seeing Atries confirm it was true, Karina invited the young lady to visit her house tomorrow. Atries didn't expect she could go to the place where Karina was living and even receive an invitation to have lunch together, so she immediately agreed right away. The next morning, indeed, Atries came to Karina's place when Roland and Melissa had finished class and returned home. Atries's appearance was too unfamiliar, and it put Roland and Melissa on guard. The two kids clung tightly to their mother's skirt and hid behind her, constantly throwing out remarks, such as "she is a rude young lady," or "she said we were filthy." These were absolutely accurate remarks, so Atries could only stand quietly in one place and listen. As if to bridge the gap, Atries stepped closer to the kids, so her apology could be more sincere. After her apology, Atries promised never to do such a rude thing again. "Really?" Roland was suspicious, so the little boy asked again to confirm many times. "Yeah, I swear." Atries nodded vigorously. "Then I will let it pass this time." "Me too. I will only overlook it this time." Startled by the two kids' overstepping attitude in front of Lady Torres, Karina reprimanded the two of them. "You must be polite to the young lady." "It's fine, Madame Bless. I am very glad that the two kids have accepted my apology." Halfway through speaking, a knock on the door rang out, causing Atries's intention to invite the mother and children to have tea together to be instantly frozen in place. The knocking showed no sign of stopping, so Atries told Karina to open the door to welcome the uninvited guest in. When the door opened, it was as if all the memories at the Weather Jewelry store were reenacted. The Duke appeared with his usual greeting. "Long time no see, Madame Bless." Karina was surprised and dumbfounded by the long-time no-see greeting, because the two of them hadn't seen each other for only 2 days. Karina's words successfully made closed Torres blush. It's only been 2 days? I thought it had been a very long time. While Clos Torres was immersed in the 2 days, a voice familiar to him spoke up. So what brings you here? The reason Clos Torres came here was related to the Mark magic. The night before, he had received a secret report that the Vega Kingdom was behind this matter. But not believing his own ears, the Duke confirmed it many times with Chichester. But Chichester confirmed this was accurate news because their side had caught the spy communicating with the Vega Kingdom. What made Clos Torres frown in confusion was the Vega Kingdom. They did not believe in magic, so he thought that Spy was instructed to answer like that if caught. But Chichester was still certain it was Vega because the spy they caught was a younger sister working as a royal maid of Vega. But according to the Duke, a commoner working as a royal maid could also be a setup. Clos Torres was too suspicious, so Chichester handed over the investigation documents. After reading, he turned to blame himself for being too subjective. Chichester felt pity at his master's self-blame, but he could not advise anything when he kept saying it was because he and Weather had not warned Madame B.S. in advance. As if understanding something, Chichester asserted that Karina had blamed the Duke, but he kept denying it. Chichester had followed Clos Torres since he was young. How could he lie to him? Therefore, Clos Torres admitted that Karina had complained, but Clos Torres did not blame Karina even a little bit. What was important now was that he had a clue and he would quickly resolve this matter. But the scary thing was that Clos Torres suspected Vega had roped in the royal mages, which would make it difficult for them to investigate. The Vega Kingdom, which shared a border with Torres, once had friendly relations with the mages since the founding of the nation. Some previous kings were chosen by the mages and became their puppets. Then everything changed. The Vega royal family became extremely hateful of the mages. Furthermore, when the current king ascended the throne, he ordered the expulsion of all mages from the palace and the kingdom. Anyone who protected them would be strictly punished, but nothing was absolutely guaranteed. So Clos Torres worried that the Vega king hired mages to attack Torres. If true, Clos Torres needed to report this to the palace immediately. Afraid of making a fuss, Clos Torres wanted to confirm how many people knew that Vega was behind this. Chichester immediately confirmed that there were only exactly 3 people. The local informant, me, and the investigator knew. Immediately, Clos Torres ordered Chichester to tell the 2 investigators that this case was closed and they did not need to continue investigating. The rest would be investigated by the Duke himself, but Chichester still hoped the Duke would report to the king to receive more investigation forces. But Clos Torres only wanted to report to the king when everything was resolved. But Chichester wondered if the manpower was so small now. How could they find the mage who had marked Karina? It was precisely because they were still stalking Karina that the mage would surely linger in Torres. Therefore, catching that cruel mage was only a matter of time. Chichester did not think it would be that easy and wondered whether Karina could be safe and return home soon. When mentioning that Karina would return home after the Mark magic was dispelled, Clos Torres's body stiffened slightly. This was caught in Chichester's eyes, and he worried. Could it be that because he did not want Madame B.S. to return, the master did not want to catch that mage anymore? Thus, Clos Torres's purpose was too clear. The young master wanted to both catch the mage and keep Karina by his side. To be honest, I really don't know what you find interesting about Madame B.S. Clos Torres used the excuse that Karina possessed an innate extraordinary ability, and he did not want to miss such a talent. Understanding the master's reason, Chichester finally stopped dissuading him and instead encouraged the master to quickly recruit Karina while she was still in this mansion, because as she was being protected by him, she could not slap him in the face like before. Clos Torres did not understand what Chichester was talking about, because Karina had never done something as disrespectful as slapping him in the face. Chichester gently explained that those times she rejected him. This action is called slapping in the face by the youth, as if adding a new word to his dictionary. And as Chichester's words last night were very correct, the Duke put on a confident look and went to find Karina to recruit her again. With the confidence that the situation was different now, Clos Torres came to the door of Karina's wooden house and knocked firmly. He was determined to persuade her one more time. But the gate was unlocked, so Clos Torres went straight inside and heard the noise, so he knew everyone was at home. And it was true. Welcoming him was Karina with her hair tied in a ponytail and a pale pink dress. looking truly exceedingly beautiful. He was very glad to see her, as if he hadn't seen her in a long time. That was why there was the situation as mentioned above. It's been a long time since I saw Madame B.S., but 2 days were still only 2 days since they had last met. And Clos Torres came here because he had something to say. Because the Duke had something to say, Karina invited him inside, and she truly wondered why the Duke's face was so red. Suddenly, Karina remembered that Atries was inside, and he had confided that the two of them were not very close. Atries, why are you here? Clos Torres's appearance made Atries feel scared. Roland and Melissa also noticed the fear from Atries, so they also stepped back with her. Karina thought to herself, was she not allowed to come to the annex without prior notice? Obviously, the Duke didn't give prior notice either. Atries, I ask you again, why did you come here? Atries choked up in fear, stammering constantly in her throat. Then Atries told the truth that she came to apologize to Roland and Melissa for having made a terrible mistake. Clos Torres, seemingly wanting to investigate to the end, asked what exactly his younger sister had done wrong to Madame B.S. I said the 2 children were filthy. Atries, trembling, reported to her brother, breaking out in a cold sweat. Atries, a roar from the Duke made a chilling atmosphere appear. Seeing the Duke yelling at Atries, Melissa quickly ran over to block in front of Atries, standing there as a small lump. Sir, we have accepted her apology. That's right, both Roland and Melissa had accepted to let go of Atries' matter. What Melissa did made Atries startled, so please don't yell at her. For Atries, this was truly very touching. Seeing Melissa's intense reaction, Clos Torres could only laugh because he had never intended to scold Atries even a little bit. Although his face looked angry, he truly wasn't angry at all. Madame B.S., today I will cook chicken soup. Edward popped his head out from the kitchen to show off the lunch he was going to cook today. What a savior. When he saw the Duke, Edward's face fell. Is the Duke going to have a meal with us today? Karina thought this was also a good idea, so she offered to invite the Duke to stay for a meal. Very quickly, Clos Torres agreed to the invitation. Then I will try my best to prepare the meal. Saying that, Edward busily turned back to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Because Clos Torres said he had something to say, Karina told the 2 children to go upstairs to play with Lady Atries, so they could have space to talk. Atries was surprised when she was allowed to play with Roland and Melissa. That's right, the 2 children's room is upstairs. I will call when lunch is ready. Until then, you can just play with the 2 children. Princess, this way. Roland and Melissa held Atries' hands and led her to their room. Karina was very happy that the 3 children became close to each other like this. Karina did not know that on this side, Clos Torres was gazing at her from beginning to end. Suddenly remembering that there was still someone here, Karina quickly caught the rhythm again. Ah, the children said they saw things like cats inside this mansion. Thinking he was about to be found out, Clos Torres was startled. Cats? The children probably saw mutated cats. They are creatures created from monsters and cats, but they do not pose a danger to humans. If they are a cross between monsters and humans, I don't think they're cute. That's why Roland was so scared. Karina nodded and exclaimed. Suddenly, the Duke on this side took the opportunity to say thanks. Thank you for everything. Thanks, but there must be a reason. Karina's 2 eyes blinked when Clos Torres stated the reason, that he had never seen Atries as happy as today. It seems she really likes playing with your children. Since you came to Torres, good things have been increasing. Thank you for coming to Torres. Finally, lunch was also prepared. I have prepared the dishes that the lady likes here. I didn't know you liked salmon and turkey. Clos Torres looked at Atries and casually asked. Edward immediately answered. The lady extremely likes them. The lady doesn't like other meat and fish, but for these 2 dishes, she always cleans her plate. But contrary to Edward's account, Atries trembled when holding her knife and spoon while eating these 2 dishes. Miss Atries, please be at ease. This is your favorite dish. You allowed Madame B.S. to call your name? Truly a suffocating meal. Atries stopped, answering that they had called each other like that for a while. Karina had forgotten to address her properly because the Duke was here. Madame B.S., please address me properly. In front of the Duke, Atries' face darkened, unhappy and uncomfortable since Clos Torres' appearance until now. Clos Torres heard that and spoke up again. What are you doing, Atries? Didn't you already give permission? Going against what you said is very disrespectful. Apologize to Madame B.S. Quickly, Atries heard her brother say that and immediately said, "I apologize, Madam B.S." The atmosphere was truly very tense with Close Torres's appearance. Karina said that she was fine and it was okay. Then the Duke started to sigh, seemingly agreeing. Is he the type of person who is only strict with his younger sister? Although, thought he's a bit tactless, but I think he has good intentions. Karina was speechless. Finally, the meal also went smoothly. Edward was truly a good chef. After the meal, Atries went upstairs with Roland and Melissa to play, leaving space for the mother and the Duke to chat. I apologize for Atries' behavior, but in Karina's eyes, Atries did not do anything so wrong to be harshly scolded like that in front of everyone. It seems Lady Atries feels uncomfortable near you, doesn't she? Outsiders could also feel this just by looking. I think she always feels uncomfortable when near me. Karina guessed it was due to the age gap between Close Torres and Lady Atries. At this moment, Close Torres became silent and told story. Almost all the people of Torres know that Atries is not my biological sister. Atries is the child of a couple who used to serve our family. Atries' parents were the most loyal people under the previous Duke. The two of them met with an accident while performing the mission assigned by the Duke and lost their lives right after. At that time, I was only 15 years old, visiting their house to help the Duke arrange their belongings. Then I met Atries for the first time, an infant left behind with a wet nurse. Her parents had no close relatives, and that is why my father adopted her. According to Karina's knowledge, nobles were not allowed to adopt unless it was an illegitimate child, which the Duke revealed. Therefore, many people thought Atries was an illegitimate child. Moreover, my father has dark hair like her. Karina guessed she must have always been looked down upon because the people of the Empire always regarded illegitimate children as a stain. The Duke also knew how she was often looked down upon by other nobles at social events. He could imagine that. It seemed Karina understood that feeling better than anyone else because she used to be like that too. And that is why Lady Atries always tries to follow the rules and do exactly according to the etiquette. The Duke also thought so, because only then would she not be faulted by anyone. Madam B.S., can I ask you for a favor? Please take care of Atries. I am asking you in the capacity of an older brother. But Karina wondered why he didn't do it himself for the lady. The Duke said he had also tried, but it wasn't easy. After my parents passed away, she and I were even more distant than before. And it has also been 7 years since my parents passed away. 7 years. So his parents probably passed away right when he just reached adulthood, right? Ending her thoughts, Close Torres on this side blamed himself. It was all because of him. Because he was too busy, he didn't know people were treating his younger sister like that. He clenched his fists, looking angry. I have never felt so troubled like this. Karina was worried. Suddenly thinking of a way, Karina yelled out, "It's still not too late, sir." According to her, since Lady Atries had opened her heart to a stranger like her, then, that even though we only just met, she will surely become close to you right away. It's even easier. Close Torres asked again, how can that be done? Thinking for a while, she remembered that the lady really liked handmade porcelain teacups because her tea room was full of such items. And it seemed the Duke had also never gifted her handmade teacups before, so Karina thought this was a good and meaningful gift. Close Torres felt he had truly never gifted his sister such things. So after a while of thinking, he was immediately convinced. Please remember that even a small amount of attention makes children happy. And Lady Atries is still a little girl. I thank you, confirming that Close Torres understood. So Karina urged him to hurry up, but Close Torres seemed to still not understand. Now you should go comfort your sister right away. Karina stood up, signaling that the matter was done and she had to leave. But Close Torres was still not ready, so he did not know what to do. Suddenly, a giggle rang out. It turned out that the siblings Roland and Melissa had been eavesdropping on their conversation all this time. Karina was very surprised. But we have been standing here all this time. You should quickly go to the lady. The two children happily pushed the Duke away. Hurry up before she cries more. Close Torres did not forget to thank Karina for helping him a lot, finally leaving a promise to meet next time. We were very good, right, Mom? The two children asked, as if expecting to be praised. Karina did not disappoint them at all. That's right, you two were very good. I hope the two of them can trust each other like a family. A loud call, Madam B.S. From outside. Very quickly, Karina recognized this was Lady Atries' voice, but strangely, from before until now, she had never called out loudly immediately like that. Fearing something had happened, Karina quickly ran out to see. Opening the door, she saw Lady Atreides standing outside with her maid. Unexpectedly, Lady Atreides rushed over and hugged her waist tightly, saying, "Thank you." Because it was too out of character, Angela wanted to remind her master. But Karina stopped her, letting her know that in this place there were only them anyway. Karina hugged Atreides in her arms and patted her head. At this time, Lady Atreides spoke up. "You know what? Today the Duke came to see me. A few hours ago, at the main house of the mansion, Atreides was still studying hard as usual when there was a knock on the door outside. Atreides, are you in there?" It was the Duke. He very politely asked his sister if he could come inside. It had been a very long time since her brother came to see her, so she was a bit flustered. She asked Angela, "Do I look messy? Am I okay?" Angela wanted to reassure her lady. "Yes, my lady is already perfect." At this time, Clos Torres opened the door and walked in. First, he apologized for disturbing her when she was busy. His appearance was shy, as if he had committed a crime. "The thing is, a merchant caravan will soon depart for the capital. By the way, do you need anything? I heard that the handmade pottery artisan you like lives in the capital." While speaking, the Duke scratched his cheek to be less shy. When Atreides confirmed that was correct information, Clos Torres continued, "Then I will ask the merchant caravan to get you a tea set from that artisan." Atreides indeed really liked that tea set. She asked Karina again, "Did you tell him?" Karina thought to herself, "Indeed, the Duke acts really fast." The little girl said with a voice full of excitement, "This is the first time he said things like that." "Thank you, Madam B.S." Atreides confided that the Duke had never cared about her like that before, which seemed to have made her very sad. Karina thought to herself that the two of them needed to trust each other more. Lady Atreides turned and said, "Angela, give the gifts to her." Karina was dreaming of the day the two siblings lived in harmony together. Then suddenly Angela brought over a gift and suggested Karina open it. Karina hesitated for a while, but then opened it. Inside were children's toys like toy carriages and balls. Lady Atreides revealed these were toys she used to play with. Karina thought Atreides wanted to lend them to Roland and Melissa to play with her, but Atreides said she wasn't lending them, but brought them as gifts for the little ones because she was also too old to play with toys like this. Then Atreides smiled very happily. But Lady Atreides is also only 12 years old. Karina accepted Atreides' gifts because Roland and Melissa would surely really like them. How dare you treat the young lady like a child? Like oil and water. Whenever Karina and Angela cross paths, they end up arguing. Are the rules in Torres different from the Empire's laws? Are people here considered adults at 12 instead of 20? The gifts Atreides brought seemed heavy, so Karina couldn't stand outside holding them forever. Therefore, she invited the young lady inside to have tea with her. "Whoa, can we really use these?" Just as expected, Roland and Melissa really liked the toys Atreides brought. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, the young lady allowed you too. The two polite children didn't forget to thank the older sister before starting to play. Atreides challenged Melissa on how to control the carriage and saw the little girl shake her head. Therefore, Atreides wound up the clockwork, showing the two little ones how to play. When finished winding, the carriage ran straight, making a clattering sound that made Melissa utterly fascinated. Her eyes followed the carriage without leaving it. "Do you have more toys like this, sister?" The three children played with toys and frolicked together. Over here, Karina noticed that Angela was smiling very happily. She didn't want Lady Atreides to spend time with commoners, but felt happy because the young lady was finally full of life. While watching the kids play, a knock on the door rang out. Karina thought to herself, there are quite a lot of visitors today, aren't there? Opening the door, Karina saw her former boss, Weather. "How have you been lately, Madam Bless?" Karina was also very happy to see Weather, but Weather wasn't the same. He looked urgent, so Weather asked Karina for permission to get straight to the point. "I found the one who placed the mark in your heart, and he is in Torres." "The culprit is in Torres?" Karina's face turned pale. Karina was afraid the culprit might be someone she knew, but fortunately, the answer was no. And Weather came here, hoping to ask Karina for help in catching him. "You will be the bait to catch him." Weather needed Karina to pretend that she had left the Duke's mansion and was living as if she had returned to her previous life. "The culprit will think we have lowered our guard. The moment he attacks, we will catch him right away." But Karina is a mother. She certainly thought of the worst-case scenario. What if that mage attacks successfully and no one catches him? Suddenly, Weather hesitated for a long time. Karina continued pressing. Someone will come to save me if that happens, right? I can't use magic or control magic power, but that's an experienced mage. Faced with a series of urgent questions, Weather shouted, Madame Bless, aren't you going to take a risk just once? This action made Karina feel hesitant. Both the Duke and I are very worried about your safety. That's not all. Don't you see that everyone in this mansion cares about you a lot? Then why suddenly? The ball that Roland and Melissa were playing with fell between them, interrupting the conversation. Have you two been here the whole time? But Roland and Melissa said they just wanted to know who had arrived. We didn't mean to eavesdrop, we swear. We're sorry, Mom. Karina went over to hug the two little ones, comforted them, and said everything would be fine. Over here, Weather had calmed down. I'm sorry for raising my voice at you. As you know, this is a dangerous situation. Karina was grateful to everyone in Torres. They worked so hard for her and her children, but she couldn't take the risk. Because if she died, who would take care of the kids? And Weather understood what Karina was thinking. The Duke himself didn't agree with this plan. He said we couldn't put you in danger. Karina only now realized that Close Torres was also worried about her safety. Could it be that this matter is related to the safety of all of Torres? Why? Although it's a bit of a pity, since we tried very hard to find the spy from the Vega Kingdom disguised as a servant. Weather sighed helplessly. A spy from Vega? This made Karina curious, but she knew that if she wanted to know, she had to follow the plan Weather had proposed earlier. Weather, can you explain to me what you just said? Atreides appeared out of nowhere and ordered Weather. Weather was shocked because he didn't understand why Lady Atreides was here. Why would you make her do something dangerous that even the Duke disagrees with? You even plan to make her the bait. Roland and Melissa then realized their mother would be in danger, so they tried their best to stop this plan. You can't put our mom in danger. Seeing Melissa react so fiercely, Weather had to offer another idea. Do you have another plan? Weather was also helpless seeing how fiercely the kids protected their mother. Although the mark cannot be taken out, you can copy it. But if we copy it and attach the mark to someone else, it will only put both in danger. So we can use a homunculus. Weather was surprised to see Karina knew about homunculi. Karina said she was taught about it before. But the difficult problem is that Torres doesn't have the capability to create a homunculus, because Torres doesn't even have a mage, as this would put the mage in danger. So they only resort to creating a homunculus as a last option. Karina thought of a way and suggested using the original form of the homunculus. What about using it? It won't need to be controlled or face any danger at all. But this wasn't a simple task either. Roland and Melissa looked at each other for a moment and then replied, we can do it. What? Do you kids know what a homunculus is? Roland and Melissa nodded vigorously to confirm. Karina recalled that they still kept one when they fled. Weather couldn't believe his eyes, but Karina confirmed she had a homunculus. Since Weather kept wondering why she had it, Karina planned to invent another excuse for her story. When we left our hometown, we brought along things that were valuable to us. Seeing Karina in an awkward position, Atreides spoke up to stop Weather when he kept pressing her. But Weather really didn't mean it that way. Yet Atreides seemed to summon the fierce beast inside her to warn him, don't bother Madame Bless. Weather shook his head because Atreides wouldn't let him ask anything at all. All right. Anyway, we need one. Bring it here. When Karina turned her back to fetch the homunculus, behind her was the sound of Weather and Lady Atreides arguing back and forth. Now I have a strong ally. Karina smiled. Is that it? Weather looked like he wanted to wash his eyes because he couldn't believe it. That squishy thing is a homunculus? Karina still didn't know if something was wrong. But Weather said this homunculus had no magic power at all. This can't be used. If we infuse it with more magic power, can it be used? The situation is yes, but it requires infusing a strong amount of magic power. And in Torres, there is no one who can do that. All right, there is you, Madame Bless. But Mom can't control magic power. She'll be in danger. It was indeed true. Roland and I can do it. Melissa raised her hand high to volunteer. What, you two? Lady Atreides' mouth fell open in shock. I think I can do it myself if it's just infusing magic power into it. But this isn't as easy as that. Roland, Weather voiced a warning. Roland stepped forward and muttered a spell. A magic circle appeared behind the boy, and Roland's entire body emitted a dazzlingly bright light. Weather questioned why a child could have such strong magic power. At the end of the spell, the homunculus went from a squishy state to becoming round. It's back. It's really successful. Oh my God, that's amazing. Everyone around didn't hesitate to praise Roland, but Roland humbly thought this was no big deal. It's rare to see Roland voluntarily cast magic, and after using his power, the boy was probably no longer as sad as before. On the contrary, Roland felt very happy. Weather patted the boy's head, full of praise. Your son is as extraordinary as you are. Madame Bless truly has talent. If he trains hard, he could become an archmage. Karina suddenly worried. If Weather already knew about Roland's talent, sooner or later Clos Torres would know too. Mr. Weather, the thing is, thinking Karina was going to have another issue with the plan, he just wanted to quickly finish this early. But Karina only had a small request. Could what everyone just saw be kept a secret from Duke Clos Torres? Everyone around was full of question marks at Karina's request. Karina nervously explained, if the Duke finds out about Roland's talent. Weather burst out laughing as if he understood. Are you afraid he will force the boy to stay in Torres forever? Is that it? Madam, I know you're very proud of your son, but he is still very young, and someone like the Duke would never recruit a child. Karina felt embarrassed for overworrying. Without further ado, drop your blood here to copy your mark. Karina quickly went to find a needle. As she walked, she felt embarrassed for her overworrying, but Karina was certain that she could stay in Torres without any more worries. Drip drop, the sound of drops of blood touching the homunculus. The homunculus suddenly glowed brightly, with a magic circle underneath. After copying the mark, Karina wanted to know what she had to do next. Weather said she wasn't allowed to leave the annex building, not even to step out the door for a single step. Do you understand? Weather repeatedly called out loudly, Edward, Edward. The continuous calls for Edward made the poor chef panic and run very quickly from the kitchen to the outside. Weather was really too careful. Before leaving, he even instructed the chef, you must protect Madame Bless and the two little ones well. Edward laughed heartily. Such an instruction made him think an intruder was coming to harm them right then. That's my duty, don't worry. Seeing that he was worrying unnecessarily because the Duke had already assigned this task to Edward, Weather said goodbye and left. We should go too, Lady Atreides. She really couldn't bear to leave it all. Seeing that it was getting late, Melissa invited Lady Atreides to come play with her the next day. Being invited, Atreides was truly very happy, but thinking it was too obvious, she tried to restrain herself. On the outside, pretending to be calm, she said, I will consider it. Karina chuckled at Atreides' cuteness. When seeing all the guests off, Karina sat down to play with the kids. They kept asking Karina to look at one thing after another. They truly were energetic children. While playing happily, Roland suddenly sensed something very bad and immediately called out. Melissa paused for a moment. It was as if she also felt something. The two children sensed that someone was coming. Because of the bad premonition, Roland and Melissa quickly grabbed Karina's hands, one on each side, pulling her away. Mom, we need to leave this place quickly, but Weather had instructed them not to step out of this house because it would be very dangerous. The two children thought again, there is a bad person here, a mage is coming here. It's dangerous here too, Mom. Seeing Karina didn't believe it. Roland then said that he sensed an extremely dark power approaching them. So let's go upstairs. Karina carried Melissa in her arms. Her other hand firmly grasped Roland's small hand, and she spoke loudly to reassure the two children, no, we will stay here. Karina answered very resolutely. She thought since Weather told them not to go out, a protection spell must have been cast. Karina opened the door and told the kids to go inside and hide. Karina was forced to go to another room, because if all three stayed together, all three would be caught. Melissa, with tears in her eyes, asked, can't we stay together? The children were pitifully sensible. Because of that, they could only believe that Karina was very strong and that their mother would be safe. After saying goodbye to her two children, she thought to herself that she must protect them, and to do that, she needed an attack spell. Because Karina couldn't control her magic power, when using an attack spell, it wouldn't be able to stop. And no matter how strong that mage was, naturally she would also be the one in danger. But now there was truly no other way. Crash! A loud sound of a door being forcefully opened right in front of Karina made her cautious. Because of the backlight, she couldn't see the face of that mage. She didn't expect him to be able to enter here. Karina fearfully stepped backward. Madame Bless, stay still. A familiar voice spoke up, strangely putting Karina at ease. Looking closely, it turned out to be Clos Torres. Clos Torres asked where the two children were. Karina told the truth, that they were upstairs. Suddenly, he frowned, muttering that they had to make sure the upper floor wouldn't be affected. After arranging for the upper floor to be safe, Clos Torres then remembered Karina. He grabbed her hand. As for you, follow me this way. Close Torres led her to a dark room. Inside, it was only pitch black. Karina asked, is that mage coming looking for me? The Duke confirmed this was entirely true, but he reassured Karina that he had set up a protective shield around the house. I will handle that mage after he is exhausted from breaking the shield, so it won't be difficult. Close Torres gave a reliable smile. But Karina was still very worried. She still carefully advised the Duke to pay attention to safety. If the situation gets too dangerous, I will cover for you, Duke. Karina was indeed a strong woman. Her resoluteness made Close Torres pause. After a few seconds, he chuckled at Karina's cuteness. I thank you, but I hope I won't need your help. Saying that, he urged Karina into that dark room. Go inside and wait for a bit. Watch your head, Duke. Don't get hurt. The two of them lingered like a married couple in a scene where the wife at home sees her husband off to the battlefield. I won't. Having said that, Close Torres closed the door. His face slowly became smaller and then disappeared. Bang! A huge explosion blasted a hole in a section of the wooden house's wall. Appearing with the large hole was a mage completely cloaked in a singular black color. He emitted a cruel, dark magical aura. Coming all the way here, you must be tired, aren't you? Close Torres had been here waiting for him for a long time. One side in black, one side in white, looking opposite to each other like good and evil. What? Why are you here? That mage seemed very wary of this Duke of Torres. Close Torres reached out his hand to summon a magic sword, directing it towards the mage. But truly formidable, with just one hand, the mage blocked the Duke's magic sword. Isn't this welcoming display a bit aggressive? He thought he had blocked the sword, but somehow his magical shield shattered. The magic sword just charged towards him and pinned firmly to the ground. Surrender, and I will spare your life. The dialogue really sounded like what male leads in romance novels would say. How could I surrender? That mage stood up and charged forward, wanted to grab Close Torres. The Duke wondered what he was planning to do. He didn't even have a weapon anymore. The guy charged forward and embraced Close Torres. At this moment, he finally understood what he was going to do. You know what I came here to do, don't you? He smiled craftily. An explosion occurred, sending Close Torres flying quite a distance. You will also be in danger. Close Torres slammed hard into a nearby shelf. He truly didn't expect that he would actually use self-destruction magic. The mage laughed, telling the Duke not to worry about him, as he himself could withstand that kind of magic. And even now, the Duke's obsession with talent still relapsed. You're young, but you're very skilled. That being said, Close Torres couldn't even stand up right now. He wanted to cast self-destruction magic one more time. When he was close to the Duke, the door in front of him suddenly opened. Karina, holding a dagger, rushed forward to ambush that evil mage. Seeing this, Close Torres tried his best to stop Karina, but very quickly, the mage realized Karina was the one who truly had the mark. Seeing him distracted by Karina, Close Torres came from behind and forcefully smashed a magic crystal onto his head, knocking him unconscious. When a mage was knocked out and his scarf was removed, both were stunned. They didn't expect such a formidable mage to be just a kid. Close Torres captured the boy, tied him to a chair, and used a magic circle to seal him. Karina worried the boy would be in pain, but Close Torres felt the opposite. He held a dagger pointing at the boy. Confess everything you know, quickly. The boy stubbornly said he knew nothing. The Duke added a bit of magic power to make the dagger burst into flames. With a sizzling sound cutting near the boy's neck, the boy couldn't bear the excruciating pain and had to compromise. I'll tell the truth. I'll speak. But what the boy said was simply that someone told him they would give him money if he caught the target. Close Torres's gaze was as cold as a dagger, enunciating each word clearly. You're not lying, are you? The boy firmly asserted that what he said was the truth because he hadn't even seen the client's face. Seeing the boy trembling, Close Torres lowered the knife. It turned out he was angry this whole time because he himself had almost been defeated by a brat. The road is indeed long. The boy felt humiliated being called a brat, so both sides got furious and bickered noisily back and forth. But the pressure from Close Torres was still greater. He coldly looked at that little brat. Do you have any objections? The small boy could only accept the disadvantage. Karina, on the other hand, was always wondering what the boy would do with her after capturing the target. I was only told to catch her and bring her to Edgewam. After that, I don't know anything else, I swear. Discussing with the Duke, Karina felt the boy didn't seem to be lying, but Close Torres was still apprehensive because earlier this brat had tried to injure him and Karina. Just for that reason alone, it was enough to punish him immediately. How could a Duke's words be a joke? These words of Close Torres scared the boy quite a bit. Keep him alive? Are you going to kill the boy right away? The Duke replied with a cold face, yes, he intentionally injured both of us. But the boy is still very young. Karina tried to stop the Duke from killing him. The Duke, however, thought that one couldn't just use being young as an excuse to get away with everything. The couple's image from earlier was now clashing in opinions. Ultimately, what Close Torres worried about the most was that if Karina was taken by that mage, perhaps she wouldn't be safe, and this was not something that could just be ignored. If anything unexpected happened, Close Torres might fall into danger. While the two were still arguing, a voice said, "I'm sorry." Interrupting the conversation, the boy spoke up. Because I really need money. I told myself it would be fine since I didn't plan to hurt anyone. Karina pondered over another solution for the situation where a boy caused trouble, but they couldn't just kill this child. Finally, she came up with a solution. How about this? We also put a mark on this mage, and the boy won't be able to betray you. What do you think? The brat's jaw dropped at Karina's crazy idea. Aren't you the mage who marked me? Well, I didn't think you were that good. Provoked, the boy lost his temper. Are you kidding me? Of course I marked you. As if waiting for this exact sentence, Karina immediately retorted, he could mark Karina, so why can't we mark him back? Witnessing the back-and-forth argument gave Close Torres a headache. He wanted to know if she wanted this kid to stay at the mansion. Very quickly, Karina smiled with satisfaction. That's right, we don't have any talented mages in Torres anyway. I'm sure the boy will be useful. Close Torres admitted that Torres really needed a mage, so he had to compromise. Do you want to stay in Torres with a mark on your body? Of course, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish right here. Of course, who would choose death? The boy shook his head vigorously in refusal. No, I will stay here. Naturally, Karina was still the Duke's reverse scale. Then take the mark off her right now. The boy accepted and would do it, but it was clear that the two of them were tying him up. The Duke still couldn't believe he was almost taken down by this fool. Saying that, he untied the ropes for the boy. Finally feeling comfortable, he stretched his neck and wrists a few times before telling Karina to give him her hand. When their hands touched, a light flashed. Seeing this, the Duke was a bit worried and immediately asked, Madame Piedades, are you okay? The Duke really cared about Karina a lot. The mark was finally removed from Karina's body. All right, it's your turn. Close Torres truly didn't miss a single thing. Because of the agreement, the boy muttered some incantations. But this boy's magic power was unstable. That's why the Duke guessed that this boy was self-taught in magic. Grabbing Close Torres's hand, from now on wherever the boy went, he could keep track of him. Now finally, swallow it. The Duke handed the boy a magic crystal. In his hand, he also had an identical one. Drink it, and whenever I want you to die, you will be blown to pieces. What? The boy's piercing voice rang out. You want me to swallow such a dangerous thing? If you don't want to, you can leave your life here. His voice was as cold as ice, as if he would really do it. Hesitating for a long while, the boy finally squeezed his eyes shut, threw the magic crystal into his stomach, and swallowed it decisively with a gulp. Are you satisfied now? The boy yelled, making Close Torres feel annoyed with his insolent attitude. The Duke took the remaining magic crystal, dropped it into Karina's hand, and said, and this one is for you. The boy really couldn't understand why the Duke would do that. According to the Duke, that brat thought he could bully her, so she also needed a weapon by her side. You're giving me this. Do you really trust me? Karina was surprised, so she kept asking. The Duke affirmed, that's right, and this is nothing to be surprised about. They had been arguing for a while, and only now did the Duke ask for the boy's name. What is your name? Chesperin, Kai and Cheese. Images of chess pieces appeared in Karina's head when she read the boy's name. It was extremely speechless, so Close Torres wanted to salvage it a bit. Is that an alias? But the boy's face darkened as he muttered, fine, I'm glad then. The Duke was really mean, sneering at the boy's name. Just Box Kane, there's a lot of work to do today, so go get ready. Poor Just Box Kane, having just been recruited, was already forced to do manual labor. The boy panicked. What work? Training, of course, Close Torres replied casually. He scared Just Box Kane to death. Prepare yourself. It seems you have to train very hard to prove your worth. After everything was settled, Karina quickly ran upstairs to the second floor. The two kids must be terrified. I have to go reassure them quickly. Opening the door, the familiar call of Mom rang out. The two children happily skipped towards her. She asked if they were scared. The kids ran up and hugged their mother. Was it the Duke? Roland asked Karina with sparkling eyes. But strangely, how did Roland know? Karina suspected the boy sneaked out to look. Melissa immediately dispelled her suspicion. No, we didn't step out of the room, even for a single step. He just felt it. He explained that he didn't feel anything, but Melissa could feel something like a magic flow. Melissa confirmed that she could feel the power of that mage's magic flow, as well as the direction of that magic. Karina felt surprised that Melissa could sense the magic flow, while Roland couldn't. Karina didn't use magic, but Melissa insisted she could feel Karina's magic flow. It's yellow, just like ours. Yellow? You're saying you can see the color of magic? Yes, the evil mage's magic was red. Karina was truly amazed. So Melissa also had the potential to become a mage, and that was why she could see the color of magic. Melissa's eyes sparkled widely. Karina couldn't bear to tell her the truth, that she didn't use magic at all. It seemed the little girl was mistaken about her magic, but she didn't want to say that the girl had sensed it wrong. Because of that, Karina told her she liked that her magic was yellow. Suddenly, for some reason, Roland asked if Karina liked yellow. Since she was joking around, Karina said, of course, because Mom liked gold. Hearing the answer from his mother, Roland frantically rummaged through his pockets. Finally, the boy took out a pencil soldier model. I'm giving this to you, Mom. This was the toy Roland and Melissa played with together every day. It was truly touching that just because she said she liked yellow, the kids gave her this. The pencil soldier will be safer when you keep it in your room, Mom. Karina accepted the gift the kids gave her. Suddenly, Karina realized this place was no longer her home because she had already removed the mark. The three of them would return to their normal lives. A place without Edgewum, Andrea, Princess Atres, and Duke Torres. I guess I have a day to pack my bags and leave. I should say goodbye to him before I go. Therefore, Karina went to find Clos Torres to say goodbye and thank you. But she found out that the Duke was currently in the training room. Seeing Karina arrive, Clos Torres gave Just Box Kane a break after a grueling training session. Karina spoke up, I want to thank you for everything before leaving here, because I will have to leave here soon. The atmosphere became quiet because Clos Torres didn't reply to her statement at all. After a moment of silence, he spoke up, You're leaving? But where to? Since the mark had been removed, it was natural for Karina to leave the Duke's mansion. Only now did he realize this was completely reasonable, because initially it was due to the mark that Karina came to the Duke's mansion. Seeing the Duke pondering endlessly, Karina checked in. Is there still a problem? Yes, we need your help with something. A piercing scream from behind rang out, accompanied by an explosion. Immediately, Clos Torres put his body in front to shield Karina. The Duke thought that Brat was using self-destruction magic again, but Karina felt this wasn't self-destruction magic. It was more like a magic explosion. Clos Torres was surprised, what? But he's a mage. How could he be affected by a magic crystal? On the other side, Just Box Kane constantly held his head, groaning and begging for help. The boy clutched his head tightly and continuously released magic. The Duke muttered again, I think he wouldn't blow himself up. Meanwhile, Karina quickly ran to Just Box Kane's side to assess the situation. She asked the Duke, what is this symptom? Is it similar to my previous magic explosion? Seeing Karina in the danger zone, Clos Torres also quickly ran to her side. Examining the situation, he said, No, it's different from last time. It seems there's a magic crystal implanted in this brat's body. Just Box Kane revealed that this was a device of the Vega Kingdom. They must have implanted a magic crystal in my body. If I betray them, it will explode. Karina thought there must be a way to neutralize it. The power of the magic explosion was so great that it pushed her far away. According to the Duke's experience, the crystal was pushing all his magic out of his body. Once the power was depleted, he would die instantly. Karina thought they had to find a way to make the crystal burn up all its power before it pushed all of Just Box Kane's power out of his body. But this was only theoretical, while the reality was zero. The boy had been using a massive amount of explosive magic for quite a long time, and even seasoned mages would find it difficult. Contrary to the Duke, Karina said, I can do it. I need flowers, just a few flowers. Clos Torres wondered why Karina wanted to do something for this brat, who was crying for help in vain. Karina also reminded the Duke that if it wasn't flowers, any plant would do. Because Karina was so determined, Clos Torres went to get what she requested. Karina constantly encouraged the boy, hang in there, I will save you. Karina herself didn't even know the reason why she wanted to save this boy. A moment later, the Duke returned with a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Karina took the flowers from the Duke, hugged them to her chest. Then she grabbed the trembling teenager's hand and recited the plant-growing incantation that Roland had taught her. A light flashed. The Duke didn't expect she could release such a massive amount of magic. He thought with this much, she would definitely create something. It was Close Torres who controlled the magic, concentrating Karina's released magic to form a magic sword. As if narrowly escaping death, Karina immediately asked and cared for Just Box Kane. In exchange for that care, Just Box Kane indifferently said, "I'm fine, stop making such a fuss." Karina thought since she used so much plant-growing magic, the room must be filled with flowers and grass by now. She rolled her eyes around the room to see what was going on. There were no plants at all. Right in front of her was only the Duke posing with a sword in his hand. Seeing her like that, the Duke said, "Look closely, Madam P.S. Don't you know what this is?" It was true that Karina had never seen this sword before. "This is a sword created from your magic." Hearing that, Karina was extremely astonished. Usually, when they create a sword from their own magic, they have to lie bedridden for months until their magic recovers. But clearly Karina was still sitting here healthy. The Duke smiled. "Perhaps you possess a talent that only appears once in a lifetime." But Karina truly couldn't use magic. Although she couldn't use magic, she was born with a massive amount of magic power. There were many ways to utilize that source of magic, and creating a sword like this was also one of the ways to harness the terrifying magic within her. Saying that, he placed the sword he had condensed from Karina's magic into her hand. Karina cherished the sword created from her talent. Seeing the time was ripe, Close Torres had to seize it. "I'm asking you again, for the benefit of Torres, are you willing to come under our family's wing?" The Duke reached out his hand and waited for the answer from Karina. Karina put down that sword and reached out her hand. But ultimately, she was still hesitating because she didn't know if the choice she made was right or wrong. All this time, Close Torres hadn't discovered the talents of the two kids, but who could be sure about the future? "I'm not asking you to stay in Torres for long." The Duke made the offer. "First, stay with me for 5 years, just 5 years. Feeling like he was begging her, Karina laughed and teased. "For a Duke who rules the entire Torres territory, doesn't saying that make you seem a bit helpless?" Karina reached out and grasped the Duke's hand as an agreement. "That's right, I just don't want to force Karina." "Hey, you two haven't forgotten about me, have you?" It turned out they really had. The three of them were like Blackpink in your area. One side was excited, the other side was desperately wanting to die. Poor Just Box Kane trembled on the ground, crying for help. "Your condition is worse than I thought." Close Torres showed disgust because Just Box Kane had interrupted his conversation. "First, I have to take this guy to the doctor. I haven't visited Weather in a long time, so since there's an opportunity today," Karina went to Weather. She spoke as if complaining after hearing her story, so everything went according to the Duke's wishes. By the way, seeing that Weather seemed sad, Karina asked, but he chuckled. "Am I sad? Sad because the Duke stole my employee?" Karina felt embarrassed and thought to herself she shouldn't have asked. But Weather was the opposite. He congratulated her because, fundamentally, even when at Weather's jewelry shop, everything she did was for the Duke right from the start. "You're a good person, Weather. Like any old man would admit, I used to be rude to you back then." Karina had truly forgotten until Weather brought it up, reminding her of the plan he wanted to use her as bait for, or what he would do next when his plan failed. That was it. Weather was pouting because Karina had forgotten about their matter. Anyway, that was a stupid plan. Karina realized Weather was sincerely apologizing to her. But to Karina, Weather was also a benefactor. At her most difficult time, Weather had taken her in. "Without you, my mother and children would have died of hunger long ago, so you don't need to apologize to me." Weather also had his pride. "That's different, you know? I'm just treating a good employee the way you deserve." Finally, Weather put on his glasses and asked Karina a favor, looking very mysterious. "You must make sure to work for the full 5 years. There are many reasons why people working for Torres leave very early." Only then did Karina believe Weather's words were true. It was only the first day, and she already had to train this hard. Close Torres taught Karina how to control her magic power with the hope that if she worked hard, she would be able to control it. Close Torres handed Karina a magic crystal, and she felt that it was about to explode. The exercise the Duke gave her was that when it started to explode, she shouldn't resist it, but just stay calm, not worry, and focus on feeling it. Karina was a strong girl, so she accepted the challenge. She took the crystal from the Duke's hand and focused on feeling it. A golden light surrounded Karina. Since Clos Torres promised he would be by her side to protect her if anything happened, Karina felt very comfortable feeling the crystal. "I'm feeling a fierce power." Clos Torres praised her for doing a good job. Suddenly, he paused and said nothing, so Karina knew she had completed the Duke's exercise. She was surprised and asked, "Is that it? Didn't it explode like before?" The Duke smiled gently and said, "Look down at your feet." When Karina looked down at her feet, she was quite surprised and amazed. At her feet were magic crystals. Karina couldn't believe these magic crystals were created by her. That's right, that's one of your most precious talents. It was true that because Karina interacted with magic crystals so much, she had forgotten they were rarer than any kind of gemstone. Clos Torres picked up each crystal from the ground and placed them into Karina's hand. The Duke gazed at the crystals happily, stating, "Magic crystal mines are extremely hard to find. Although theoretically we can obtain them from magic beasts, in reality, it's impossible. Moreover, you might be the one who created these magic crystals, but they are truly beautiful throughout the whole night." Karina only stared intently at the magic crystal she had created this morning. It was yellow and had a sparkling light. What the Duke said about her doing very well, so she just needed to keep trying. It seemed she had heard this saying somewhere before. Karina thoughtfully gazed at the magic crystals that Clos Torres told her to keep as souvenirs. But Karina didn't know if it was right for her to keep such precious items. Bang at a sound of the door being pushed open. Roland and Melissa rushed into the house from outside and hugged Karina tightly. "How was today's lesson?" "Today we learned how to count numbers. Even though it was hard, we worked very hard." Melissa also bragged that Lady Atreides said she was very good at counting. Karina patted the children's heads and watched them chirping like cute little birds. Suddenly, Melissa pointed to the magic crystals on the table. "Mom, I can feel your power from over there." "Yes, right on the table." Because he couldn't feel the flow of magic power like Melissa, Roland could only run closer to get a better look. "Wow, this yellow magic crystal is so beautiful." The boy's two eyes opened as wide as possible, sparkling even more than the crystals. "Did you make them, Mom?" Seeing the children waiting for an answer, Karina also showed off her amazing achievement after the lesson taught by the Duke. "I created them today. It turns out I have the special power to create magic crystals. Because these crystals were created from my magic power, the Duke said they're much safer than the crystals in nature." Saying that, Karina dropped into Roland and Melissa's hands each a crystal she created herself as a gift for the children. "For us? Can we really take it? I can feel you from the magic crystal." Melissa tightly grasped the crystal and cherished it. Karina joked with the little girl, "If so, you have to keep it carefully. But you two have to promise me that you are not allowed to create magic crystals yourselves." Being good children, Roland and Melissa immediately nodded, confirming that they remembered. Outside the door, there was a knock, signaling that someone was visiting them. Since it was still Lady Atreides' class time, it would be wrong for her to drop by, right? But Karina also couldn't guess who was behind the door. The door opened. Outside was a strange man whom Karina had never met before. "May I ask who you are?" Chichester introduced himself to Karina. He bowed politely and looked very much like a butler taking care of everything in this mansion. "Very nice to meet you. I am Karina Plus." Karina thought to herself, if he was the Duke's butler, he must also be a high-ranking noble. So why did he come here in person? This made Karina really curious. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Karina spoke first. "May I ask the reason why you came to the annex?" "I came here because I have something to say. Now that you are also a subordinate of the Torres family, may I ask for your permission to come inside?" "Of course." How could Karina not invite him in? "Hello, sir." The children sat obediently at the table and politely greeted Chichester. Chichester was a butler of the Duke, representing the Duke, so he was extremely polite. Chichester also didn't forget to greet and introduce himself to the children. After the greetings, Karina told the children to go upstairs to play so the adults could have some space to talk. Roland and Melissa were very sensible, so they immediately went upstairs. Karina invited Chichester to sit down to make conversing easier. "Then I will get straight to the point." Chichester stared at Karina and asked a question. "Do you know the current situation of the Torres family?" How could someone in the annex like Karina have the right to know about the mansion's affairs? Chichester guessed that she completely knew nothing, so he changed his question. Now, Chichester asked Karina if she knew how many people were working for the Torres family. No. Of course, Karina didn't know either, but she thought to herself, previously the Duke had said he didn't have any servants, but he was a Duke after all, so there must be at least a few people, right? Karina picked an estimated number, probably around 5 to 6 people. But the correct answer made Karina shocked. 3 people? What? Unbelievable. Chichester had a headache. Leave Weather out, because he is retired. Now the Duke has Edward, me, and you. We are the only 3 subordinates. Karina was too surprised by the number, so she asked again, what? We are the only 3 servants? What do you mean? Chichester said that there used to be many servants before the former Duke and Duchess passed away, but they all left. And now, the servants serving Clos Torres are only exactly 3 people. Their departure and the gradual sparseness of servants in the mansion stemmed from the fact that at that time, the master was only at coming of age, so the servants did not trust him. An alarming thing is that Clos Torres also could not recruit any talented new people. Chichester continued to tell about the life of the young Duke Torres. When he managed to recruit a few people, they left Torres after only a few years with the reason of wanting to live in the capital. Karina was stunned to learn about Clos Torres's past, because the Duke didn't want her to know. He didn't want to make you feel pressured. Now we don't even have an order of knights for emergencies. All we have are low-ranking knights who can't even pass the simplest test of the high rank. Chichester was helpless in the current situation of his master. Karina was frightened when she heard this news. She thought to herself about how to cope when the mansion was in danger. Then Chichester spoke her thoughts. That's right. If we encounter a dangerous situation, you have to act yourself to protect Torres, Madame Plus. The two of them made eye contact, stayed silent for a long while, and then said goodbye. Returning to normal life, because it was dinner time, Karina had to set the plates. I knew Torres lacked talented people, but I didn't expect the situation to be this tense. Over there, Roland and Melissa were fighting over the task to help their mother distribute plates to the table. That's right. If the Duke's butler, Chichester, hadn't spoken out, a proud person like Clos Torres would never have told Karina the difficulties he was facing. Interrupting Karina's thoughts was a continuous knocking sound. Knock, knock. This sound pulled Karina back to tonight. Huh? Did Mr. Chichester forget something? Karina went to open the door to greet the Duke's butler. However, when the door opened, the face that appeared outside was not Chichester's, but the young mage, Just Box Kane. What are you doing here? Karina showed an attitude towards him. We can't talk standing here. Just Box Kane suggested that both of them should go inside to make it easier to talk. Just Box Kane followed Karina into the house. When making eye contact with Roland and Melissa, he let out an evaluation. Who are these ugly kids? Of course, the kids would get angry hearing this comment. Immediately, the kids bristled up and raised their voices. What? They are my children. Watch your mouth. Already hating him, she now hated him even more. Karina showed an extreme attitude towards this mage boy. Roland and Melissa hid behind their mother, baring their claws, staring at Just Box Kane. Realizing he had made a mistake, Just Box Kane immediately apologized and was startled when he heard Karina introduce that these were her 2 children. He was so embarrassed that he broke a sweat. Because you look so young, I didn't think you had children. Well, I didn't look carefully. He flipped faster than rice paper and said, the kids are so cute. Getting tired of listening to his nonsense, Karina wanted to speed up the conversation. In the end, what are you doing here? Oh well, I just want to be friends with you. Just Box Kane said while scratching his head, looking extremely shy when making a proposal to Karina, the person he had once left a seal on. Because Just Box Kane was a mage, Karina was extremely wary of him. Because my life depends on you. If I'm close to you, at least you won't kill me. This was Just Box Kane's true purpose. This matter was related to the magic crystal that Clos Torres had given Karina. Karina truly didn't know whether this teenage boy was genuinely stupid or just too naive. But you have to cooperate, right? As long as you don't play tricks, I won't kill you. Just Box Kane was overjoyed with this commitment from Karina, but I still want to make friends with you. Saying that, he shook Karina's hand as a declaration. You're a friend of me, Just Box Kane. You're really a good person. Saying that, Just Box Kane shook Karina's hand nonstop, making her dizzy. I feel like you consider me a gullible fool rather than a good person. Karina still rejected Just Box Kane because she couldn't be friends with someone who had put her in danger. Catching the rhythm of the conversation, Roland wanted to ask if this strange guy was the old uncle who left the seal that caused his mother pain. Melissa over there showed surprise because Just Box Kane looked young, not an old uncle. I'm only 20 years old. Just Box Kane strongly rejected the title of old uncle. But Melissa replied, "You are old enough to be called an old uncle." Neither side was willing to yield to the other. Just Box Kane wanted to suggest, "Just call me brother, okay." Just Box Kane's face darkened at the title old uncle. No matter how hard he tried, the kid still called just an old uncle. "Whatever. Nice to meet you too." Just Box Kane. This call startled him. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, please go home. I'm the one who saved your life, but I am not good enough to overlook what you did." Finally, Just Box Kane was also honest with himself. He came here to say sorry and thank you to Karina. Afraid that the kids would be worried, Karina shouted, telling Just Box Kane to be quiet. Having made quite a few missteps, Just Box Kane was also very embarrassed. Looking at Just Box Kane's innocent face made Karina reconsider. Getting close to him was also right. In Torres right now, he was the only one who knew magic. Therefore, he could teach the children more about this. Because they needed private space to talk, Karina patted the children's heads and told them to go upstairs to play. Roland and Melissa happily replied yes and said they would make the bed to go to sleep. "I want to confirm one thing before accepting your apology." Seeing hope, Just Box Kane wanted to strike a deal immediately. And what Karina wanted to know was, "Why did you kidnap me? I told you already I did it for the money." But how could Karina believe that? Mages were very rare, so the fact that he was unemployed and lacked money was unbelievable. "But I need a lot of money, a very large amount of money." Having already spoiled it, Just Box Kane also offered to tell Karina about his story. If she knew why he tried to hurt her, at least she would know what to do next. Because of this reason, Karina very quickly agreed to listen to Just Box Kane's story. Seeing Karina nod, Just Box Kane also made up his mind and began telling his story. "Do you know why my name is Just? When I was born, my respected father had already fallen into gambling. He spent his whole life playing betting games and gambling. Eventually, his debts were so massive that he couldn't pay them. So he started selling everything he could to pay off the debts. Then, that person, I don't know whether to call father or not, he lost his mind so much that he sold my older brother into slavery. A few days later, he also tried to sell me, but fortunately he failed because that day was also the time I awakened my magic. With my bursting magic, I was able to resist his robust strength and I escaped." The story truly made the listener choke. After listening, Karina had to gasp for breath because it was too cruel. Because of that, she couldn't concentrate on her training the next day. Seeing Karina feeling uncomfortable, Close Torres suggested stopping the session. "It seems you're not focused today." "I am sorry." Karina blamed herself for having just wasted a magic crystal. "I didn't achieve anything today." Close Torres comforted Karina as he felt she was unwell today. "It's okay. Let's stop here for today. Every day, we get to use one magic crystal." Saying that, he patted her shoulder to encourage her. "I can't stop thinking about the story just told yesterday. After becoming a mage, I try to find a job and save up money to redeem my brother. That's why I need a lot of money." The memory of the story Just Box Kane told seemed to piece together continuously in Karina's mind. What made this young single mother think was that she really wanted to help Just Box Kane. While she was deep in thought, the Duke's voice rang out, "I know what you were thinking." Karina was suddenly startled. She didn't know why the Duke knew, so she was slightly startled, and thus she asked him what he knew. "Well, yesterday Chichester mentioned that he went to see you, and he said he told you about the situation of Torres. Right? Only now did Karina remember that she was worried about more than one thing. She had almost forgotten about this matter. Karina stated boldly, "As someone serving the Duke, I think I should have the right to know about the current situation of Torres, shouldn't I?" But Close Torres refused because he thought this was his responsibility. It shouldn't be placed on the shoulders of anyone other than the Duke of Torres, which was him. Did all the people who left Torres say they left because it was a burden? Close Torres nodded in confirmation, because those people expressed that they had to bear a lot of pressure and do a massive amount of work. Karina began to exclaim about the responsibilities of servants. But isn't it the nature of servants to work a lot? Although it's true that Torres is less developed than the capital, it doesn't lack financial resources that much. Furthermore, the school here is running very well. This further proves that Torres is not a poor territory. Karina pondered for a long time. After thinking it over, she was sure there must be some other reason that made the servants leave. "I appreciate your concern for my territory, but ultimately, To close Torres, this was just a problem that he alone could solve. Karina, a smart girl, could solve both worries at once. Duke, what do you think about just Box Kane? When hearing Karina mention this name, his face darkened. It's true that Torres needs talent, but I am not desperate enough to need that kind of person. To convince the Duke with a mere 3 servants, Karina had to choose her words carefully so he wouldn't be offended. I feel like a burden myself. I don't know if I can be of any use in the future. But I heard that just is progressing more and more through each training session. Before she could finish her reasons, Close Torres flared up, saying that just Box Kane was the one who hurt Karina. He didn't understand why she was now taking the side of that brat. But to Karina, just Box Kane was like her. He was just trying to protect what was precious to him. He just wanted to protect his brother. Just like how I try to protect the kids. That was the reason Karina felt sympathetic towards just Box Kane. Only then did Close Torres know that that brat also had his own untold hardships. Karina decided to tell the truth that just Box Kane was trying to earn money to redeem his older brother who was sold into slavery. Hearing about slave trading gave Close Torres a headache because he didn't expect this cruel trade to exist right in his own territory. If you save his brother, I bet just will pledge his loyalty to you for the rest of his life. But for some reason, Close Torres still kept his guard up against just Box Kane. He couldn't trust the boy. She thought there were other solutions besides money. If the Duke makes them feel trusted and cared for, many talented people will come to Torres. After hearing Karina's inner thoughts, Close Torres also reflected. Madam Plus, do you have any plans today? He wanted to discuss calling just Box Kane over to talk, because the Duke felt the situation was quite serious. This was happening right on his territory, and what Close Torres wanted was to deal with them as quickly as possible. Did he accept my proposal that quickly? Karina was surprised, but indeed, Close Torres knew what Karina was thinking. He answered Karina's mind that he really wanted to wipe out the slave trading gang. But because of the proposal to win people's hearts, the Duke postponed the plan and called just Box Kane in to talk. That's right, it's just that I cannot let such a terrible thing like slave trading happen right in my territory. Inside the quiet room, a joyous shout rang out. Really? Are you really going to save my brother? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Just Box Kane slammed the table and stood up. Seeing just Box Kane so excited, Close Torres joked, "You're thanking me too early. Your brother hasn't been saved yet." But just Box Kane was truly grateful when the Duke himself agreed to lend a hand to save his brother. What was your brother sold to do? Hearing the Duke's question, just Box Kane told the story with tears welling up in his eyes. He was sold to be a manual labor slave. Manual labor slaves are forced to work at construction sites, ports, or anywhere they are sent to. The businesses they work for are all legal, but just Box Kane sobbed while telling the story. So Close Torres made a guess. Is it that they always threaten the safety of the workers at the port and then take all of their wages? I think so. Just Box Kane confirmed that what the Duke said was correct. So he didn't know what they had done to his brother either. On his days off, he saw his brother looking as if he had been drugged. The last time I saw him, he smelled completely of strange herbs, and he couldn't even control his body or talk to me properly. I tried to report it to the soldiers, but they wouldn't listen. Of course, they must have all been bribed. My brother and I couldn't do anything, no matter how hard he struggled. As just Box Kane spoke while trembling, Karina stepped forward and lightly patted the young man's shoulder to encourage him. Close Torres was furious. It is time to bankrupt those slave traders. Do you know who sold your brother? Just Box Kane shook his head because during his own investigation, he was also shocked that there were so many people involved in this matter. Therefore, they had to investigate from scratch now. Then, do you know where your father spent all the money? Fortunately, he still had some rough idea of the place where his honorable father squandered his money. It's the V&M Casino. My father often went there. This name made Karina freeze, as if she knew something about this casino named V&M. She remembered Ian V&M in the novel. He was a millionaire who appeared in the middle of the novel. He was the one who caused Roland's financial problems. But was he the owner of a casino? Did that mean he made his fortune with the money he got from gambling? To catch a tiger, one must enter the tiger's den. So Close Torres suggested infiltrating the casino. Surely, there would be people borrowing money and human traffickers lurking inside. He sat down, raising his eyebrows arrogantly. We will go there, spend a lot of money, and then meet the moneylender. Let me do it. I will infiltrate the casino. Just Box Kane raised his hand and volunteered excitedly, but the Duke firmly rejected him. You are too hot-tempered. Can you be sure you will keep your composure when you meet your father there? Just Box Kane clicked his tongue, as the Duke was indeed too intelligent and outstanding. He truly admired him. She would remember more details of the story when she went to Vietnam, and the prerequisite was that if Ian Vietnam's business collapsed, he wouldn't be able to get rich. Of course, causing trouble for Roland's future would also be difficult for him. After thinking it through carefully, Karina volunteered. Just Box Kane was very surprised. I'm very grateful for your help, but I'm afraid you can't. You look like someone entering a casino alone to gamble for the first time. It was for that very reason that Karina felt she was the prime candidate to be swindled. You cannot go either, Lady Bless. I will send Edward, so both of you can rest assured. Who would dare to resist what the Duke said? Therefore, Karina shifted her target to Edward, even though the Duke had refused. What if she could find a way to go there with Edward's help? Seeing Karina come to the kitchen, Edward thought there was some issue with the food, so he warmly listened to Karina's feedback. Karina told Edward her real purpose. Edward understood, but he didn't know why Karina was asking for his help. The thing is, back in my hometown, I heard about Ian Vietnam. They said he is an evil man who can ruin someone's life in the blink of an eye, and my friend was one of his victims. Do you want to take revenge on him? Edward understood. He really did. But then, why did Karina seek him out instead of the Duke? Now, Edward didn't understand. Karina told him the truth, that it was because the Duke felt it was unsafe for her to go. Since Edward was loyal to the Duke, he also quickly refused. Karina protested, but not very strongly. I have an idea. How about we infiltrate the place together? Edward still suggested that Karina must inform the Duke. Karina had thought the Duke was the most stubborn person, which was why she came to ask Edward, but he was indeed the Duke's servant. Edward was a perfect match for the master of this mansion. Karina could only click her tongue. That's enough training for today. Indeed, every training session with the Duke was extremely heavy and pressured. But how could that break Karina's resolve to go to Vietnam? Your Grace, I have a favor to ask of you. Indeed, it had been a long time since Clos Torres last heard a request from Karina, so he was extremely curious about what this girl wanted to ask of him. I want to infiltrate the casino with Edward. Of course, to the Duke, every action required a reason, whether it was right or wrong. Karina began to panic and feel nervous. Following Edward's instructions, she presented the scenario that her close friend had been tricked by the owner of the Vietnam casino, Ian Vietnam, and she wanted to go there for revenge. Yes, revenge just to find evidence. Clos Torres, on his side, stared at Karina, who was trembling while telling the story. Karina also didn't know why. Even though she had rehearsed with Edward beforehand, she still trembled unusually when facing the Duke. I'm sorry, I cannot agree to your proposal. It's not that I don't trust you, but do you remember the reason I refused to let just Box Kane infiltrate that place? Karina nodded to show she remembered. I will not let anyone with personal grudges go on a mission, because people who act on emotion can easily ruin things. But I will thoroughly investigate that person you mentioned. It's Ian Vietnam, right? Another voice, different from the two of them, suddenly interrupted the conversation. Ian Vietnam. It was just Box Kane's voice. How much had the boy overheard? Jesse, when did you arrive? But just Box Kane only said that as soon as he arrived, he saw the two of them discussing something quite interesting. Every time Clos Torres and just Box Kane met, they were like fire and water. Clos Torres was very unhappy with him interrupting his conversation with Karina. It's not polite at all to startle people like that. Pay attention next time. Just Box Kane did not back down either. Fine, I'm sorry. A country bumpkin like me doesn't understand such etiquette. But in the end, what caught just Box Kane's attention was still Ian Vietnam. And Karina recited the script she had prepared about her friend back home being swindled by him. After hearing it and learning that Ian Vietnam was the casino owner, just Box Kane reacted very intensely. What? He claims he is the casino owner? What a shameless guy. Is that Ian Vietnam guy not the casino owner? Seeing the conflict between Karina and just Box Kane, Clos Torres spoke up to confirm. Immediately, just Box Kane confirmed that the guy was not the casino owner. Karina trembled. Oh no, is that Ian Vietnam not the casino owner right now? That's right, when Roland grows up, that Ian Vietnam guy makes a fortune from the casino, but it isn't certain that he is the owner of the casino yet. Realizing her mistake, Karina trembled, not knowing how to explain it now. If she said anything else wrong, suspicion would be cast on her. But saying that isn't wrong either. Ian Vietnam is the son of the casino owner, about 3 or 4 years older than me, just Box Kane said, which felt like he saved Karina's life. If he is the son of the casino owner, then I'm afraid catching him will be even harder. I fear finding evidence directly linking to him won't be easy either. Karina breathed a sigh of relief for escaping this close call. Indeed, one must be careful with whatever they say. Karina didn't notice that on the other side, the boy just boxed Kane was glancing at her. The two of them said goodbye to the busy Duke, who, as soon as he finished training, immediately put his brain to work on other matters. As the two of them walked back down the hallway, just boxed Kane suddenly stopped and asked, "Why did you say that earlier?" Karina didn't know what she had said to make just box Kane wonder. "It's about the grudge between your friend and Envy and him." It was a lie, wasn't it? Karina trembled all over, gasping in panic. As if in control of the situation, just box Kane became even more arrogant. "Did you think I wouldn't know? You seem to have forgotten one thing. Envy and him has never left the South before. So you." Just box Kane spoke while backing Karina up, looking menacing as if he wanted to attack her. A pink atmosphere appeared, contrasting with the scene just now. Just box Kane grabbed Karina's hand. "Your goal is the same as mine." Karina really didn't understand what he meant. "Actually, when you mentioned the name Envy and him, I was convinced. You want to completely destroy his forces, right?" The boy showed an explosive determination, like finding a like-minded ally. "The target is the casino owner's son, not the owner himself. This method is a bit underhanded, but it can still be considered useful. Furthermore, Envy and him is the most scheming person in the V and him family." Just box Kane extended his hand. "Someone who can come up with such a strategy is worthy of my cooperation. I don't care what your motive for revenge is. I only need someone who can help me." Looking at just box Kane's outstretched hand, Karina saw scattered scars. But these were absolutely not from magic training. Perhaps he had been abused by his father since childhood and had to suffer so much. "If you want to cooperate with me, you have to help me first." With just a handshake, the agreement seemed established. Besides infiltrating the casino, Karina also wanted just box Kane to lead her to meet Envy and him. Just box Kane smiled slightly and said that this was just a small matter. Arriving home, Karina said goodbye to the kids and told them she had to go out for a bit. Roland and Melissa were worried that Karina would abandon them and leave, so they asked many questions. To reassure the children, Karina gave them the warmest hug. Before leaving, Karina also did not forget to ask Edward to take care of the kids while she was away. Edward immediately accepted, but he was worried about Karina going into the city alone. "No, I'm going with Cheese." Mentioning the name of the mage, just box Kane, made people feel that Karina was an extremely generous girl. Karina was also on guard, of course, but this time she really needed his help. Having arranged everything, Karina stood up, and said goodbye to Edward and the kids. Karina followed just box Kane into the city. The two of them stopped at the Vienhem casino. The doors opened, and an unpleasant odor wafted around, causing Karina to frown. "Sit here. People are least likely to notice this spot." Following just box Kane's directions, Karina sat down in a corner of the parlor. The noisy, bustling sounds drowned out even her dry cough caused by the unpleasant odor inside the casino. Very quickly, Karina spotted a young man with slicked back hair wearing a luxurious suit who clearly looked like someone of high status. That guy was Envy and him. These two really had no shame as they just kept staring at him. She thought that seeing him in person would help her remember the original plot, but to her surprise, she still couldn't recall anything. Karina was privately annoyed. Clack! The sound of just box Kane putting down his beer glass. Accidentally caught Envy and him's eye. Indeed, he quickly caught wind of it and turned his gaze toward where they were sitting. "Damn it!" Quickly looked down and pretend to drink. Karina nodded in understanding. But once the prey was targeted, how could he let it slip away? He put his fun on hold and quickly walked toward their table. "What brings this distinguished guest to visit this shabby place today?" Envy and him's friends mocked just box Kane, calling him a beggar, and wondered why Ian called him a distinguished guest. But he did not back away even half a step. Instead, he got even closer to just box Kane. "How could you call him a beggar? Mr. Perenkian, the father of this distinguished guest, helped me open as many as 3 shops like this." He said this while mocking just, even putting his arm around the youth's neck to act friendly. "Oh dear, then blame me for having eyes, but failing to recognize MT tie. Young master, I apologize." This was followed by a burst of laughter. Just box Kane's hands clenched tightly and trembled. "However, but this is the first time you've brought a woman here, isn't it? Let me see." He evaluated Karina from top to bottom. If she kept hiding, it would probably only make him more suspicious. In a mocking tone, he praised Karina as a beautiful girl. "Hey, bring some wine over here. Young Master Perenkian has visited this shabby place with his beloved. I must entertain them well. But this smelly wine that even beasts wouldn't care to sniff won't do." Having said that, he took the glasses of wine that Karina and just box Kane had since the beginning and poured them onto the floor. It was no different from saying they were lower than beasts. After laughing and joking, they went away. Just Box Kane suggested leaving, but no matter how many times he called, Karina did not listen. But Karina at this moment was stunned, repeating Ian Vienham's name in her head. Karina recalled the image of Roland sitting by the roadside. Holding a few coins in his hand, he sighed. Sigh, in short, I still have to receive guests to make money. Suddenly, someone approached and invited Roland inside for a meal. But poor Roland didn't have enough money. You don't need to pay. Looking at you reminds me of myself when I was young, also starving and suffering like that. Ian was the one who pretended to be a good person and invited Roland to eat. Because of this, Roland trusted him more and more and became dependent on Ian. But in reality, the Vienham family had members who were moneylenders and human traffickers. They made their fortune from these dirty trades, and even went to various places changing their names to do business. The Vienham family remaining in the capital used that money to launder their family name and integrate into society. The citizens in the capital brought them a huge source of income, which was why the Vienham family had influence in many fields across the entire empire. By the time Roland realized Vienham's true face under the guise of commoner mage, they had already become a massive, unshakable power. He was extremely furious at himself for blindly listening to those despicable people, but was helpless and unable to do anything. Since Karina didn't respond, Just Box Kane kept calling her. Lady Bless finally snapped out of it. Just Box Kane was worried that Karina was hurt somewhere or dizzy from drinking, but what Karina cared about now was that guy Ian Vienham. Roland saw him as a benefactor and relied on him, but he only looked for ways to exploit Roland. The wine Ian ordered was brought over. Just Box Kane was worried he might have spiked it, so he stopped Karina from drinking. Karina rummaged in her pocket, pulled out a handkerchief, and dipped it into the wine glass. Just take this handkerchief back and squeeze it out. We'll know if something was put inside. Karina told Just Box Kane to slip away quickly. If they knew they were working under the Duke, they would immediately be dealt with. Leaving the casino, Karina breathed in the fresh air. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Lady Bless, what are you doing here? Karina was still calm enough to reply that they were investigating, but Just Box Kane beside her turned pale. If we couldn't infiltrate the casino, then going straight to find that Ian Vienham guy is enough. Close Torres was alarmed to hear that Karina had gone to find that man herself. Yes, that Ian guy seems to have put something in my wine. Karina held out the handkerchief that smelled strongly of wine to the Duke. I thought you wouldn't be foolish enough to put yourself in such danger, but it seems I was wrong. Dangerous as it was, the two of them harvested a fair amount of information, so Karina didn't feel guilty at all. The moneylenders and human traffickers associated with the Vienham casino were all aided and abetted by that very family. Karina planned to report this to the Duke upon returning, but she didn't expect to meet him here. Seeing that the Duke was in a hurry, Karina made an appointment to report the next day. However, this action seemed to displease Close Torres. He ran his hand through his hair in annoyance. Do you really not know why I ran out here in such a rush? How could I know that? Oh dear, on the side. Just Box Kane scratched his head and pulled his hair over these two. It seemed Cheese understood. Only then did Just Box Kane explain what Karina had forgotten. The Duke can know my location at any time. Karina then remembered the seal. The Duke said in an irritated tone, this guy brought my person to a suspicious place. Did you think I could sit still? Only then did Karina realize the Duke had rushed out because of her. But instead of being touched, she was more worried that Close Torres would punish Just Box Kane. Karina suddenly stood in front of Just Box Kane. This is not Just's fault. I was the one who asked him to take me. Indeed, Close Torres was angry because he had previously said he would send Edward to infiltrate and investigate, but it seemed his words carried no weight with others. This made the Duke feel hurt. Your Grace, I'm under your command. If that's the case, I should stand by your side. You did not allow me to infiltrate the casino, and I listened to you. However, I am sorry for not informing you beforehand. In this matter, Karina was in the wrong, so she bowed her head to show her apology to Close Torres. You are not wrong, but next time just remember to notify me before you act. If you disappear without saying anything, I'll have to run around looking for you. Saying that, he lightly patted Karina's shoulder. She had thought the Duke would punish her severely, because if their identities as the Duke's people were exposed, it would cause even more trouble. It's late, let's go home. Finally, they returned home. Kids, Mama's back. Before she could finish her sentence, Roland and Melissa ran up with thumping footsteps to ask, why did you come back so late, Mom? I kept you waiting for a long time. Karina really tried to come back earlier. Indeed, the kids had waited for Karina for a very long time, their eyes tearing up. Behind her, Edward was scratching his head as if he wanted to say something. Don't worry, the Duke isn't angry about this. Even if he is angry, I won't blame you, Edward. Edward felt guilty and asked if the Duke had told Karina that he was the one who reported them. But the answer from this smart girl was no. She had deduced it because Edward was the only one who knew she had gone out with just Box Kane. Karina smiled radiantly. So Edward also laughed heartily in response. Haha, so I've been exposed. Edward hesitated and confusedly babbled because the Duke ran to me and asked me a bunch of questions. So nothing bad happened to you, right? I'm totally fine. But since I didn't inform the Duke beforehand, it seems he's a bit angry. I think the Duke is angry because you went out with just Box Kane. It seemed the people in this mansion knew something that Karina didn't. She was the only one who didn't know why going out with just Box Kane made him angry. It seemed the Duke didn't completely trust just Box Kane yet. That made sense. After all, he was recently an assassin who broke into the mansion. This was the only reason Karina could think of. Mom, we've brushed our teeth and washed our faces. Read us a book. I want one too. Roland and Melissa shook her arms, their eyes sparkling. Okay, let Mom read to you too. Saying that, she patted the kids' heads. Knock, knock, knock. Even though it was this late, someone still visited Karina's wooden house. Opening the door to welcome them, she found quite a gathering. Clos Torres arrived, bringing just Box Kane along. Karina brewed some tea to treat the two esteemed guests visiting late at night. You analyzed the ingredients of that thing so quickly? Just as Karina suspected, the wine contained a large amount of sleeping pills with an extremely strong dosage. They probably thought that if you drank that, I certainly wouldn't leave you there alone. Karina got goosebumps, unexpected that they had planned it from the beginning. Clos Torres worked really fast, too. In just a short time, he had his people investigate Ian Vienham's family. That's right. Theoretically, it might be quite difficult to find evidence. But if we just search every corner of their house, we will surely find it. But with the authority Clos Torres had, he couldn't. Because even a lord didn't have the right to arbitrarily search a citizen's house. Without further discussion, Clos Torres decided to stand up and firmly declared, but daring to drug my people, I absolutely will not let him off easily like that. Edward, immediately prepare a carriage for me. Seeing the Devil's Triangle chatting, Edward carefully asked if he should prepare 3 horses. But Clos Torres coldly ordered, I alone am enough for the late night. The Duke rode a horse alone straight to the Vienham house. As a knight with extraordinary senses, he quickly knew someone was tailing him. Do you think hiding will stop me from finding out? Come out. After all, I can know your location anytime, so why pretend to secretly follow me? The handsome young mage, just Box Kane, revealed himself. I was afraid you would attack me, so I specifically kept my distance. But Clos Torres didn't scold him, but told him to come inside together, since he was already there. With a leap, the 2 young men were able to jump over the high wall and got inside the Vienham house. But the thing that made just Box Kane wonder was, didn't the Duke just say that even for a lord, trespassing into a citizen's house was illegal? But what else could his current action be if not illegal? But Clos Torres arrogantly replied, to me, what is considered illegal? That made sense. Just Box Kane thought for a moment. Even if he went through the front door, they would have to obediently open it and invite him in, right? Of course. But Clos Torres knew that doing so would give them time to prepare. Do you know where the master of the Vienham house is? Just Box Kane nodded, admitting he knew and guessing the current situation. So you want to quietly sneak in, right? Clos Torres praised the young man for having good judgment, but it seemed just Box Kane was very familiar with this place. That's right. Because of that debt, I frequently came here. The layout of this room is already firmly in my grasp. Saying that, he put on a black cloak. Follow me. I'll take you through the path the servants usually take. Very quickly, just Box Kane led Clos Torres to the room of the master of the Vienham house. He panicked when he saw the Duke visiting in the middle of the night. Long time no see, Hamilton Vienham, Clos Torres said as he stepped closer to the head of his family. The Duke still remembers this lowly one. It's truly my blessing. I wonder if you have any important business coming here today? I came here today because of your son. The master of Vienham was extremely terrified when the Duke asked about his son. Is the young master at home right now? But this father also didn't know where that troublemaker currently was. What a strange father-son relationship. Since I will use my authority to punish him now, you don't have any objections, do you? Not knowing why the Duke personally came here unannounced in the middle of the night and demanded to punish his son, Hamilton was extremely confused, indicating how the Duke could be so unreasonable. But the Duke quickly gave him a proper answer. Ian V and him plotted to harm my people. You must know that harming my subordinates is an unforgivable crime. Hamilton firmly denied it. Sure, there was a misunderstanding, but Close Torres, emitting a murderous aura, suppressed him. If you continue to hide the criminal, the crime will become 1 degree heavier. Seeing Close Torres issuing a warning and leaving a way out, Hamilton quickly understood. I will send someone to find that damn bastard back right away. Men, quickly find that Ian back for me. Hurry up. Who knows which hole Ian V and him crawled out from? No need to look, I'm back. I heard the Duke is looking for me. Ian V and him, you know this person, right? Saying that, he turned to introduce Just Box Kane. Like lightning striking his ears, Ian remained calm, but his father showed confusion about why he was here. Surely they were related. It was indeed Just Box Kane. Ian V and him. You remember the person who accompanied Just Box Kane, right? That is my subordinate, and you certainly haven't forgotten what you did to my person, have you? Hamilton desperately begged the Duke to spare his son's life. It's all because my son is ignorant. He just wanted to play a joke. He put sleeping pills in my person's wine. Someone who does this kind of thing just because he's ignorant? Close Torres glared fiercely at Hamilton. He trembled in fear and had to turn to his son, who had been acting like a mute clam, begging him to speak up. What does the Duke mean by this? Ian V and him replied extremely calmly, as if he hadn't done anything wrong. Father, do you still not understand? The Duke's subordinate is just an excuse. Actually, the Duke has other calculations, and his purpose is related to this person named Just Box Kane. Ian pointed straight at Just Box Kane. Unexpectedly, his mind was so sharp. Close Torres had underestimated his opponent. Hamilton quickly understood his son's meaning. Just Box Kane, you came because of your brother, right? I will immediately return the person to you. Just Box Kane flew into a rage. His brother was his weakness. Just Box Kane grabbed his shirt and shouted loudly, "Do you know my brother can barely move now?" But Hamilton said Just Box Kane's brother was poisoned and just needed timely treatment. Poisoned? Close Torres quickly sniffed out the suspicious point. Hamilton only now realized he had slipped his tongue. Ian truly wasn't afraid of strong enemies, but only of stupid teammates. Don't even think about covering up the dirty deeds the V and him family has done. Ian replied very deceitfully, what have we done? Fraud, gambling, illegal trading, human trafficking. Do I need to say more? What a stupid father. Ian could only bite his lip because this father seemed. The investigative ability of the Duke here is quite supreme. As if receiving a satisfactory answer, Close Torres ordered Just Box Kane to capture Ian V and him. As if proving himself after Close Torres's rigorous training courses, Just Box Kane quickly used magic to capture Ian V and him. A series of ropes appeared from nowhere and tied him up. Hamilton hurriedly ran over, his fat body panting heavily. Ian, Duke, please have mercy. Mercy? If you need help, shouldn't you let me see your sincerity first? He waved his hand, glancing at Hamilton kneeling below. At this point, he wanted to do everything to save his son. Then give me the list of all the members of the V and him family. Yes, including the dead, those who have married, and those who have changed their names. I want the list of everyone. Hamilton was the current head of the V and him family, so it was understandable that he worried about the family. What would happen to the people on the list? On his honor as a duke, Close Torres promised that if he handed over the list, he would guarantee the lives and freedom of their family. Hamilton was truly too gullible. He hurriedly went to get the list. On this side, Ian couldn't stand this stupid father anymore, so he struggled hard to stop his father. So damn noisy. Already hating Ian, Just Box Kane took the opportunity to make the ropes tighten around him. After a short while, Hamilton returned with the family list in hand. As I said, I will guarantee the lives and freedom of your son, as well as your whole family. Just Box Kane showed a very disapproving attitude when the Duke spared Ian V and him's family. And Hamilton was still naively saying, "Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Duke." Having gotten what he wanted, Close Torres had to leave immediately. Who would volunteer to breathe the same air as these filthy people? But Hamilton called the Duke back in a panic. Then my son still doesn't seem to be very free? Close Torres turned around and met Just Box Kane's disgusted gaze. He informed him that it would automatically untie by tomorrow. The Duke also added an earlier sentence, reflect on yourself. On the way back, the Duke also took the time to read through the list. Unexpectedly, it also recorded the crime scenes. This would save a lot of work. Close Torres really cared about Just Box Kane, so he kept wondering about him. Do you have any objections to my decision? That kind of person, even if they continue to enjoy wealth and glory, maybe you wouldn't care too much. But for a lowly, stupid person like me, it's different. Close Torres folded the list. I will brand the foreheads of those whose names are on this list. Just Box Kane was surprised because the Duke had clearly promised to guarantee the safety and freedom of those people earlier. Indeed, very free, because they would be kicked out of Torres soon. Just wondering how they could live normally with a brand on their foreheads like that. Suddenly, they were stopped by V&M's guards on the way. That rude guy poked Just Box Kane's head. "You little brat, get lost while I'm still speaking nicely." Just Box Kane was angry and wanted to use magic to attack him, but Close Torres ordered the young man to stop. "And who are you? State your name." This guy was bold to yell in the Duke's face like that. "I am Close Deviathan Torres." "Do I need to repeat myself?" He waved his hand, looking at the man arrogantly. "Greetings, Duke." The guy was startled. "Lead the way. Where are my people locked up?" He didn't hesitate to give orders to the guards as if this were his home. Very quickly, they reached the place where the V&M family imprisoned people. "Open the door." The order was issued, but the guards stood still. But this subordinate doesn't have the key. He simply pointed a finger inside, and Just Box Kane understood. The young man quickly cast magic to destroy the lock, but Just Box Kane, in a rush to find his brother, blew up the door entirely. "Noah, where are you?" "It's me, Just Box Kane." Just Box Kane quickly rushed inside to find his brother. Looking around, Close Torres began to ponder. "While I was busy preserving magic crystals, my people had to suffer here. Close Deviathan, what have you done?" The Duke gritted his teeth, blaming himself. "Noah, do you recognize who I am?" Close Torres looked up at the two brothers reuniting. His brother was so thin that he looked like a bag of bones. "Just Box Kane, my younger brother." Close Torres shed tears of happiness. "It's me, your younger brother." Seeing that Just Box Kane had found his brother, Close Torres approached to greet them. Just Box Kane held back his tears and wiped away the tears on his young face. "Lord Duke, I am a sinner who dares not dream of becoming your subordinate." Saying that, the young man knelt to show his sincerity. "But if you can give me a chance, I will definitely repay this favor of yours." Close Torres smiled as he recalled Karina's words to him. "Trust given will earn trust in return." "Stand up, Just Box Kane. After today, you will probably be busier. The work of my subordinates is not little." Like making a vow, Just Box Kane declared, "Yes, Duke. I'm willing to follow you for the rest of my life." 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Mom is going to start looking. Karina was at the mansion. Since the Duke was away, she didn't have to train. That's why she spent more time with her children. Where did these kids hide? While Karina was looking everywhere, the kids in some bush were giggling with each other. Karina walked rhythmically, looking east and west, pretending to search. "Found you." Roland and Melissa laughed happily when their mom found them. Karina pinned Melissa down and tickled her. "Well, do you surrender or not?" Because it was too ticklish, the little girl surrendered immediately. While the mother and children were playing, Roland's face suddenly turned pale. "Lady bless." Karina turned her head towards a voice. It turned out to be Just Box Kane. He came here carrying a pink gift box. Just Box Kane tried hard to mock Karina. "How old are you to act like a child?" Karina wouldn't give in. She had to bring up the image of a certain kid who used to hug her and cry. Forget about that. Just Box Kane really wanted to throw his face away. Karina was curious about the gift box that Just Box Kane had been hugging since he arrived. "Tell me, what box are you holding in your hand?" Just Box Kane simply said that this item was destined to be Karina's. This made Karina extremely curious. "My brother asked me to pass this to you. He said he made it out of passion." This inquisitive girl surely had a lot of questions. Karina wondered why he gave it to her instead of the Duke. "Didn't we destroy the V&M family mostly thanks to his efforts?" Just Box Kane gave his personal opinion. Moreover, Just Box Kane was very grateful that Karina was the one who saved his life. "Then please pass my thanks to him." Just Box Kane smiled and left. "I still have things to do, so I'll go first." What does this guy have to do? It was the inquisitive Karina again. "Of course, it's the tasks the Duke assigned me." The 20-something young man was very proud of the title subordinate of Duke Torres. Saying that, he waved goodbye, taking the time to do his mission. Karina was sad because she had started working in the mansion even before Just Box Kane, but she only ever went to training. Was it because she was still inexperienced that the Duke didn't assign her any tasks? But the sadness only lasted for a moment. She had to be happy when receiving a gift. So now let's open the gift together and see. The mother and children were exactly the same, extremely thrilled, opening from the first white bough in perfect sequence. "Mom, I want to use this cup to drink tea." The gift Noah gave Karina was a handmade porcelain set he made himself. Indeed, Karina and the kids really liked this gift. Lady bless, Karina was really famous. People flocked to visit her. This time, it was Lady Atrice. "What are you doing?" I knocked on the door, and no one answered, so I came in on my own. Since she just received the porcelain cups, Karina wanted to use them to brew tea to welcome Atrice. When Lady Atrice saw the tea set Karina received, she was extremely surprised. Then came a barrage of questions. Who gave this to you? Or where did you buy it? Tell me quickly, I want to order it too." It seemed Atrice also really liked the tea set that Just Box Kane's brother gave. Karina had to answer that it was made by Just Box Kane's brother. Lady Atrice was sad. Why had she missed out on such a talented artisan making handmade porcelain? His name is Noah. He only makes it as a hobby. It makes sense that you didn't know. Lady Atrice evaluated Noah's skills as being far superior to the artisans in the capital, and he only does it as a hobby? Suddenly, Atrice slammed her hand on the table, declaring that she would go find Noah immediately. Because he was poisoned, Noah's whole body was weak and frail, and he had to use a cane to stand. "Please forgive me for meeting you in this state." Looking around, it was full of blueprints, so Karina guessed this young man was designing pottery. Moreover, each piece had its own unique characteristics. Lady Atrice was absolutely right. He was very talented. Karina's aesthetic. Noah wondered why Karina came to see him. She must have something to say. Karina honestly told him that the person who actually wanted to meet him was Lady Atrice. Noah was surprised to be visited by Lady Atrice. Atrice walked in and immediately asked, "Your craftsmanship is so exquisite, it couldn't possibly be just a hobby. Who on earth did you learn this from, Noah?" He honestly replied, "I am self-taught." Atrice was utterly surprised. Self-taught? That's really unbelievable. These Beltine brothers are truly formidable. You taught yourself pottery, and your younger brother taught himself magic, and both of you excel in your respective fields despite being self-taught. It's truly my honor that you think so highly of it, my lady. These things are not worth much money. If you like them, feel free to take them," he said, then gifted Lady Atrice a handmade porcelain tea set. Karina thought they were so beautiful and asked, how come these items weren't snatched by those loan sharks? Selling these would surely fetch a fortune. They probably thought these were just worthless trash. Noah is indeed too modest. They are so beautiful. How could they not be worth money? Karina, on the other hand, was very generous with her praises. Noah shyly scratched his head. He thought he only made them to kill time. How could anyone buy them? The Beltine brothers are right. No one wants to buy something from an unknown artisan. However, I am someone who appreciates art, so I won't be bound by such meaningless fame. Atrice cherished each item that Noah gifted her and expressed her personal opinion after looking over the gifts. "I will pay 10,000 killoin to buy all of this." Atrice offered a very high price to buy all the items that Noah had made, which surprised him. "These things aren't worth you spending that much money on. You can just take them all if you like. We owe the Duke our lives." But Lady Atrice insisted on buying them rather than accepting them for free. A favor is a favor, but I cannot use that as an excuse to take things without paying. But I also have a condition. You must use this money to rent a pottery workshop. I dare not accept. As he looked over at Karina and saw her nod, signaling him to. Noah then spoke his mind. "I am truly so happy that I'm becoming anxious. I don't know how I can ever repay this favor of yours." Lady Atrice requested that when Noah makes pottery, he should carve plum blossoms and dolphins on them, as these are the symbols of the South, where she was born and raised. Torres, from now on, you must also continue to create pottery by exploiting these themes. Noah accepted the order with joy, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Does Lady Atrice want to train Noah to become an artisan of Torres? Karina guessed so. It's true that they don't share the same bloodline, but the siblings are so alike, from the way they assert Torres' sovereignty to their realization that they are the talents of Torres. Noah thanked Madame P.S. and Lady Atrice. Karina really couldn't take the credit for this. It was all thanks to Atrice discovering his talent. Her only task was to bring the lady here. Noah said, "What I want to thank you for is not this matter. I've already heard from my younger brother. Everything the Duke did was because of you. Me getting this opportunity is all thanks to your blessing. I will never forget this favor of yours for the rest of my life. If you ever need any help, please just let me and my younger brother know." Seeing Noah tearing up with emotion, Karina accepted his offer. Saying goodbye to Noah, Karina and Atrice walked along the corridor while chatting. "Lady Atrice, did you see Noah's craftsmanship?" Atrice replied immediately, It's too incredible. If you were an apprentice of some craft guild, that guild would surely be famous far and wide. Madam P.S., do you know why I understand this so well? How could Karina know where a young lady's hobby came from? But she still guessed it was from an interest in pottery. Atries confirmed that what Karina said was correct. The previous duke was quite gifted in the field of art. He taught me many things, and pottery was one of them. It was then that Karina understood. To Atries, pottery was perhaps an intangible heritage left to her by her adoptive father. Because of that, Atries gripped her dress tightly and declared that her own dream was to be able to cultivate an artisan herself. Just you wait and see. In just 1 month, Noah will create a masterpiece that will amaze you. Atries confidently placed all her expectations on Noah. The camera panned to Karina's peaceful wooden cabin. The sound of tea being poured crackled. From a certain height, the tea flowed down into the cup. How has work been lately? Just box Kane? He is indeed a smug teenager. He quickly showed off that he had gotten much more used to it than before, which was why he had the free time to come here and drink tea. Seeing just box Kane relaxing here, without Noah anywhere in sight, Karina worried if Noah was really too busy. Don't even mention it. Lately, he's been going crazy busy with making pottery. Saying that, just box Kane could only sigh. But he knew Lady Atries did that because she wanted to train his brother to become the best artisan in this empire. Karina wondered how that little girl was going to train an artisan. Haven't you heard? Today, she's going to use the pottery made by my brother to host a tea party. Karina was surprised that such a little girl like Lady Atries had to prepare a tea party, wondering if she would face any difficulties. However, since she's only entertaining other noble ladies of her age, it probably won't be too bad, right? Karina often wondered and had to reassure herself like that. This is the first time I've seen my brother so happy. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to you. Karina didn't understand why these people were so prone to thanking her. It made her die of embarrassment because she didn't think she was that great. Seeing that the time was right, Karina expressed her wish to ask Just Box Kane for a favor. Just Box Kane quickly agreed. I hope you can teach magic to my kids. What? But my magic is all self-taught, and there are still many flaws. Karina felt it was fine since just Box Kane was gradually perfecting his magic control very well. As for Melissa and Roland, Karina had recently discovered that the kids were always secretly using magic, so she figured it'd be better to have someone teach them properly. Oh well, because of the promise that if Karina ever needed help, the Beltine brothers would never refuse, and now, just Box Kane, sweating cold sweat, had to agree to Karina's proposal. I will do my best. Then let's start right now. Saying that, just Box Kane stood up, showing his intention to teach the kids right away. It just so happens I'm free right now, the teenager suggested with a smile. Seeing that, Karina went to call Roland and Melissa to gather in the garden. When the two kids heard about magic, their big round eyes sparkled brightly like spring flowers. Right? Starting from now, I will teach you a very important magic. Just Box Kane stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite like a teacher. The kind that goes boom, right? Melissa was so excited that her eyes seemed to be glowing. More. Melissa's passion for dangerous, explosive, pew-pew magic still hadn't faded away. Seeing his student actively discussing the lecture, teacher Just Box Kane also gave the answer for today's lesson. The teenager smiled and confirmed, wrong. It's even more important than that. Melissa scoffed and turned her face away, signaling her sheer boredom. Just Box Kane smugly reached out his hand to cast magic and instructed the kids to closely observe what he was doing. A red aura of magic surrounded Just Box Kane. He was still very smugly guiding Roland and Melissa. It might be a little difficult at first, now you guys. He hadn't even finished his sentence when the kids asked the teacher to check their work. Is it like this? A golden light surrounded the two PS siblings. Just Box Kane snapped his head around, questioning Karina about these two children. Karina could only shrug and smile wryly because her children were born to become archmages. How could she explain their innate talent now? After listening to me, please don't be too surprised. The teacher finally met the parent to give an evaluation. Was it good news or bad news? It was so nerve-wracking. Just Box Kane said, Karina, your children are geniuses. Oh, you're flattering them too much. Seeing Karina smiling as if she thought he was joking, Just Box Kane suddenly turned serious. I'm not joking. I'm afraid it won't be long before they even surpass me. Their ability to manipulate magic is way better than mine. This is truly innate. The status of the talented young mage in Just Box Kane's mansion was shaken. Just Box Kane, just tell the Duke that the children's abilities are normal. It's truly baffling. Children being such magical geniuses. Yet Karina wanted to modestly hide their abilities. I don't want Roland and Melissa to be bound by anyone. They should have their own lives. Realizing she might have spoken out of line, Karina could only say that she herself was living a very good life. She simply wanted the kids to have the opportunity to choose their own lives. She didn't want Roland and Melissa to have to follow her and stay in this Duke's mansion. Still not seeing any response from Just Box Kane, Karina thought this kid really didn't understand her. You are indeed a good mother. However, you don't need to worry. Even if the kids are archmages, I won't tell the Duke. I was just thinking how great it would be if my parents also thought for me like you do. Mom, look at this. Roland and Melissa conjured huge bubbles that enveloped them inside. Oh my God, Karina, did you call Just Box Kane here to humiliate me? Just Box Kane clicked his tongue. I haven't even taught them this yet. Karina wanted to know what kind of magic this actually was, and Roland answered immediately. This is defensive magic. Karina pondered because nowhere in the novel did it mention that Rung could taught Roland defensive magic. Therefore, growing up, Roland didn't have it easy at all, but it seemed now Roland's future was beginning to change. Watching the kids playing around, Karina was overjoyed that Roland and Melissa were now able to choose their own lives. Madam P.S. A hurried, urgent call came. It was Andrea. Andrea was running while panting heavily. The lady invites you to come. Right now. Immediately. This command was truly urgent, and in Karina's memory, Lady Atreides was not someone who would issue such a desperate command as if crying for urgent help like this. Did something happen with Lady Atreides' tea party? Out of extreme worry, Karina asked Andrea about Atreides' situation, but the result wasn't as bad as Karina thought. The tea party didn't have any issues, but the problem lay with Lady Atreides herself. The lady keeps getting restless. Karina felt that it was natural for a little girl like Atreides to feel restless, because after all, this was the first time she was hosting a tea party. Ever since the previous Duchess passed away, this is indeed the first time the Duke's mansion is hosting a tea party. It was then that Karina understood the reason why Atreides felt anxious. That smart, brave little girl wasn't worried about introducing the pottery. The thing making her anxious was hosting a social event by herself for the first time. The party aspect should normally be hosted by the Duke, but since he was so busy, he probably had no time to care about any tea parties. And the inevitable thing now was that if this tea party didn't go well, it would affect the prestige of the Duke's mansion. Walking a long way, they finally arrived. This was the venue for the tea party. The door was pushed open by Andrea. Inside was a little girl in a vibrant, gentle apricot yellow dress, surrounded by flowers of the same tone, looking incredibly beautiful. The princess seemed to hear a strange noise and turned around to look at Madame P.S. Atreides tightly gripped her dress, her hands trembling, with her head bowed. I can't. What if I accidentally ruin everything? I know there's still many families out there saying, I'm just a crow. I've screened them very carefully, but what if there's still someone like that left out? Atreides recounted while tearing up. Her eyes clearly showed extreme, haunting fear. Lady Atreides, those kinds of people will definitely not appear at the tea party. Ariana was very worried about her master, so she spoke up to comfort her, because Ariana herself had also very carefully selected the guest list. Then scold them. Unlike the comforting words, Karina's challenging statement stood out completely. Atreides was utterly surprised by this. Lady Atreides, no matter how hard you try, there's no way you can avoid all of their gossips. Just you wait and see. After today's party, there will definitely be people talking bad behind your back. But what does this matter? No matter how people badmouth you behind your back, you are still Lady Atreides, the Princess of Torres. Karina tried her best to comfort Atreides. But I am not the Duke's biological sister. So this was what the petite girl was worried about. You must know that my 2 children were not born by me, right? So do you think Roland and Melissa are not my children? Those 2 are exactly my children. Karina gave an example and affirmed it swiftly as if it were an absolute given. And Lady Atreides is also the Duke's sister. Atreides apologized to Karina for making her worry, but to Karina, being able to help Atreides made her very happy. Karina knelt down, gently holding Atreides' hands. It doesn't matter if you ruin some tea party, so don't put too much burden on yourself. Do you understand? Atreides nodded, signaling that she understood. Seeing that Atreides had understood, Karina also stood up, intending to leave. Suddenly, Atreides grabbed Karina's dress. Madam P.S., can you join the tea party with me? I'm really sorry. I know you don't like going to places like that. But Karina tucked her hair behind her ear and then said, I cannot attend the tea party. If I participate, then the reason you're hosting this tea party will lose its meaning. Karina lightly patted the petite girl's shoulder as if to encourage her. Atries nodded sadly. Seeing the little girl sad, Karina truly didn't have the heart to. It's not like I absolutely have to stick by your side for you to feel at ease, right? As if seeing hope, Atries immediately caught the main point. What? Karina pointed towards the building opposite. Isn't the tea party going to be held in the flower garden? It can also be seen from this window over here, right? So I will always stand there watching you. If anything happens to you, I can run over immediately. Are you relieved now? Karina held Atries' hands, smiling and promising. She smiled like an angel, incredibly gentle and sweet. As promised, after saying goodbye to Atries, Karina went to the room with the window overlooking the flower garden. Lady Atries will definitely be able to do it. Madam P.S. This voice was the Duke's. Utterly stunned by the appearance of Clos Torres, Karina asked, Duke, why are you here? I should be the one asking this question. Why are you here? I was worried about Lady Atries. What about you, Duke? Because Clos Torres asked, Karina told the truth. But when asked back, he coughed dryly and looked awkward. Because just looking at him was enough to understand that the Duke here had the same reason as Karina, which was why she burst out laughing. One person laughed, while the other was dying of embarrassment. I was worried about my sister. Is there a problem? Karina thought that if Clos Torres said he was worried about the little girl right in front of the person herself, Atries would definitely be very happy. But the Duke didn't think so. He thought Atries would feel like he was bothering her. Oh, these two? Karina was truly helpless and speechless. Clos Torres was afraid that Atries would think he didn't trust her, which was why he didn't openly care for her, but this very fear only widened the distance between the two cousins. The Duke said that he would definitely have chance. It's been 7 years, Duke. When on earth will this chance you speak of appear? Being too exhausted, Karina spoke up, but in return, she received a compliment of extreme admiration from the Duke of Torres. However, to Karina, if he agreed with her viewpoint, he should act immediately. The Duke himself also knew how much effort Atries had put into this tea party. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel that I was too cowardly before. Before he could even finish his sentence, a piercing scream echoed from the flower garden, interrupting their conversation. The scream quickly drew everyone's gaze down to the flower garden below, which was a complete mess. The noble ladies of other families were hiking up their dresses and running frantically as if a monster were chasing them. Were there bees and monsters? None other than simply a bee. It was then that Karina realized that the scent of the sweets had attracted the bees. Worried for Atries, the Duke quickly turned around, wanting to leave. His attitude was clear and swift, but Karina very quickly grabbed firmly onto Clos Torres' hand. Once you appear, the meaning of the tea party will also be changed. You also know what this tea party represents. Karina did her best to stop Clos Torres from going to the flower garden. Because he was too worried about his sister, the Duke still wanted to go. Seeing this, Karina had no choice but to take on this task on behalf of the great Duke. Accepting the task, Karina quickly rushed to the flower garden. The clatter of her shoes echoed with every step. Lady Atries, Madam P.S., it's very dangerous. Step aside quickly. Atries also didn't want Karina to face danger at the party. But having accepted the task, Karina had to thoroughly investigate on behalf of Clos Torres, right? She tried her best to search for the culprit causing a commotion at the party. Suddenly, Karina discovered an earth-shattering truth. Those were not bees, but flies disguised as bees. A pop sound like swatting a mosquito echoed as Karina caught the bee barehanded, which made everyone around panicked and worried for her. Caught it. Karina breathed a sigh of relief. Madam P.S., are your hands okay? Let me call a doctor. Atries worried about Karina more than her own important tea party today. But this is just a fly, so of course Karina is fine. This isn't a bee. Before she finished speaking, praises rang out. Catching a bee barehanded. So cool. All around were continuous murmurs. Questions like, have you studied martial arts? Or praises about how a Duke's subordinate is indeed extraordinary. Because of Atries' affection for Karina, the little girl spoke up to clarify Karina's identity. Ladies, Madam P.S. is not a servant, but a subordinate of the Duke. The young girls only admired the pink-haired girl, called Madam P.S., even more. A subordinate? That feels amazing. Seeing the situation had stabilized, Karina relaxed a bit and thanked everyone for their compliments. Karina suggested to Atries, "Why don't we all move to the reception room now?" The Duke's young lady immediately nodded at this great idea. To avoid attracting more bees, let's go into the reception room to continue. It would be a pity to just end it like this. Everyone agreed, and the tea party continued smoothly. Seeing Atries was no longer anxious, her brother and Madame P.S. also left to let her be comfortable. Along the way, Closed Torres couldn't hide his surprise. "I really didn't expect you to know how to catch bees." Karina really didn't expect the Duke to remember such a silly act. How could I miss such an unforgettable sight? Because she wasn't as capable as the praises suggested. Karina decided to tell the truth that it wasn't a bee, but just an insect that looked like one. "It's called a hoverfly." Closed Torres smiled as he listened to this petite girl explain. "I see Jess seems very busy lately. Is there a lot of work?" Karina suddenly brought up this topic because she knew the Duke's mansion always had a lot of work, and she wanted to help everyone a little. But Close Torres just silently stared at Karina. "What I'm about to say might not sound very considerate, but you can't help with anything right now. I wanted you to be my subordinate, not because I wanted you to do something for me immediately." "Do you mean I need to accumulate strength first?" Karina was indeed saddened by Close Torres' words, but she wanted to know what kind of ability the Duke hoped she would have to help him in the end. Suddenly, he acted mysterious. "Do you know where the magic crystals I use come from?" Karina had always thought they came from the royal family, and this was a correct answer. But the underlying reason was that the South originally didn't need to buy magic crystals. However, because their magic crystals were robbed, they could only buy them back from the royal family when needed. And you are the key to helping the South escape this constraint. And the South, he said, meant none other than Torres himself. Seeing Close Torres immersing himself in the future hope placed on Karina, she said, "But in 5 years, I won't be your subordinate anymore, right?" It's true. Karina still wanted to go to the capital, where her children could get a better education. Ultimately, Karina's only wish was simply for her children to be safe and healthy. "I help you. I can help your children have a good life in the capital. Nothing is ever free." So Karina wanted to ask what it was that Close Torres wanted in exchange. "By then, you will surely be able to create high-grade magic crystals to secure the priority to purchase magic crystals for the South." Of course, this meant Karina would still be Close Torres' subordinate after 5 years. But the answer surprised Karina. After 5 years, they would no longer bind each other. Instead, it would be a cooperative relationship. "If I separate from the Duke's protection now, there will be many fools coveting Roland and Melissa's talents. Since the Duke is willing to protect the children, I have no reason to refuse." Just like that, the agreement was established. After talking for a long time, Atries' tea party also ended. Close Torres offered to visit his sister, and of course, this would make the little girl very happy. "So, can you come with me to cheer me up a bit?" Close Torres reached out his hand, as if proposing a partnership. Karina quickly took his hand in agreement. On this side, Atries was busy assigning servants to clean up after the party when a voice called out to Atries. She turned around to see the Duke and Madame P.S. coming to visit her. Before she could report anything, a warm hand gently patted the little girl's head. "You did very well. I feel very proud." This was exactly what Atries wanted to hear the most. Especially, she wanted to hear this from her brother's own mouth. Karina wanted to step away to give the siblings some private space. "Madam P.S., where are you going?" They truly are siblings. How could they ask the exact same question together? Karina was clearly trying to be tactful, but why did it turn out like this? Karina was surprised to know her presence was still needed in this room. Saying that, Atries rushed over and hugged her tightly. "Thank you so much for earlier. It wasn't a real bee, so Karina also felt shy receiving praises from everyone. Everyone was very curious about you, but I told them already. You are the Duke's subordinate. They're not allowed to gossip randomly." Close Torres stood beside her, nodding continuously, praising his sister's tactful handling. "Well done, Atries. I like you the most." "Me too." The Duke suddenly felt redundant in this room. He stared at the two girls he cherished the most, confessing their affection for each other. Suddenly, Karina made eye contact with the Duke. This was normal until Close Torres quickly turned away to avoid it. Karina innocently had a simple thought. Was that evasive action simply because he was jealous that I am so close to Atreus? Next time, I must find an opportunity for them to get closer to each other. Because there was a difficult problem, Atreus suggested having a meeting with Karina and the Duke. What the little girl wanted now was a merchant guild. Hearing this, Karina immediately knew the reason was related to the pottery. Karina guessed right. As soon as the tea party ended, there were already many orders in an instant. If they had a merchant guild and a workshop, it could develop much better. And this problem, of course, could only be solved by Duke Torres. But he sighed, "I'm so sorry. It's because my abilities are limited. I don't even have a merchant guild. Truly a fragile little ancestor." I didn't mean that. We didn't need a merchant guild before either. Transportation is so developed, we could buy whatever we wanted ourselves. Atreus waved her hands, trying to comfort her brother. But it was true that Torres indeed needed a free merchant guild, although he hadn't chosen a suitable person yet. When I have time, I'll establish a small merchant guild. Close Torres also agreed with Atreus' idea, and he would try his best despite his limited abilities. Immediately, Atreus smiled brightly, looking forward to it immensely. Thump, thump, hurried footsteps in the corridor signaled as if a very urgent matter was happening in this Torres territory. Lord Chichester rushed into the Duke's room with a dark face. "Torres, monsters have appeared." This announcement was like a terrifying bolt from the blue. But who is Close Torres? He calmly questioned the origin of the monsters, from the capital all the way to the outer roads. "I heard a baron who came to buy pottery was attacked by monsters." Chichester quickly reported the investigation news. Monsters? Those things haven't appeared for almost 25 years. Since the previous Duke led the Knight Order to exterminate the monsters, they haven't appeared again. These monsters definitely have a lair somewhere. Close Torres carefully analyzed every detail and came to the conclusion: to destroy their lair, we need an army like the one of the late Duke. Chichester brought up the idea of requesting aid from the royal family. This was the only way because Torres didn't have a talented knight order to fight. Thinking everything was settled, Close Torres fell silent in thought, wondering what demands they would make this time. Karina thought to herself, the emperor protects the people and still needs to set conditions? When Karina thought about it again, she realized something contradictory. Previously, Close Torres had said that the South originally didn't need to buy magic crystals, but because the crystal mines were lost, they now had to buy them from the royal family when needed. So something must have happened between the South and the emperor. This wasn't the time to overthink, so Close Torres ordered to immediately request aid from the royal family's Knight Order. But the difficult problem was that it would take at least 2 weeks for the Knight Order to reach Torres. I don't know if we can hold out until then. As the Duke's butler, Chichester had a very comprehensive view. Mobilize the masses to build barricades. Even if it can't stop all the monsters, it will at least hold out for 2 weeks. Saying that, Close Torres put on his coat and stood up. This was the time to make herself useful. So Karina bravely asked and nervously waited for a task. The Duke simply ordered her, "You focus on your training." Karina was speechless because in a situation like this, he still told her to train. It really was just training. The Duke continued to monitor Karina's training no matter what happened. Karina panted heavily because she was dead tired. But today, the Duke was exceptionally quiet. Looking up, she saw him supporting his forehead, looking exhausted. "Duke, are you feeling unwell?" Although Close Torres said he was fine, Karina still touched his forehead to check his temperature because she felt something was off about the Duke. Confirming Close Torres didn't have a fever, Karina did a general visual check. Only then did she discover monster blood on the hem of his clothes. It was definitely that. After all, she had seen the blood of the monster Roland killed countless times. Did you deal with those monsters alone? Oh, the answer Karina least wanted to hear was actually spoken by Close Torres. She knew the Duke really rushed out all by himself to destroy the monsters. Karina didn't hide it and stated the evidence for her deduction was the monster blood on his hem. "You're injured. It's nothing, just a small wound. If it were a trivial wound, I wouldn't have noticed it. I really can't hide anything from you." Saying that, the Duke turned his face away as if silently admitting defeat to the petite girl in front of him. Karina wondered why the Duke didn't bring the Knight Order with him. Even low-ranking knights were better than bringing no one. Before she could finish, Close Torres acted defensively. "It's better not to bring them. I'll go alone." Being a little injured is fine. Taking those rookies along, I might even have to sacrifice people. Then you could have taken Jess with you. But Close Torres had too many fears. Jess has never fought monsters directly before. It wasn't easy recruiting a new subordinate. I don't want to lose him so soon. Unable to keep watching this, Karina expressed her sincerity. She held tightly onto his hands. Duke, you really don't have to shoulder everything alone like this. Jess and I, and even the Night Order, can all fight alongside you. But they're all people of Torres whom I want to protect. How can I let the people I want to protect face danger? Close Torres smiled gently, seemingly satisfied with his current choice. Therefore, in the future, Close Torres still want to charge forward alone. The Duke said he wanted to protect everyone. So who would protect him? Karina pursed her lips at Close Torres's resolute decision. On a beautiful day, Karina decided to go meet Chichester. But it seemed Chichester was also very busy, so she planned to wait until he was free and come back later. The Royal Night Order just returned, so I'm still free right now. Karina was truly surprised that the extermination of the monster lair was so quick, and the monsters wouldn't appear again either. Seeing Karina hadn't left yet, Chichester knew she had more questions. I want to understand more about the Duke's Night Order. But Chichester was determined to keep this a secret. I want to know what their current condition is. Seeing Karina so determined, Chichester wanted to confirm if this little girl truly wanted to know. Yes, I need to know who is protecting me. Or rather, can they protect me? Karina's purpose was too clear, so Chichester led her to meet the Duke's Night Order. Chichester took Karina to a grand, luxurious, and extravagant building. Chichester introduced it as the place where the Night Order lived. This is indeed a place with great facilities. Not only that, the salary and benefits they receive are even higher than the capital's Night Order. But their actual strength is terrible, right? Where does the problem lie? Karina was indeed a smart girl, quickly understanding the Duke Mansion's dilemma. Because those with actual strength have all left. All that remains is a bunch of people with no strength, no talent, and no ambition. Sliding open the door to the training room, Chichester went silent. It's training time right now, yet there's no one in the training ground. You still don't understand why? Karina didn't understand. The conditions here were so good, from facilities to salary. There couldn't be many better places in the world than this. Madam, P.S., Karina wondered, then can't Torres go recruit knights like other places? What about the young knights with bright futures, who would be willing to come all the way to the southern fringes of the empire? But even if talented people did come here, the royal family would force us to hand them over anyway. Karina was shocked to hear the harsh truth behind it. Chichester was a royal butler, so he knew how to think ahead with the most comprehensive view possible. That was why this action by the royal family, according to Chichester's assessment, I won't say this method is wrong. This is obviously a good way to recruit a strong military, as well as test loyalty. It's just that our situation doesn't allow for it. Very quickly, Karina could understand that after talents were cultivated by Torres, they would all be snatched away by the royal family. This was truly a situation of pouring water into a leaky jar. If only there was some excuse that made the knights come to the south, that would be great. After returning with Chichester, Karina kept thinking about Torres's current military problem. Are there really no knights with nowhere to go or urgently needing a place to stay? Criminals? No. Dead evaders? Too expensive. Injured people. Stopping right at this recruitment target, Karina felt she saw a glimmer of hope, so she dug deeper into this topic. But very quickly, this target fell into difficulty because the medical technology in Torres wasn't much better either. It's really hard. Karina stretched and leaned her head back on the chair to rest. What are you worrying about? Suddenly, Jess appeared behind her out of nowhere. His magnified face looking down at Karina from above startled her. It's nothing, just a slight headache. Seeing an opportunity arise, Jess proposed taking Karina for a walk to get some fresh air and relieve stress. But how could Karina not be wary of someone who had once harmed her? She quickly turned around, wanting to ask clearly what harm this mage boy was planning to do to her. Poor Jess was misunderstood, so he waved his hands and explained, I just discovered a really great place. I wanted to take you to see it. I think your kids will like it too. How unjust. Hearing this quickly caught Karina's attention regarding the place Jess mentioned. They will definitely be very happy. Considering Karina had agreed, Jess called out loudly into the green forest for Roland and Melissa to come down from the second floor. Jess! The two energetic children ran while greeting Jess. Karina was surprised they were so close, calling each other by name already. Jess! The tour guide quickly informed the two little guests about the upcoming sightseeing spot. Do you two want to go play in the water? I just found a river where the water isn't cold at all. It would be a huge pity not to go. Not only is it not cold, it's actually hot. This mysterious river quickly made the children curious and intrigued. Both Roland and Melissa activated their ultimate move. Sparkling eyes, whatever I ask for, Mom gives it. Mom, can we go? I want to go play in the water. It truly was an effective ultimate move. Every time it was used, Karina never refused the kids. Just like that, the family of 3 and tour guide Jess went together to that mysterious river. They arrived very quickly. The surroundings of the river were even steaming, and this was definitely a hot spring. But Karina noticed a strange point about this spring. This isn't an ordinary hot spring. This smell is a sulfur hot spring. While Karina was lost in thought, these brothers asked each other about their swimming skills. Seeing the kids shake their heads, Jess acted older and arrogant. Then let me teach you too. Living in the South without knowing how to swim won't do. Because they were curious children, both Roland and Melissa were very obedient and listened to Jess teach them how to swim. The kids splashed around in the water. While Roland was floundering because he couldn't stay afloat, Melissa very quickly managed to float on the water and giggled. Seeing it was getting late, for everyone's safety, Jess suggested they call it a day. Was it fun? She really was reluctant to leave this spring, so Melissa really wanted to play a little longer. Karina wrapped a towel around the kids because she was afraid they would catch a cold if they stayed in the water for too long. But Melissa still insisted on playing a little longer. Knowing her child too well, Karina said loudly, "Mr. Edward said today there will be bacon, cookies, and potatoes. It seems Mom will just have to eat with Roland then." Jess was not to be outdone. He chimed in with Karina to tease Melissa. "Then let me eat Melissa's portion." Melissa quickly sat up. "No, I want to eat." Everyone burst into laughter. On the way back to the Duke's mansion, because they had played too enthusiastically, both Roland and Melissa fell backward, fast asleep out of exhaustion. But Karina kept pondering over the hot spring from earlier. This petite girl believed that with just that hot spring, she could solve a night problem. This girl truly had strange thoughts. "I must tell the Duke about it when we get back tonight." The carriage clopped rhythmically, heading straight toward the Duke's mansion through the evening glow. The next morning, Karina brought the map of Torres to meet the Duke. "There's a hot spring here. Claude Torres' face." When hearing Karina mention a hot spring, his head was full of question marks. Seeing that Claude Torres still seemed not to understand, Karina enthusiastically presented her idea. "Seriously, why does no one think like you? A hot spring is a type of hot water gushing out from underground. I know what a hot spring is." Claude Torres's face darkened, thinking that this girl seemed to underestimate his vast knowledge too much. But this is also the first time I've heard that Torres has a hot spring. At this moment, the Duke realized the anomaly Karina had mentioned. Until now, Torres never had any hot springs. This is indeed a novel discovery. Karina continued to ask whether there was any volcano in the vicinity of the spring she circled on the map of Torres. The Duke had heard that there used to be one in the past. Then that must be a sulfur hot spring. Karina nodded, as if her speculations were correct. Since she was right, Karina continued to explain the reason why she brought up this spring to the Duke. Sulfur hot springs have many uses. Among them, for illnesses like dermatitis and muscle pain. There's also, before Karina could finish, Claude Torres interrupted her as if he knew what she wanted to do. He informed her that the laws of the Empire strictly prohibited the operation of public hot springs. But it doesn't forbid providing treatment facilities for injured knights, right? Karina's eyes lit up, bringing forth her proposal. Of course, relying solely on a hot spring wouldn't be enough to attract those knights. But if we cooperate with Dr. Sanvita to establish a rehabilitation facility, it will have enough appeal. Karina was very confident in the plan she had proposed. Seeing Karina's resolve and determination, Claude Torres expressed his desire to see the documents she had organized. Karina nervously listened for the Duke's feedback. Suddenly, while thoughtfully reading the document, he exclaimed, "Truly impressive." Seeing this, Karina became even more confident, right? The therapeutic effect of the hot spring is even higher than I thought. Not only can it provide relaxation, but it's also effective in treating skin diseases. I'm saying that you are very talented. It turned out that the impressive thing Claude Torres mentioned wasn't the hot spring, but Karina's talent. He is praising me for being talented? Karina was flustered and shy. Also, thanks to your survey, we can now treat many citizens. Karina wondered, citizens? What do you mean? That's right. If we had discovered the hot spring a bit earlier, we could have cured more people. Claude Torres was indeed a lord who lived for his people. Karina blamed herself for not considering this profound aspect at all. But if they build a treatment center for the people, it would be very hard to make a profit in the short term. Karina wasn't selfish, because what Torres urgently needed now was a talented Night Order. And Claude Torres knew a Night Order was what Torres needed right now. He forced a smile. I'm just daydreaming a bit. Right now, I have neither the capital nor the capability to build a treatment center. Karina comforted the talented Duke, but in the future, we will definitely be able to build a medical facility for the citizens. At Karina's comforting words, Claude Torres smiled and offered his sincere thanks. After receiving the Duke's approval, Karina quickly went to meet the beautiful Dr. Sunvita. Sunvita was surprised by the proposal Karina presented, building a rehabilitation facility to serve injured knights. Ah, is the Duke dreaming? Sunvita pressed her forehead, groaning with a headache. Oh Lord! In contrast to Sunvita's gloomy and dark aura, Karina on this side was overflowing with pink hues. Actually, this is my solution, she raised her hand and declared. When she found out this was Karina's own proposal, Sunvita was very surprised. Seeing that, Karina asked, "Is it very strange?" Sunvita shook her head. This solution is good, true, but it doesn't seem like your style. The female doctor saw that Karina was still confused, so she explained that Karina was a realist. I'm also a realist, so I understand very well. Conversely, our dear Duke is far too idealistic. Karina lowered her head, pondering Sunvita's words. You mean this plan isn't practical, but I think this solution is worth a try. I can never forget how prosperous the South once was. Sunvita seemed very proud of the Torres from 7 years ago. Once this proposal succeeds, the South can return to that era. So, I'm willing to participate in your plan. Karina genuinely wanted to cooperate with Dr. Sunvita this time. A handshake sealed the agreement. Sunvita made a small request. Salary and benefits must not be lacking. You hear? Karina chuckled. It would be more fitting for you to negotiate this with the Duke. Since she had agreed to join the plan, Sunvita also proposed finding an elite botanist. As for other things, more or less, I can still understand a bit. But regarding herbs, we must rely on an expert. Otherwise, if we prescribe the wrong medicine by accident, it'll be a disaster. Karina promised she would try her best to find a botany expert. After saying that, the two said their goodbyes. Karina thought that with the help of Dr. Sunvita, they would definitely be able to establish a Night Order this time. She had to hurry and inform the Duke. Indeed, with Dr. Sunvita cooperating, the probability of success increases significantly because she is truly very skilled. All right then, can you take me to see that hot spring? Claude Torres stood up. Karina was surprised that the Duke wanted to go personally to verify it. Seeing the enthusiasm and dedication inside this young Duke, Karina quickly agreed. Sure, let me lead the way. Very quickly, the two arrived at the location. Claude Torres's first remark was, "It's smaller than I imagined." He fell silent for a long while. Karina explained that underneath must also be entirely hot water, so they could dig it as wide as they wanted. Is that so? As he spoke, Claude Torres rummaged in his pocket as if looking for something, which perhaps Karina knew what it was. Wait, Your Grace. That was right. Claude Torres took out a sparkling golden magic crystal from his pocket and gently dropped it to the ground. Splash! An explosion accompanied a massive column of water erupting into the sky. Due to the dispersion of sunlight refracting and reflecting through the sprayed water droplets, a sparkling rainbow was created in the sky. Looking back, the lady on this side was completely drenched because of the Duke's action of detonating the underground water source just now. Karina could only force a smile. What else could she do? You aren't hurt, are you? Did you get burned? Karina laughed out loud because it was simply warm water. Realizing he had worried excessively, Claude Torres immediately turned as red as a tomato. Feeling shy and seeing Karina paying attention to him, the Duke placed his coat over her shoulders to deflect attention. I'm fine. I'm not cold at all. The Duke shyly hinted at her clothes. Only then did Karina realize that her clothes lately were mostly thin and airy, suitable for the current hot weather. She immediately stopped refusing and pulled the Duke's coat tighter around herself. Claude Torres coughed dridi. If I could use magic normally, I could have helped you dry off. I'm sorry. Karina said it was fine, but accidentally took a step back, causing her to slip. Behind her was the hot spring, so Karina panicked. Suddenly, an arm darted out and quickly caught her hand. Splash! The sound of someone falling into the spring. The Duke opened his eyes to see Karina finding herself still safely on the shore. But Claude Torres had fallen into the spring in her place. Karina kept apologizing, so the Duke got angry. Don't always apologize like that. Claude Torres stood up from the hot water, pushing back his soaking wet hair. Afraid that the Duke would catch a cold, Karina offered to return his coat, but Claude Torres wouldn't accept it. Instead, they lit a small fire to dry their clothes before heading back. But where would they get matches here? Turning around, she saw the Duke taking out a magic crystal, truly rich. At the slightest thing, he pulls out magic crystals, which are originally very rare. As soon as the crystal touched the firewood, the flames flared up. The two sat by the red fire. Such a precious magic crystal, using it to dry clothes is too wasteful. Karina spoke the truth. Claude Torres comforted Karina because she was afraid of being wasteful. Hey, regarding the magic crystals you gave me before, just consider that we're using one of them now. But the problem was, the magic crystal earlier wasn't created by Karina. It was bought from the seventh prince. Claude Torres smiled. Of course, how could the magic crystals you create be used for such trivial matters? But he didn't hesitate to use the magic crystals bought from the seventh prince. Claude Torres smiled mockingly. Right, the magic crystals that the seventh prince provided. Even if we use 10 of them to start a fire, there's no need to feel pity. Karina realized that the Duke seemed to loathe the seventh prince deeply. However, overall, she felt she wasn't all that talented. So how could the crystals she created be nobler than those of the seventh prince? But for this kind of thing, it's better to use the magic crystals I made. Karina specifically proposed her magic crystals that were of poor quality. But Claude Torres immediately rejected that idea because, according to the Duke, even if they weren't good, sooner or later they would become Karina's precious research materials. Perhaps their use isn't apparent right now, but 1 or 2 years from now, it will be different. A pink fire, a romantic scene, a man and a woman. You are a genius rarely seen in 100 years. Thus, you can only rely on yourself to research it. I can only contribute a little bit of effort. Karina hugged her arms tightly, objecting to the Duke's words. It's not small at all. You have helped me a lot. Don't belittle yourself like that. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. There was only the crackling sound of the fire left. We should get going, Claude Torres expressed. It's getting late. We must head back. Karina recalled today's events. Although she fell into the hot spring and got completely drenched, and wasted a magic crystal just to start a fire, she felt very happy. Since the plan report was approved, Karina entered the first phase of executing the plan. Although I mentally prepared myself beforehand, excavating the hot spring is indeed much harder than I thought. Jess Boken was the pitiful victim Karina chose as a companion in this arduous task. Of course, and then utilizing the hot spring to build a rehabilitation facility will be even harder. The two looked at each other in silence. So, shall we continue? What else can we do? Suddenly, the sound of the door opening rang out. Mom, the precious son, Roland, peeked out from the room, whispering softly. The thing is, I heard that next week the city will hold a celebration festival. Yeah, well, the boy hesitated endlessly, but still bravely finished his sentence. Seeing Karina, that have no reaction made Roland even more flustered. If Mom doesn't have free time, can Melissa and I go? Seeing her son acting unnatural, Karina burst into laughter, teasing him. You want to go to the celebration festival by yourselves? Don't you want to bring Mom along anymore? Roland quickly ran over to his mother, explaining that he didn't mean that. It was just that lately, the kids had seen Karina too busy. Karina gently patted her beloved son Roland's head. Busy with what? Even if I am busy, I still have time to go to the celebration festival with you too. Really? Mom, you don't mind? Of course not. Then can I go tell Melissa? Tell her that Mom will go too. Roland's eyes sparkled with joy as he answered crisply. Jess Boken over here had been watching the whole interaction between mother and son, waiting for Roland's thumping footsteps to leave the room. He finally spoke up with a dry cough. That celebration festival, can you take me along? Karina was astonished that this boy who always acted mature also wanted to be taken to the festival. You want to go too, Jess? The reason was very convincing when asked by Karina. You have to watch 2 kids all by yourself. Don't you need help? It's so crowded there. What if they get lost? Seeing him nodding in self-satisfaction with his proposed reason while talking, Karina had no choice but to agree to bring him along. Oh, look at his eager face. Then it's settled, okay? We'll attend the celebration festival together. Karina thought to herself, how could Jess be even more excited than the kids? Karina stretched, thinking that after endless days of being busy with the hot spring, a celebration festival wasn't so bad. Occasionally, one also needed to relax a bit. The day the celebration festival was held finally arrived. Karina busily got the kids ready to go out. Knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sounded on the door. It must be Jess, because she had promised to bring him along. Thus, Karina went to open the door to welcome him. Jess, you came right on time. She was stunned backward. The person outside was not the teenager with black hair interspersed with red, but quite the opposite. It was a young man with platinum blonde hair named Claude Torres. This left Karina endlessly astonished. Your Grace. Claude Torres started the conversation first. I heard you guys want to go to the celebration festival. Karina also answered honestly, but this girl full of questions naturally still wanted to know how Claude Torres knew about this. Did Jess tell you? The Duke very quickly confirmed that he learned it from Jess Boken. He also said you need someone to help watch the kids. Karina nodded, confirming this was the reason she was taking Jess Boken along. That's right, so I made plans with Jess. He forgot that he has a mission today. That's why he made plans with you. Jess Boken in the background, listening to the story, was absolutely not resentful at all. His face showed pure anger. This was a true abuse of power. This should be reported. Karina shrugged. Then nothing can be done. As if seizing the opportunity, Claude Torres immediately latched onto it. Although I don't know if I can help, what do you think about letting me tag along? Karina was surprised. Him, a duke, going to babysit? Initially, she accepted Jess's offer because she knew he wanted to go, but was just acting proud. She didn't expect that Claude Torres, who could have anything he wanted, would offer to help her watch the kids. Seeing Karina's reaction, Claude Torres immediately used psychological tactics. As expected, I still make you feel a lack of freedom. Karina quickly understood and salvaged the situation. No, I couldn't wish for anything better. Seeing that the above excuse wasn't working well, the Honorable Duke added, anyway, it's right on time for me to go observe. Oh, the Duke here even went to observe the celebration festival. Claude Torres explained a reason for this convenient arrangement to tag along with Karina and her children. At the celebration festival, it's unavoidable that many people from other regions will come here. To grasp all the information, I often go. Being so busy with work, Karina worried that she and the kids would affect the Duke's observation task, but he shook his head. No, on the contrary, it actually helps me. Going to the celebration festival alone attracts too much attention from others. Melissa ran out, holding Karina's hand and urging her, because the celebration festival was about to begin. Seeing that her kids were all ready, Karina gave the signal to set off. It looked just like a happy family of four with a husband, a wife, and 2 kids. As soon as they arrived, the children's eyes sparkled, unable to hide their surprise at the grandeur of the festival. Just as Jess said, it's so crowded. Your Grace, it's too crowded here. Could you please help me hold Roland's hand? Since he came along with the purpose of babysitting, Claude Torres quickly agreed. He held out his hand, signaling his wish that Roland would also welcome him. The boy stood stunned for a long while before putting his small hand into the Duke's hand. The festival had many stalls selling delicious foods. Mom, look over there. It smells so good. Over there are also many magical things. Karina was dragged east and west by the kids, going from one place to another until she had to beg them to slow down. Their eyes shone brightly, from the toy section to the strawberry cakes. The kids seemed very excited. It was so wonderful. Suddenly, a young man walked past. His body emitted a very strong scent of herbs, and this caught Karina's attention. Identifying the herbal scent on the young man, Karina kept her eyes fixed on observing him, as if she were thinking of someone. Please wait a moment. Karina quickly chased after him. After playing tag for a while, the young man finally stopped. Excuse me, are you a botanist? The young man let out a ha, and who knows from where, a spotlight shone upon his head. Indeed, for a famous person like me, try to lower my presence is quite difficult, isn't it? In contrast to this botanist, Karina darkened at his eccentricity. What is wrong with this person? To not keep the audience waiting long, the spotlight follows every gesture of the main character. That's right, I'm the genius botanist here, Ongulon Owen, he said, and ended his introduction by smoothing his hair. Karina's eyes widened in shock. She thought he was just an ordinary botanist. She didn't expect him to be Ongulon Owen. Isn't that the most famous botanist in the Empire? The best botanist, we need him. Karina clenched her fists, showing her determination to recruit Ongulon Owen to work under Claude Torres. Karina spoke to Ongulon first. We're looking for talent like you. Onyeon Owen seemed too familiar with such words, so he reacted very normally. I know I'm very excellent. No wonder, even in this remote wasteland, there are people wanting to hunt me down. Karina's eyes sparkled as she secretly evaluated him. Rumor has it that because of this arrogance, he was crossed off the list. It seems to be true. Oh, this genius Onyeon Owen overacts so much. Instead of being a botanist, he could also be an actor. But I'm a person with a free soul. Even though I haven't had the support of the noble families recently, don't think you can tie my feet in this desolate wasteland. While he was busy babbling about his own goals, a figure approached. A desolate wasteland like this makes you suffer a grievance. This voice was so cold that it made Onyeon Owen tremble, his face turning pale. Angelin's face turned cold, as if he himself knew the owner of this voice. And this was also a person he didn't want to bump into anymore. Very quickly, Onyeon Owen knew the answer. That figure took off his shawl, revealing platinum blonde hair. Long time no see, Onyeon. Is your father doing well? It really is the Duke. Instantly, this genius botanist knelt down. I'm sorry. Claude Torres hadn't even blamed him for anything yet, but Onyeon Owen had already knelt down to apologize first. What is there to apologize for? For a genius like you to have to lower yourself to my desolate wasteland, I should be the one apologizing. You visited Torres. How could I pretend not to see? So much pressure. Onyeon Owen's face darkened, sweating from fear. Do you have free time tomorrow morning? Changing the subject, Onyeon Owen confirmed the Duke had overlooked his slip of the tongue. At the same time, although this was a question, it was actually an order. So the pitiful Onyeon Owen promised that he would definitely come tomorrow. Go on. Without Claude Torres saying another word, he dashed away, disappearing from his sight. That's great. To think we'd find a botanist here. While Karina was panicking over the long-time no-see greeting between the talented Duke and the genius botanist, Claude Torres remained expressionless, as if this was normal. He sighed, I also have some understanding of this person. A piece of advice for you, don't put too much hope in him. Seeing this, Karina wanted to ask a little more about Onyeon. He doesn't like being tied down to one place. Actually, it's because he couldn't stand it that he voluntarily withdrew from the Botanical Society. This seemed to shatter Karina's thought that he was crossed off the Botanical Society's list because of his arrogance regarding this young man, Onyeon Owen. Claude Torres explained further, becoming a member of the Botanical Society is inherently a great honor, so you can't really say he voluntarily withdrew, right? Karina was dejected upon learning the truth about the Botanical Society fabricating the reason for Onyeon Owen's departure. Claude Torres patted her shoulder lightly to encourage her. No need to be so heartbroken. He's not the only botanist out there. But Karina still hung her head, expressing regret. Seeing that Karina seemed sad, Claude Torres coughed lightly and took something out of his pocket for her. Here. It turned out to be a folding knife. The Duke gave a gift 1 second and blushed shyly the next. I originally planned to give it to you later, but seeing you need a change of mood right now, I thought you might need it. Karina accepted the gift, smiling brightly. Thank you, Duke. Thank you. I will keep it carefully. The two looked at each other and smiled, their eyes meeting very affectionately. Suddenly, Karina interrupted the romantic atmosphere with a suggestion. Should we head back too? Claude Torres seemed very regretful, wanting to hold on. So early? Turning to the reason, it was because Roland and Melissa had been yawning constantly for a while, looking extremely tired. Yes, the children seemed tired from playing. Claude Torres seemed to understand the reason. I'm tired too. Let's go home. The family of four said goodbye to the celebration and returned to the Duke's mansion together. The next morning, as promised, Onyeon Owen came to the Duke's mansion. As soon as he arrived, he was warmly welcomed by Karina. Instead of being welcoming, this young man immediately showed an attitude toward her. Madam Bless, do you know how miserably you've harmed me? Knowing that Onyeon Owen was very afraid of the Duke, and just mentioning Claude Torres would make him cringe, she said, Onyeon, the one who invited you here is the Duke. If you have any dissatisfaction, go tell the Duke directly. This sentence made Onyeon feel slightly guilty. Seeing that this girl was too smart and strong for him to vent his anger on, Onyeon Owen had no choice but to mutter to himself. Looking east and west for a while, suddenly Onyeon Owen pointed to a plant with yellow flowers. Each stalk had only one flower. What is this? How could Karina know? She had a shrug. It's just a weed. Onyeon Owen got closer to observe. How is that possible? Anyulan Owen showed a look of shocked astonishment. Seeing this, Karina wanted to get closer to see if he needed any help. Then he raised his voice, "Don't come any closer." While speaking, his hand grabbed the item that Karina called a weed. Karina was stunned. "Is it a rare species?" "What?" Anyulan Owen confirmed this was not a rare species, but it was a newly discovered plant species for the first time in 124 years. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the small plant. Seeing that Anyulan Owen seemed confident about discovering a new plant species himself, Karina quickly extinguished that joy. "How do you know this is a new plant species? What if it's just a weed that you don't know?" Anyulan turned around sharply to oppose Karina's thought. After all, he was a genius botanist. "There is no plant species that I don't know. This is definitely a new plant species." Having said that, he stood up, wanting to interrogate Karina to see if she had ever seen this type of flower anywhere else, even within the Duke's estate. Karina thought for a long time before concluding. "I don't think so." "I don't think so" is an uncertain adverb. Therefore, Anyulan quickly caught on to this point, criticizing Karina. "Don't tell me you haven't been paying attention." Karina could only shrug modestly. Because she lacked knowledge, she really didn't pay attention to this flower. "Really? If you don't believe me, go look for yourself." Anyulan Owen confidently bragged, "Of course I will do that. A genius botanist like me. How could I not find it?" Anyulan Owen searched for morning until the sun got annoyed with him and hid, yet he still couldn't find anywhere else where this flower grew. Anyulan panted, denying this fact. How is that possible? It was impossible that he couldn't find it. Karina on this side could only smile and console him. What else could she do? "See, there aren't any, right?" Anyulan Owen, clutching the flower, collapsed to the ground. "I need to conduct a comprehensive research. This place must be sealed off." Because Karina was a smart girl, she quickly realized that now was a good opportunity to lure this person to stay here. "But without the Duke's permission, you probably won't be able to research anything." Anyulan Owen objected, but Karina was right. "If it weren't for the Duke inviting you today, would you even have been able to enter this place?" Anyulan gritted his teeth, showing a look of unwillingness. Karina was like a different person with her calculations. Outwardly, she smiled. "If you want to research it that badly, then can you go ask the Duke for permission first?" But inside, she was overjoyed that he had fallen into the trap. "I'm about to bring a talent to you." Hearing this, Anyulan Owen immediately stood up, wanting to meet Claude Torres at once. The door to the Duke's study opened. Claude Torres and Karina communicated as if they were close associates on the same wavelength. "Anyulan has something to ask of you." "What is it?" Karina smiled mysteriously, while Claude Torres rested his chin on his hand, thinking. While the two were communicating with their eyes, Anyulan Owen on this side placed his hand on his chest and bowed 90 degrees to show his sincerity. "The Duke's estate has grown a new plant species. Please allow me to research it." Hearing this, the Duke was also curious to see where this new flower grew in his mansion. In the training ground, it blooms yellow flowers. You have probably seen it before. Surprisingly, Claude Torres did not show a look of astonishment when this plant species was mentioned. Instead, he appeared indifferent, as if he had known for a long time. Sure enough, seeing a ray of hope, Anyulan Owen wanted to ask the Duke more clearly about this matter. But the Duke didn't know it was a new plant species at all. "Hearing what you said, if it wasn't a new plant species, that would be strange." Claude Torres seemed to trust Anyulan completely. "Then have you encountered it anywhere else besides a training ground?" Mentioning plants made Angelin's eyes light up completely. But Claude Torres declared very honestly. Perhaps he was a person who valued talent and respected researchers, so he didn't want to hinder their research. That plant species only grows in the training ground. No matter how much time you spend searching, it will all be in vain. That's right. How could Anyulan believe that the plant species only grew uniquely in the training ground? It was truly absurd. Claude Torres smiled faintly, announcing, "If you don't believe me, I will personally go to the training ground for you to see." Arriving at the place, Claude Torres arrogantly put his hands on his hips, posing a question to this genius botanist. "Do you know how it sprouts?" With Angelin's profound botanical talent, this question was too simple. Plants, of course, drop flowers and then bear fruit. As if striking at Anyulan Owen's psychology, Claude Torres confirmed his answer was completely wrong because this flower inherently had no seeds. Anyulan Owen frowned, showing a look of annoyance at the Duke's explanation. "What is this? Since it's a plant, how could it not have seeds?" But Claude Torres still firmly asserted that this flower absolutely did not sprout from seeds. The reason he then laid out made everyone's jaws drop even more. This plant sprouts in the places where Madame Bless here creates magic crystals. Karina was surprised to know that these beautiful flowers were created by herself. While she was busy thinking, the Duke ordered her to create magic crystals again. It seems he has to see it with his own eyes to believe it. Karina was the insider, and even she couldn't believe it, let alone Onulon Owen, who had just arrived at the Duke's estate this morning. But curious to see if this was true, Karina nodded in agreement to Claude Torres' suggestion. Karina cast magic, a yellow magic circle appearing behind her as if embracing her petite body. Very quickly, Karina finished and created the magic crystals. They fell to the ground. In a flash, Onulon Owen swiftly held a magnifying glass in his hand, carefully examining each magic crystal. He exclaimed, calling out to the heavens. Just as the Duke had said, it actually sprouted from the place where the magic crystal fell. Claude Torres explained thoughtfully, I discovered earlier, I just didn't expect it to be a new plant species. What a pity. If the Duke's estate had a botanist, we could let that person research it more thoroughly. Oh, Claude Torres and Karina are indeed very similar. He cast the bait, now just waiting for the fish to bite. This is the fishing motto that Claude Torres is aiming for. But how can fishing lack someone to pull the strings? And fortunately, Karina was that person. That's right, just when we were looking for a botanist. What a fine one. The fish had bitten the bait, and it happened to be Onulon Owen. He raised his hand as if afraid someone would snatch the opportunity. Isn't that botanist me? Who else but me? Karina and Claude Torres celebrated the fish biting the bait with their telepathy. But not stopping at the flower, Onulon Owen also knelt down, begging Karina, allow me to research it. You are a goddess, my muse. Whenever you cast magic to create magic crystals, you must let me watch. Karina was overjoyed because they finally found a botanist. What she wanted now was just for Onulon and Dr. Sunvita to stabilize that rehabilitation facility and everything would be fine. But when they arrived and met each other, both showed an attitude that a forest cannot have two tigers. The two glared at each other fiercely, so much so that Karina secretly thought, well, it's better to let them contact each other via letters. After so much dedication, Karina's first brainchild, the rehabilitation center, was finally completed. Because this rehabilitation facility specialized in serving knights, Karina had invited the knights here to check if the facility was stable. Suddenly, among the visiting knight corps, there was a young man with sun-colored hair who stood out remarkably, standing out so much that just a glance showed he was very prominent in the crowd. You noticed him right away too, didn't you? It was true. It wasn't just Karina who was impressed by the young knight, but the doctor as well. Karina honestly expressed her thoughts. It's rare to see a knight so young. So do you know who he is? Dr. Sunvita quickly gave Karina a name that shocked public opinion. He is Arthur Tempo-san. Karina covered her mouth to prevent herself from acting exaggerated when she found out Arthur Tempo-san was the sword master of this empire. In the original work, it was written that he was severely injured in a battle. By the time he aged, his reputation spread far and wide. Karina wondered what wind had brought the sword master of the empire to her rehabilitation facility today. Dr. Sunvita, did Arthur also accept treatment? But it seemed that mentioning Arthur Tempo-san gave Sunvita such a headache that she rubbed her forehead. That's right, his case is extremely difficult to resolve, so I still remember it very clearly. Whenever he holds a sword, his right hand stiffens. I assume he is suffering from a very serious psychological issue. Karina wondered, a psychological issue? Sunvita firmly asserted about the possibility that the hot spring could bring for Arthur Tempo-san. That's right, for Arthur, the hot spring will at most only help relax his muscles. The treatment effect won't be too good. Karina was a smart girl, so she quickly realized that as long as Arthur existed in Torres, there might be a possibility to revive the Knight Corps here. Then Karina resolved to find Arthur Tempo-san to have a talk. Actions speak louder than words. Very quickly, Karina found the place where Arthur was resting. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic footsteps created by Karina were extremely rhythmic. She raised her hand, and before she could knock, the door hastily opened. Inside appeared a sun-haired young man with rippling six-pack muscles, his voice deep because he had just bathed. "Who are you?" Karina was terrified by the scene, so she bowed her head and introduced herself. "I am Karina Bless, the Duke's subordinate." As if in exchange for Karina's welcoming acquaintance, Arthur frowned, showing disgust. "I don't believe you. Clumsy hands and feet, sneaky appearance, not even dressed properly. At best, just a maid who doesn't know the rules. Every evaluation of Arthur beat Karina back, forcing her to step further and further back. He loudly scolded Karina, an imposter, a lowly maid, yet you dare to pose as a subordinate. Do you want to die? He was impulsive and extremely dangerous, immediately drawing his sword. This person really wants to kill me. Suddenly, at that very moment, Karina remembered a part of the original work. I am Arthur Tempo-san. He extended his hand to get acquainted with Roland. I didn't expect there would be a day I would be reduced to doing a mission with a brat like you. Life is so hopeless. You don't need to worry. I will do my part well. Arthur just coldly turned his back. Brat, staying alive is what you have to do. After a long journey battling monsters, Arthur was also exhausted. Roland observed and saw Arthur Tempesen's hand trembling. Roland was very understanding, so he didn't ask much, but offered to help him get medicine. You're probably wondering what kind of medicine this is, right? Arthur Tempo-san had a sad face, as if full of worries, wanting to talk to Roland. This is a medicine made from moss growing in the magic crystal mining area. Once my magic power is unstable, I will end up like just now. No one knows what the cause is. I only know that the 7th prince has occupied the magic crystal mining area. Roland quickly understood the cause. Because the magic crystal mine was monopolized by the 7th prince, the medicine was also monopolized by the 7th prince. Arthur Tempo-san said, the only method to completely solve this is to digest magic crystals. But this is completely a pipe dream, because magic crystals inherently belong to the Empire. Therefore, in this life, I can't escape the fate of being a lackey for the 7th prince. The flashback to the original work was ended by a bucket of cold water slapped directly on her face, making Karina panic because the coldness woke her up. When Karina was coughing heavily from choking on water, Arthur Tempo-san mocked her. Did merely drawing his sword scare her into a faint? Are women of the South all that weak? Arthur Tempo-san, your right hand often experiences symptoms of twitching, doesn't it? He felt uncomfortable because the secret he had buried was discovered by this girl. While he was grimacing in discomfort, Karina offered to recruit him. I can cure that disease for you. Arthur Tempo-san trembled with anger, wondering how this arrogant girl knew about his condition. Not only did she know, but she could boldly declare that she could cure it. He asked her who she had heard it from, already getting into a stance where if Karina misspoke, he would leave immediately. Karina panicked and used a shield to protect herself, naming Dr. Sanvita at the rehabilitation facility. Arthur Tempo-san was very perceptive and quickly realized Karina was lying. Her whole body trembled like a leaf. And the hot spring, too. He knew the hot spring was of no use to him, but he still wanted to try. Karina, fearing he would get discouraged and leave, tried her best to hold him back. I know I can use another method to treat you. Don't leave yet. Oh, why is he so suspicious? If she had a way, why didn't she tell him, but told him to wait? I think you're not a nurse, but a scammer. Seeing that arguing with Arthur was too difficult, Karina decided to retreat. She turned to leave, but carefully reminded him, think what you will. If you really want to be cured, you must wait. From out of nowhere, Ongilon Owen ran up and threw the door open, making a sudden roll call. This startled both of them and Dr. Sanvita. I seem to know what to do with Arthur Tempo-san. This completely amazed and experienced doctor like Dr. Sanvita. She herself hadn't even diagnosed the name of the disease. Yet Madame Bless here had already found the exact medicine. To confirm Karina wasn't mistaken, Dr. Sanvita pointed out that the two of them had only met yesterday. But Karina explained that she had made a private appointment with him to discuss further. By the way, since she had also asked for Ongilon Owen's help, Karina inquired about his situation. Is the research on your new plant going well? Ongilon Owen smiled triumphantly, of course. The report on what I've learned is almost ready. Only the name hasn't been decided. I need to reconsider using the madam's name, Karina. Karina stayed silent for a long time, imagining her face attached to a horror plant. Too terrifying. But the name isn't the main issue right now. Keeping Arthur Tempo-san under the Duke's command is more important. As long as it can be made into medicine, Arthur Tempesen's illness can be cured. Oh, what a shock. This terrified both the doctor and the botanist. The illness is still unknown, so how can there be medicine? And the medicine is a newly researched plant? What is going on? Ongilon Owen kicked up a fuss, threatening to die if Karina insisted on using his new plant for medicine. Dr. Sanvita also shook her head in disagreement, fearing it would be dangerous. She remembered that in the original story, Arthur used to drink a medicine made from the gel growing in the magic crystal mines. Thus, there must be some influence from the magic crystals. Therefore, a plant with a similar effect must be found. Confident in her judgment, Karina asked Ongulon Owen to make medicine from that tree. However, Ongulon Owen neither refused nor agreed. Instead, he criticized Karina. "You cannot be disrespectful to the tree. I'm researching like that, Madam Karina." Karina could only cry silently. Once Ongulon Owen had made up his mind, who could stop him? She could only retort that she was afraid of having her name attached to a plant for the rest of her life. "If this plan goes perfectly smoothly, I can let you study Karina for your whole life." As if scratching right where it itched, Ongulon Owen immediately agreed with both hands and feet to help Karina make the medicine to cure Arthur. He turned to Dr. Sanvita, urging her to formulate the medicine with him. "If Dr. Sanvita does not cooperate, then I will stuff those flowers into her mouth." "You really are a crude man." Ongulon Owen successfully angered Dr. Sanvita. Finally, the beautiful female doctor compromised with Karina's plan. The prepared medicine was also in Arthur Templeton's hand, but his suspicious nature was still too prominent. "You tell me to drink this? How can I trust you all?" "Oh, they're the ones who made it, and even they don't trust themselves." He still strongly objected. "You came here to be treated, but you don't trust the doctor?" Karina had a headache because this sunny blonde-haired boy was still confident that she was just a nagging servant. In the end, because of his illness, Arthur risked his life to try the medicine. He opened the bottle cap and gulped it down in one breath. After drinking, he immediately grabbed his sword and swung a few strokes to check. Seeing his hand completely steady, everyone held their breath for a moment. It was quite tiring. Then they cheered, celebrating the success. The only thing Ongulon Owen remembered was still her promise to let him study Karina for the rest of his life. He joyfully grasped both of Karina's hands, but she feigned resistance to this person. Suddenly, the atmosphere sank with a very accurate question posed by the patient, Arthur Tempo-san. "How long does the effect of this medicine last?" Because it's a new medicine, its therapeutic effects need further observation. It could be once a month, for example. Arthur Tempo-san caught on very quickly. The medicine's ingredients are related to the madam, or rather, he would have to rely on the madam for the rest of his life. Suddenly, a cheesy scene unfolded. "I ask you, you answer." Both sides asked for each other's names. After learning the woman's name was Karina, he stood still. "Karina, marry me." Saying that, he immediately knelt and proposed to her. Karina was shocked when she heard that. The news that Arthur Tempo-san had cured his disease of the century immediately spread rapidly. What Karina worried about now was whether the Empire's swordmaster would return to Lord Bosson. After recovering, the people at the Duke's estate were also happy to see that Arthur had recovered. Turning to the next newspaper page, the headline made Karina fall backward. Arthur Tempo-san proposes to a widow of Torres City. Karina roared like an angry brown bear. "Don't spread such news. That guy Arthur Tempo-san was indeed too famous." Every move he made was grasped by the paparazzi. With Arthur's level of popularity, just by him returning to the Duke, the Night Order here would quickly regain their reputation. Karina had a headache, regretting that she didn't gag his mouth tightly back then. Looking back, that day was truly chaotic. Even Ongulon Owen caused a scene. He scolded Arthur. "Do you consider her the host for those herbs?" Clearly, the one who opposed it the most vehemently was Ongulon Owen, but the one spreading rumors to everyone was also him. She really wanted to gag Ongulon Owen's mouth. "How many people have you told exactly?" Even to the point of making the newspapers. Karina massaged her forehead until her head ached. Who would have thought he'd get angry and go everywhere broadcasting Arthur's business? "At least I haven't been exposed yet." Speaking of Karina, she got a headache again about the Karina flower and Karina grass nonsense. She began to rethink her plan to make the Torres Knights prosper. Although this sulfur-hot spring couldn't cure everything, it was effective for bone, joint, and skin diseases. The medicine that Dr. Sanvita and Ongulon Owen made was also this effective. I guess it shares a portion of the burden for the Duke. Karina smiled gently whenever she remembered the Duke. Looking back, the execution of the plan had leaked some absurd news, but in the end, the results this girl brought were exceptionally outstanding. Suddenly, a summons from Duke Torres arrived. So everyone quickly gathered. When they arrived, they saw the Duke standing in the center, announcing the purpose of today's gathering. "I summoned everyone here to reward the Night Order for their success today." He also looked quite like a lord, wearing a cloak and military rank. Perhaps everyone has guessed to some extent. One person among us has the greatest merit. Karina nodded in agreement. Surely it's the future Empire's swordmaster, Arthur Tempo's son. Suddenly, the name Karina Bless rang out, along with the great achievements she brought, leaving Karina astounded. Proposing the construction of a base for the Night Order, as well as overseeing it, besides finding treatments for incurable diseases. These are all her merits. Chichester approached and handed Karina the commemorative medal of the Torres family. Karina held it in her hand, trembling with emotion for a long time. She had never thought before that she could be recognized by others. Seeing Karina hesitating, the Duke spoke up to remind her. Karina was indeed very grateful to the Duke for this unexpected reward. But according to the Duke, rewarding those with merit was a matter of course. Karina was indeed a girl with many questions. If it's a matter of course, why did many people not do it before? The Duke presented his viewpoint. It was because they put their personal interests first that they didn't reward their subordinates. But what they did was entirely wrong. The Duke was truly a person worthy of everyone's respect. Receiving praise from her dream lover, the Duke's face instantly turned red as a tomato, and his heart pounded rapidly. Ending the nostalgia of the medal award ceremony, a knock on the door sounded. It was Jess Boken visiting the house. Someone wants to see you. Do you know Lilith Ford? Karina thought hard, but couldn't remember this character. So to jog her memory, Jess Boken added a hint. The head of the Ford Trading Company. Karina was so shocked she covered her mouth, because this was no ordinary trading company. Unlike other trading companies that only handle circulation, the Ford Company is famous for contracting out entire production chains. But Ford's headquarters are originally in the capital. It's really strange that the owner of this company would want to meet Karina. Jess Boken could only shrug because he didn't know the reason either. Is that so? Let me go meet her then. Very quickly, Karina arrived at the reception room. Upon entering, she saw the Duke sitting majestically there, so Karina greeted the Duke first. "I didn't expect you to be here too, Your Grace." As soon as Lilith Ford saw Karina, she politely stood up first to greet her. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Madam Bless." As Karina guessed, this must be a prepared meeting. Since she was already here, Karina had no choice but to get involved. The reason Lilith Ford came here today was to represent her company and seek protection from the Torres dukedom. A major company like Ford usually wouldn't get involved in family conflicts. Yet now seeking refuge with Torres was very shady. The Duke also realized something. He stood up. "Do you know what you're saying?" But overall, the Duke was satisfied with the agreement. Agreed, but limited to 1 year. We'll have to see what you can contribute to Torres during that time. I think this is a reasonable approach. Lilith Ford was extremely confident, pledging not to make the Duke regret trusting them. The prestigious Ford company working for Torres made Karina incessantly nervous. It's just too wonderful. Suddenly, Lilith Ford turned swiftly and directed her gaze at Karina. "Actually, the reason we decided to settle in Torres is because of you." At this point, Karina was stunned and fell backward. "Hey, maybe you don't know? I heard you were the one who established that rehabilitation facility." Karina humbly thought this wasn't entirely her own effort alone, so she didn't accept the credit. "I didn't establish it. I just offered a few ideas." Lilith Ford smiled lightly, acknowledging Karina's talent. "Aren't ideas very important? If it weren't for those ideas, even the beginning wouldn't have happened." It was one thing for someone to embellish, but there was another adding fuel to the fire, and it was none other than the respected Duke. She planned everything and recruited many talents. From the first day of construction to completion, it was all handled by her alone. Karina's face burned hot because it wasn't that exaggerated. After witnessing the back-and-forth banter between this close master and subordinate duo, Lilith Ford drew a conclusion she deemed correct. "I understand. Madam Bless is truly a humble person. Using money to bind a person is very simple, but the simpler it is, the easier it is for them to leave. Because as long as someone offers more money, that person will naturally follow. But the welfare benefits are different." Karina asked right to the point. "In this entire empire, no territory has such a rehabilitation facility. Isn't the current level of the Torres Knights a very clear testament? For those in need of protection, like the citizens, a powerful Knight Order is the best welfare. This is exactly something that money cannot buy." The Duke also silently blamed himself for his negligence. "This is also something I overlooked before. I only thought about giving them money and status, but never considered what they truly need." Lilith Ford kindly approached Karina, showing affection. "That's why I wanted to meet Madam Bless here. I was very curious about who could grasp these details. I hope we can understand each other better in the future. Madame Lilith Ford extended her hand, expressing her desire to befriend Karina. Karina also reciprocated her expectations. The Ford company was just the beginning. Very quickly, the news that the Torres dukedom treated talents well and was not stingy with investment spread out. Talents from all over the empire flocked here, from accountants fired by their companies for threatening the heir's position, to wandering poets ranked in the empire's top 3, and even blacksmiths who could pick any lock while creating locks no one else could open except themselves. Innumerable talents came, but the team of 5 employees inversely decreased day by day. Karina suggested recruiting staff on a large scale. By openly selecting suitable talents for each field without considering their background, they could certainly solve the current personnel shortage. Lilith Ford found Karina's suggestion very good because currently Torres was on a growth trend, so many people were sneaking here. Openly recruiting was indeed a very creative idea. The Duke had also approved this project, but since this was a large project, Karina proposed making good backup preparations in case trouble occurred. As soon as she got home, Karina collapsed on her chair. How long has it been since I rested? Before she could rest for long, a servant knocked on the door, reporting a visitor. Madam, Lord Bosson requests an audience with you. This was indeed the first time Karina heard this name. The maid continued reporting. He claims to be a mage. Mage was like a reverse scale for Karina. She quickly summoned the person claiming to be Bosson in. An aura of dark magic surrounded his every step. The familiar deep voice spoke. Long time no see, Karina. Karina had hidden very well, but for some unknown reason, Renki found her. Your achievements have reached my ears. I heard you're also highly trusted by the Duke. You are truly capable. If your lies were exposed, would he still trust you? This warning hit Karina like a lightning strike, leaving her dazed for a long time because it was worth pondering over. Think it over carefully. As long as you hand over Roland and Melissa, you can continue to live a peaceful life as before. You dress so luxuriously now. The quality compared to the clothes I'm wearing is much better. Karina gritted her teeth, trembling. Her 2 hands hugged her body tightly, shivering uncontrollably. Karina was very frightened, but it seemed Renki was determined not to let this matter rest. He kept cornering her until he was satisfied. But if you don't hand them over, you will lose everything. If your deception of the Duke is exposed by me, do you think the Duke's estate will still be able to protect you? The only thing Karina feared now was that the Duke would definitely be extremely disappointed in her. This couldn't be blamed on him. The Widow Act was fake. Being the children's stepmother was fake. Even her own existence was fake. I was too foolish in this warm land, eating well, dressing beautifully, and living happily with kind people. All of this was the life of someone under the Torres Duke's estate, Karina Bless. It was so happy that it made me mistakenly think this kind of happiness would last forever. Karina held her forehead in sorrow. Disappointment flooded in all at once because this happiness never belonged to her from start. It turned out to be just a distant dream. It was truly disappointing when Karina's final choice was still to return Roland and Melissa to that cruel hell, so she could continue to immerse herself in happiness. I know. Give me some time to say goodbye to the children. Renki gave a triumphant, deceitful smile, setting a deadline for this fake family. 1 day is enough, no more than that. Karina immediately nodded, accepting the deal. But Renki still had no intention of forgiving Karina. However, I can't let you off that easily. That bastard cast a spell on her body. This feeling is a curse mark. Renki actually used a curse mark on Karina. Karina angrily voiced a warning. I'm warning you. If you dare to try any tricks, don't dream of me doing anything. The old man gave a mocking laugh and left. Karina strode down the hallway. Actually, she was only pretending to compromise and still wanted to find an opportunity to escape being marked by him with that seal. Wanting to escape seems difficult, but at least I can save the children. Karina came to the door, gathering all her courage to open it. Inside was a petite girl with lemon blonde hair. She was an intelligent spy of the Vega Kingdom named Coney. Coney in the Vega Kingdom was a person of outstanding ability, also one of the rare talents counted on one's fingers. Just because she knew too many things she shouldn't know, her tongue was cut off. Her employer originally intended to silence her completely. She had to risk her life to escape here, a small girl having to run thousands of kilometers. to escape from the vicious people and finally stop at this Torres. Miss Coney, I have something to ask for your help. I need all the previous documents and records of the 2 children I am raising in full. All information, birth certificates, records when they were in the orphanage, as well as the first time they were adopted. I need to know everything. Coney was confused. What exactly did this Madame Pierce mean? How did Roland and Melissa go from being the children of her late husband and his ex-wife to being adopted orphans now? Because Coney couldn't speak, she wrote down her questions on paper. The word adopted was indeed very confusing. Karina told herself to be brave. She had to speak out. It's okay. Anyway, everyone will soon know. Telling Coney first is no problem. Karina gathered all her courage to tell the truth she had hidden for so long. Actually, the children were adopted from the orphanage by a person named Renke. Roland and Melissa were constantly abused by him, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I took them and ran away. Everything I said before was fake. The story about me being a widow or raising my late husband's children was all fake. After hearing Karina's confession, Coney was indeed smart. She wrote a very central question. Does the Duke know? Karina also honestly confessed. No, he doesn't know anything. I plan to tell him today. It seems this is your last request while still in this position. Coney scratched the board to express her thoughts, but these words seemed to understand the very depths of the petite girl Karina's heart. However, Karina shook her head. Just consider it as me begging you. Coney understood the meaning, so she immediately accepted the order Karina gave, along with a departing word. I'm setting off now. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will definitely not forget your kindness. Karina bent her knees, thanking her with her whole life as if the person in front was her lifesaver. Coney received the order, so she quickly left the room to gather the information Karina needed. Only when Coney had just left did this fake mother completely collapse, no longer strong like the second before. Karina collapsed to the ground, tears falling drop by drop. Cry, just cry. Let all the tears fall in this place. After pouring out all her sadness, Karina went to meet the person she considered her lifelong benefactor, the Duke. This time, being more decisive, Karina forcefully pushed the door of the Duke's office open. Seeing Karina appear, the Duke was also very surprised. This was the only way she could protect the children. Duke, I have something to say to you. Because he wanted to make Roland a great mage, he tortured and tormented Melissa. The Duke jumped up immediately upon hearing the whole story Karina told. Instead of being angry that this girl had deceived him for so long, he felt pity for the children for what a miserable life they had to go through in the past. Karina also loved the children, but she couldn't do anything at that time except stand and watch because back then, she was just a maid. Apart from that identity, she had nothing in her hands at that time. The Duke was a smart and talented Duke. Listening to the story, he could also guess the purpose of the man named Renke looking for Karina today. So that person came looking for you to demand the children back? Faced with the Duke's question, Karina's defenses also shattered. She pursed her lips, telling herself she had to tell the Duke everything so she wouldn't feel guilty. Duke, perhaps you've already guessed. Piers is not my surname. I've never been married either. What I want to say is not just these things. Karina took a deep breath to add courage to confess everything to the man in front of her. I am Renke's illegitimate child. Karina clenched her hands, worried the Duke would look down on her. But surprisingly, the young Duke uttered 2 simple words. So what? As if he felt this had nothing to do with Karina. You are you. Do not feel that you're looked down upon because of someone else. Just shine in your own way. So what? I don't care who you are, whether it's your real name or fake name, what kind of past you have. These things are all unimportant. The important thing is that to me, your existence is indispensable. The Duke spoke while cherishing the hands of the pink-haired girl in front of him. Now Karina's defense had reached negative infinity. All the rules were established just for this Duke to break. Tears fell drop by drop on the cheeks of the little girl who had borne too much pressure. Now it had been relieved. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for deceiving you for so long. The Duke still gently comforted Karina. Listen to me. Right now, in this very room, the only person who cares about your identity as an illegitimate child is yourself. Karina kept wondering, why didn't he mind this at all? To me, it's just a very normal thing. I don't know how else to explain it. The conversation paused for a moment before the Duke asked Karina a question. What do you think determines the value of a person? I don't know. I've never thought about this issue before. Indeed, Karina didn't look like the type who liked to judge others. But the Duke was different. Since childhood, he had to learn how to judge people. Identity, appearance, age. If you want to know a person's value, the first things to observe are those. But not long after, I immediately knew those things meant nothing. There was a time when I only relied on a person's abilities and talents to evaluate them. These words of the Duke wanted to prove that now he was no longer like that. It was just a period in the past. But what truly determines the value of a person is their actions. Remember the things you have done recently. Put your talents and abilities aside. Things that no one in this empire could have expected. Peers, you did them. As if finding himself misspeaking, the Duke stopped. Call me Karina. Because he was a gentleman, the Duke was very polite to ladies. How could he call a girl like her directly by her first name? What is your real surname? Karina immersed herself in the sorrow of illegitimate children. An illegitimate child, not acknowledged by parents, has no surname. So just call me Karina. Karina. Yes, Duke. Oh, the scene was so romantic. Then you should call me by my name, too. Shocking the Torres world. How could that be? But the Duke insisted this was an order and forced Karina to obey. The master had given an order. How could she argue? Karina squeezed her eyes shut. Good. The light of truth shone through, seeking the Duke. Keep your situation a secret for now, also to catch that guy. Karina shook her head in disagreement, because if she didn't hand over the children tomorrow, he would also expose her past to everyone. Did you forget this is Torres? And I am the Duke here, while you're my subordinate. I will not let anyone harm my people. And the one who plotted against you will have to pay a heavy price. After escorting Karina back to her room, the Duke finally revealed his inner anger. Messing with his crush? It was like, I really want to drag that guy out and chop him into 100 pieces right now. Just wait and see. The damage you caused to those unfortunate people will make you pay a heavy price soon. How did he get in here? There should be guards outside. Knock, knock. The rhythmic and gentle knocking sounded like the call of the Grim Reaper. Thinking a servant was looking for her to discuss something, Karina opened the door without taking precautions. Who is it? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Renki's figure appearing outside, surrounded by a pitch-black magical aura. Boom! Like a thunderbolt striking across her ears, a low and cruel voice rang out. Have you said your goodbyes? He even enthusiastically offered Karina the reason why he could stand here perfectly fine without the guards touching him. A servant who hasn't undergone military training is as easy as flipping my hand to me, isn't it? Ultimately, his final goal was still to take Roland and Melissa away. Hand over the children. Now I have to take them back. Boasting for a while, it was still the same. Karina gritted her teeth. Please go back alone. Renki, his eyes widened in shock, forming an O and mouth forming a what? Is this woman crazy? She doesn't even care about her own future? Renki didn't say that. I said you should go back alone. Karina, are you crazy? Karina really couldn't stand it anymore. She took a deep breath to gather air and raised her voice an octave. Guards, come quickly. There's an intruder. Karina's voice echoed throughout the Duke's mansion. Hearing Karina's voice, everyone rushed to this place. Even a physically weak doctor like Sanvita was present. Angilan ran while worrying for his goddess. Renki was now pale with fear, but still acting arrogant, digging his own grave. He even pretended to make a mocking face, but deep inside, it was a wide ocean. Out of nowhere, the Duke appeared, looking very handsome behind him. What happened? The Duke turned, wanting to confirm with Karina if this was the intruder. She used an octave voice to summon everyone to make mincemeat of. Karina nodded to confirm. He came to find me. I didn't let him in, but he forced his way in. No matter how arrogant Renki was, he wouldn't dare boast in front of the Duke. Duke, please forgive me for arbitrarily breaking in here. But please hear my reason first. The Duke frowned, cutting off his escape route. You've already confessed, yet you still want to make excuses? But he smirked and still tried to continue. I just wanted to report to the Duke that someone betrayed their old master and is now coming here to deceive the Duke. Betrayal is a crime that no one wants to forgive. Rivers and mountains are easy to change, but a person's nature is hard to alter. If they betrayed their old master, what new master would dare to sleep peacefully? Because of that, a wave of public opinion quickly arose. Not letting the crowd be noisy for long, Renki pointed at Karina. It is this woman. That woman is an illegitimate child, a betrayer and an illegitimate child. The crowd became even noisier, continuing to gossip. Those who absolutely trusted Karina now only stood silently in shock. While the crowd was in chaos, the boy Renki had brought along these past few days quietly observed his surroundings. What the boy aimed for were the loopholes. Renki continued his exposure session. I was kind enough to raise this illegitimate child, but she is an ungrateful wretch, kidnapping the 2 grandchildren I raised and running away. I went through hardships searching for the whereabouts of my 2 grandchildren for many days. I couldn't have dreamed that my illegitimate child would hide her identity in the South, using a fake name to deceive like this. Duke, please return my grandchildren to me. Before passing away, my sister asked me to take care of the children. Renki immersed himself in the victim role, acting his heart out. The Duke had seen enough. The uninvited guest coming to his ducal mansion today should also end here. No, Roland and Melissa are not your grandchildren. Saying that, he ordered Coney to bring out the materials Karina had asked her to find yesterday. Coney hugged the evidence tightly, looking like the way she loved Karina and wanted to protect her. The evidence brought out did not have birth certificates. 3-year-old Roland and 2-year-old Melissa were brought into the orphanage. Both children did not clearly remember their parents. That's not all. Karina had held it in for a long time, too. She wanted to let it all out right here. Furthermore, Renki, your sister originally had no children. After Roland and Melissa escaped, you used other children for experiments. If the experiments failed, you immediately returned them to the orphanage. Do you know what happened to them afterward? If those children weren't crippled, they were mentally abnormal. You have been blacklisted by all the orphanages in the North. Coney voiced her indignation because this was completely an abuse case. Child abuse. Do you have anything else to refute, Renki? Renki spoke again. Duke, how can you believe the words of an illegitimate child? Suddenly, a young man's voice rang out. Illegitimate child, illegitimate child, illegitimate child. Important things must be repeated 3 times. Jess Boken was dissatisfied with the attitude of this man who broke in and still made a scene. So what if she is an illegitimate child? What's wrong with being an illegitimate child? Why do you keep emphasizing the label of an illegitimate child? Even if she is an illegitimate child, it doesn't change the fact that she saved my life. Karina looked at Jess, moved. Anyalan also spoke up for the goddess of his heart. No matter what, she is my goddess. Sunvita also stated her viewpoint. Regardless of her background, shouldn't saving abused children be rewarded? The Empire's sword master also indignantly spoke up to defend his one-sided fiancé. She swore she would cure my illness, and she indeed cured it. She is a benefactor to whom I owe my life. Unlike the previous ones, Active brought a very different style. The little girl cried while affectionately reproaching Karina. Why did you have to hide it? Why? Did you think that if you told the truth, I would hate you? The public opinion was too overwhelming, stealing even the Duke's spotlight, so the Duke spoke up. It seems there's no need to listen further. Now let's settle the score a bit on the things you have done on my territory. The Duke began listing his crimes. According to the testimony, you brought a supposedly abused child to this Torres. You also used an evil magic like a curse mark to threaten my subordinate, plus barging in my residence without permission. Despite Renki's pleas, the Duke resolutely convicted him. If your crime of abusing orphans is true, along with all the crimes mentioned above, it is enough to sentence you to death. Renki froze, his face turning ashen. A second later, he immediately knelt down begging for his life. Duke, I beg you. I will immediately leave Torres and never return. The Duke seemed very concerned about Karina's curse mark inside her, so he gave a subtle hint. Hearing that, Renki immediately dispelled the curse mark. After all the despicable things he had done, he still had the thick skin to beg for his life. But the Duke was very firm. I have no reason to reduce your punishment unless the victim agrees to forgive you. He was so brazen that he knelt down to ask for Karina's forgiveness. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me off this time. For better or worse, I'm still your father. No, Renki. I haven't had a father for a long time. This sentence was so cold that it startled him with its icy chill. The Duke sneered at Renki's father-acknowledging act. You never acknowledged her as your daughter anyway. Isn't this answer very normal? This guy, he's too talkative. No, Karina is my biological daughter. I will write her name in the family register immediately. Then I will make a will and make her my legal heir. Saying that, he pulled out a piece of paper and penned down the words to execute his declared promise. Karina was only silently hurt at this moment. Compared to being acknowledged by Renki, she would rather continue being an illegitimate child. But Karina realized one thing. The Duke deliberately let him give Karina a status. Did the Duke do this for her? I will be the witness to this will. He firmly grasped the document penned by Renki's own hands, as if firmly holding the entire future of the girl he loved in his hands. Cherishing yet firm, from now on, you must be called Karina Bridgen. While she was feeling touched, Renki's plea for leniency interrupted again, making the Duke lose his mood. I only said I could exempt you from the death penalty, not that I would let you go. Only now did Renki realize he had fallen into a trap. Chichester, can that underground prison still be entered? Chichester immediately appeared. It's possible, but no one has entered that prison for over 50 years. I don't know to what extent the magical beasts inside have multiplied. Chichester was terrified just mentioning that prison, let alone throwing a person in there. But the Duke still decided to throw Renki in there by the neck. Chichester had to obey. He quickly grabbed his neck and dragged him away amidst insignificant resistance. Duke, please spare me this time. When Renki was thrown into the prison, his shrill screams quickly rang out. Get away. Let me out. Because there were many magical beasts inside. A mage like him had to use magic to attack them in defense. But after channeling his magic for a while, his face turned pale. Along with the magical beast panting in front of him, his magic just disappeared like that. In this prison, the more magic you use, the more mana is consumed. His mana will be depleted very quickly. Chichester also pitied the unfortunate guy, but what could he do? Who told him the person he provoked was a fire ant nest named Madame Piers, or rather, Miss Bridgen? Chichester turned his back and left, only clicking his tongue in amazement at Renki's shrill, intermittent screams. Everything was finally over, so the Duke wanted to talk with the true Miss Bridgen. Karina made a request to talk privately. Returning home, Karina suddenly found the house strangely quiet. Kids, are you here? Upon hearing Karina's voice, so Roland and Melissa hurriedly ran in from the outside. The two children timidly looked at their mother. Where did you two go? I couldn't find you at home. It worried me to death. Seeing the children remain silent without saying a word, Karina asked them further, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Are you hurt anywhere? Because the children kept quiet, Karina asked Edward what had happened. Edward was an honest person, so he said that they had just come back from the Duke's mansion, and the chef even respectfully addressed Karina as Lady Brighton. This struck like a bolt of lightning. So Roland and Melissa knew the whole truth. Only then did the children burst into tears. So from now on, Karina is no longer our mother? Was it all a lie, deceiving others? We're not Renki's grandchildren either. This Brighton surname was a lie from the beginning. Karina isn't our mother either. Karina froze when she saw her children understanding the situation so painfully. She hugged them tightly and told herself to stay strong. Karina, if you cry now, the children will be even more anxious. Listen, you two, I will always be your mother, no matter what others say. This will never change, understand? Do you remember the first time you called me Mom? You said you wanted to call me Mom. Was that deceiving people too? At least when I said you could call me Mom, I wasn't deceiving you. I will always be your mother. So please don't say things like that anymore, okay? The children felt reassured. Seeing that everything had settled down, the Duke proposed that Karina officially adopt the two children. After hearing her story, he had secretly prepared the paperwork. The Duke was truly the most thoughtful person. He even prepared adoption papers for Karina. To officially adopt the children, she only needed to sign her name and get approval. After signing, Karina intended to take it to the orphanage for approval, but the thoughtful Duke stopped her and offered to take it for her. I will take it to the secretary for you. From the very beginning, you have been their mother, and it will always be that way. Saying that, the family of three hugged each other tightly. They used their love to cover up the wounds of the past. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the Duke's mansion, a mournful crying sound echoed in the night. It turned out to be Renki curled up, trembling with the magic beasts in the Torres underground prison. This disgusting thing didn't seem to attack him, but it was absolutely nauseating. He openly showed a look of intense disgust without any concealment. Even though he hated it, he still had to stay because there was no escape. The man was feeling helplessly frustrated because this prison was also slowly draining every drop of his mana. If this continued, one day he would be found dead due to mana depletion. This made him tremble and panic even more. Thud, thud. While Renki was still burying his head in this messy place, the sound of footsteps came like a life-saving straw, igniting a glimmer of hope that someone was coming and he would beg that person again. It really was a genuine life-saving straw. The person coming to find him was none other than the boy he had abused and tortured in this land of Torres, whom he had brought along when infiltrating the Duke's mansion. The boy had found a way to escape into the crowd when he met with disaster. The boy's name was Oliver. "Good boy, you finally came to save me." He ran over as if grabbing onto a life-saving straw, and it was true. Now, besides Oliver, who else could save him? "We obviously entered the Duke's mansion together. Why did you suddenly disappear? You worried me to death." The boy turned his face away as if he didn't care about the old man's words. Suddenly, Oliver, for some unknown reason, cast a magic spell. The color of the magic Oliver produced was a mysterious purple full of unknowns. The magic the child cast was immensely powerful, emitting loud, booming sounds. Renki gasped and shouted, You are not Oliver. Who exactly are you? Tell me quickly." Yet that child coldly replied to Renki as if he were a supreme being, truly hurtful to others. "You didn't recognize me with just those petty skills? Have you gone mad?" Renki couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really the child named Oliver? Oliver felt offended because Renki had mistaken him for someone else. Renki wanted to know how the missing boy managed to get here. Oliver just turned his face away and coldly replied, "You don't need to know this. What you need to know is that I can kill you now. If you want to live, prove to me what value you still have." Renki truly had nurtured a snake in his bosom. One after another turned their backs on him. Oliver's declaration struck his head like lightning, so terrifying that now he only wanted to run away immediately. But his intention was perceived by Oliver. That child grabbed the old man's head. A surge of magic burst out from the boy, causing Renki immense pain. "Did you think you could escape? This kind of magic is not the same as that curse mark. You and I are not the same at all. I don't like doing things I'm not sure of. Remember this well, no matter where you are or what you do, just a slight movement of my finger, and you will taste the pain you just experienced." Renki panted heavily due to the pressure Oliver exerted on him. "I'm willing to do anything." Oliver smiled slightly and ordered him to bring the two siblings, Roland and Melissa, over to him. The mission was assigned. How it was completed was not Oliver's concern. It fell on Renki's shoulders. But the children were protected by the Duke's mansion. The important thing was that he didn't even know where Roland and Melissa were. Walking around recklessly might get him collared and thrown back here. Oliver sighed at this incompetent man. They are on the second floor of the Duke's mansion. The two children share a room. "You must bring that little girl to me, too." Seeing that Renki understood the task, Oliver cast a spell, shattering the prison door in an instant, releasing him. Oliver's job was only to get Renki out, and his mission was to bring the two children to the Tombo Forest. Renki and Karina really were father and daughter. They even questioned things similarly. He wondered how he could possibly take Roland and Melissa away. Oliver was utterly exasperated. "Can't you just steal 2 carriages or 2 horses? Truly stupid." Renki breathed a sigh of relief because he finally sent off this little ancestor. Following Oliver's words, he found his way to the Duke's mansion and strode up to the second floor. It was truly the right time and place. He didn't even have to search. Roland had sleepily wandered towards his room. The man rushed over and covered the poor child's mouth. "Keep your mouth shut if you don't want to die." Meanwhile, Karina suddenly felt uncomfortable, getting a bad headache. This led to insomnia, so she decided to leave her bed to get some medicine. When she stepped out into the hallway, Karina panicked seeing the children's room door wide open. With no time to think, Karina rushed straight into the children's room. What she truly feared had happened. Inside the room was none other than the person she always kept her guard against, Renki. Why was he here? Karina had noticed him a long time ago, but it seemed he didn't notice her presence. Instead, Renki stared intently at something in his hand, something mushy and shapeless that looked very much like a homunculus used in creation magic to make puppets. Renki stared at the lump of mushy mud in his hand for a long time before realizing it was just a substitute. Looking towards the window, he saw the door was wide open. It turned out the children had escaped through the window. Seeing for sure that Renki had no hostages to threaten her, Karina then fiercely stepped forward and raised her voice at Renki. Instead of being afraid of being discovered and running away, he attacked Karina. He unleashed a magic spell that pushed her entire body hard against the wall. Right behind her was an offensive magic spell that surrounded Karina like a wind, slashing every inch of her skin and flesh. After a full-body attack, Karina was covered in wounds that hurt to the bone, causing her to collapse to the ground. Suddenly, a magic crystal fell out from somewhere on Karina's body. Very quickly, Karina remembered that this was the magic crystal Roland had given her. Because the Duke wasn't here, Renki showed no mercy to Karina. He dusted off his shoulders, showing disgust for a useless thing. Struggling is of no use. Don't you understand? Saying that, he turned towards the window, wanting to escape. Karina, worried that Renki would hunt down the children, warned him, "The children have already run away. They will absolutely not fall into your hands." But Renki wasn't stupid enough to stay. He also needed to escape from the Duke, right? It's my turn to run now. The children must be running to get help. I have to find a way to buy some time. Karina was pale with pain. Bang! A blinding explosion occurred in the room of the second-floor wooden house. Renki's agonized voice rang out, looking pitiful. Even a mage like him didn't know what kind of light this was that could cause such excruciating pain. What is this light? Stop right there, Brighton. Finally, Karina's Prince Charming had arrived. Looking at his appearance, one could tell he had woken up startled from his sleep, shocked, and galloped on horseback to get to Karina's place as quickly as possible. What are you staring at? Apprehend him and call a doctor here immediately. Behind the Duke was the Duke's knight, Order, rushing in like a storm. I sensed the energy of the magic crystal, so I came over to check. It truly was something concerning his dream lover. The Duke caught on fastest. I'm Euphine. Even though Karina said that, the Duke observed and saw her whole body was slashed into pieces, with not a single intact spot. Knowing this girl's strong personality, the Duke didn't ask further and just supported her to rest. You couldn't possibly have escaped from that underground prison alone. The barriers have all been broken. Your abilities couldn't have done that. Who is your accomplice? The Duke angrily pointed the tip of his sword at the top of Renki's head. There was clear evidence that the man had an accomplice, but he only smiled and answered that he didn't know. The Duke had already spared his life once. It seemed he really was tired of living. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. But the Duke really wanted to understand more to help Karina shoulder the burden. Tell me everything you know, otherwise I will chop your head off right now. The tip of the sword was pointing at his throat. Just as Renki was about to speak, his heart suddenly beat rapidly, and he fell into a half-awake, half-asleep state. Then a stream of purple magic surrounded him, causing him excruciating pain. He had to scream, "Tie my hands, save me." Finally, he collapsed to the ground and passed away, falling onto his knees and smashing against the floor in pain. Karina didn't understand what was happening, but when she observed Renki's corpse, she saw black spots all over his face. Very quickly, she had the answer. Wasn't this the magic created by Fio? Fio, whose real name was Oliver Lufford, the most terrifying terrorist who made the whole world tremble in fear. No matter how outstanding and brilliant Roland was, in the end, Fio was still not defeated by Roland. Therefore, after saving the world, Roland still had to fight him. Karina bewilderingly thought, how could Fio appear at this time and use this kind of magic? He should be around Roland's age right now, shouldn't he? No, I shouldn't overthink it. Even though Renki was dead, his accomplice was still keeping a close watch on the children. Karina thought, while nervously biting her nails. Seeing his dream lover anxious, the Duke made a very opportunistic proposal. The mansion was no longer safe. His abilities might not be enough to protect her and the children. That was why the Duke proposed that everyone move to live in the main estate. It was indeed an opportunity that Karina truly hadn't expected the Duke to offer such a shocking proposal. Protecting my subordinates and everyone is what I should do. I don't want to make a mistake like today again. The thoughtful man gently took out his handkerchief to wipe the dirt caused by the earlier clash on her face. Not knowing when danger would strike here again, this was truly an advantageous offer for Karina, so she had no reason to refuse. Thank you for your kind intentions, Duke. Then we will move to the Claude Torres main estate. He was truly a benefactor that Karina should remember for a lifetime. But she couldn't just rely on him without a valid reason, just because the Duke was a kind person. That would be unworthy of Claude Torres's affection for her. She felt it was time to reveal the secret Karina had kept hidden for so long, which was also the reason why Renki and his gang wanted to abduct the children. My children possess incredible abilities. They are talents that any mage would covet. Both Roland and Melissa are children with innate magical talents from birth. They are a one-of-a-kind, rare case. Karina had been waiting for a moment of surprise from Claude Torres, but he only gently and briefly replied with 2 words. I know. This completely surprised Karina. She began to search her memories and list the faces who knew about her children being magical geniuses. Finally, Karina reached her ultimate conclusion. She sighed. Was it Mr. Weather or Jess who told you? The result was exactly as Karina expected. Claude Torres honestly admitted it without avoiding anything. Between your 2 guesses, only Weather told me. Jess has always been playing dumb. The girl curiously switched gears. Is that so? Then why did you pretend not to know before? Claude Torres voiced the thoughts he had hidden for so long. I thought I should let you and the children decide when to tell me. I was not in a hurry to know this, because I didn't want Lady Brighton here to feel like I was threatening her. Claude Torres truly was a warm, kind, and talented man. He always put others first. This successfully moved Karina, because she wanted the 2 of them to become closer and trust each other. Karina made a request. Then, could you please call me by my name? That surname belongs to Renki. I hope the Duke can call my name exactly like that time. This wasn't just a suggestion, it was a plea, hoping the Duke would grant it, a plea to erase everything related to that man named Renki. Suddenly, the scene of the 2 intimately calling each other's names in the Duke's room the other day overlapped in his memory. This made Claude Torres feel very happy. After resolving everything, Roland and Melissa finally returned. They ran quickly towards where Karina was standing, as if wherever she was their safe haven. The children hadn't expected that because of them, their mother was attacked by Renki until she was covered in injuries. Fortunately, the Duke had come to rescue her. Each child was whimpering on the verge of tears. Karina recalled Renki's lifeless corpse on the cold floor, his face speckled with black spots. That person will never appear before us again. The time for comforting and reassuring was over. As a mother, Karina had to love at the right time and scold at the right place. Only then did she remember the homunculus used to make puppets in Renki's hand when she first entered the room. Mom saw you using a substitute. What exactly happened? Roland and Melissa looked at each other and then obediently took turns telling Karina the truth. After this morning's events, that night, the 2 siblings joyfully talked to each other about how Karina had finally become their real mother. They were very happy about this, and moreover, Renki had been taken away. Suddenly, while they were playing together, Melissa stopped abruptly. Roland couldn't sense magic colors like little Melissa could, so the boy was very worried. It's impossible. That person was clearly captured and put in prison. Melissa wanted to fight him because she felt his mana had weakened considerably, no longer like before, so the siblings had a very high chance of winning. But Roland disagreed with this dangerous idea. Suddenly, the boy remembered something and rummaged through the closet to find it. Immediately, Roland brought out the homunculus and suggested using a substitute, saying it would be safer. The 2 of them repeated what they did in the past, creating 2 puppets that looked like the 2 siblings. They sensed Renki coming up the stairs, but because their mother would be in danger, the children sneaked out from the window, first to find someone to save her. Hearing the story, Karina was both moved and proud because her children were very brave and smart. You did very well using the substitute to go find help. That's excellent. When facing this kind of situation, protecting yourselves well is the most important thing. Understand? Roland and Melissa nodded, confirming they understood. Claude Torres, who had also been listening to the whole story, didn't spare his praise for the children. Just hearing the children talk, I know what their level is. You 2 truly look exactly like your mother. Seeing the children happy to be told they resembled Karina, Claude Torres added, Your mother's the most outstanding person I know. I also see this ability in you too. 1 week after Renki's death, Karina received a letter from a person named Everson. Although she didn't know this person, the content of the letter was: the inheritance rights to the land and the Baron Bridgen's mansion were inherited by Karina. Because she had to personally handle the inheritance procedures, Karina had to say goodbye to the Duke's mansion for a while. She had prepared the carriage, luggage, and her mindset to leave, but Claude Torres personally came out to see her off with regret, as if wanting to hold her back. Do you really have to go? But Karina also had no choice. I have checked the laws of the Empire. If I do not arrive within the specified time limit, it will be considered abandoning the inheritance rights. But what Karina didn't tell the Duke was that through this trip, she might find some clues about Rinky's accomplice. Seeing that Karina definitely had to go, Claude Torres didn't want to waste her time and said his goodbyes. "I must go. I'll have to rely entirely on you for the children." Wasn't this scene just like a mother going on a trip telling the father at home to take good care of the children? Roland, who had been quiet all this time, finally spoke up, calling Mom, and then shoved a small bag into Karina's hands. Wondering what was inside, Karina opened it to take a look. Roland enthusiastically introduced to his mother that inside were magic crystals in which he had cast attack magic and healing magic. Roland introduced them, afraid his mother wouldn't know their uses, while scratching his head out of shyness. It's nothing amazing, though it can't heal wounds completely right away, it can stop bleeding. Roland was indeed a smart and very filial boy. To his mother, Karina received her son's heartfelt sentiment. "Thank you, Roland. Mom will be back soon, in about half a month. Don't worry, kids." While the tearful farewell scene of the family of four was taking place, a rhythmic sound of footsteps, perfectly in sync, could be heard and immediately recognized as from the military. The newcomer stood against the light, so Karina had to use her hand to shield the glaring sunlight to see clearly that it was Arthur. The knight bent 90 degrees and bowed. "Sorry, I'm late." Seeing the Imperial Swordmaster, who had proposed to her the other day, now bowing, scared the wits out of Karina. "Why are you here?" Claude Torres stood with his hands on his hips next to Arthur and explained that Tempos involuntarily wanted to accompany her. He alone can fight against 10 knights. The fact that he was a talented knight, Karina naturally knew better than anyone. Before waiting for Karina to refuse or agree, Arthur blocked her first. "It seems you don't really want to see me." Karina naturally didn't mean that. What she wanted to express was her astonishment that the captain of an entire knight legion would volunteer to be her guard. "Handing you over to those unreliable guys. What if my medicine runs out? That would be a disaster." So this was the reason he volunteered to accompany Karina, very voluntarily, but not significantly. "With you here, I certainly won't die." The two sides exchanged words while Karina was already irritated. As for Arthur, he was proud because this was indeed a very accurate assessment. Just as the two turned around to board the carriage and prepare to leave, Arthur's arm was suddenly gripped tightly and pulled back. The Duke leaned close to his face and said to the knight captain in a deep, cold voice, "Do not forget my words. If anything happens to Bridgen, that day will be your death anniversary. I will remember." Contrary to the tense atmosphere between the two men on this side, Karina was gently instructing her two children to eat properly and listen to the Duke and Mr. Edward. Instructions and goodbyes were done, so Karina stepped onto the carriage. "Then I am leaving, Duke. Remember to take care of your health. Return soon, Karina." Clack, clack. The sound of the moving carriage signaled that they were about to leave the Duke's mansion. The image of Claude Torres, along with Roland and Melissa, grew smaller day by day and disappeared. Finally, Karina once again returned to the gloomy place where she used to live. Although they arrived earlier than expected, the day they set foot on this land was a rainy day. They had to wait for the servants to come out before Karina and Arthur could go inside. Seeing the girl he had a crush on having to wait in the rain in this cold weather, all of it was taken in by Arthur. A moment later, a warm blue magical aura enveloped Karina's entire body, making her extremely surprised. Tracing the destination of the magic, she discovered it originated from the future swordmaster, Arthur. This was an energy that only a magic swordmaster could control. "Does the Duke know?" Arthur answered very coldly, "No." But Karina said that after returning, she would report this to the Duke, that this boy with sun-colored hair had already reached the level of a magic swordmaster. But Arthur gave a retort that made Karina lose her spirit along with his confidence. "I can guarantee that you won't tell, because only when the medicine has good effects can I control this energy." Since he had reached the realm of a magic swordmaster, ensuring the safety of his medicine, which meant Karina being safe, was something he had to do, no longer just voluntary. But Karina still wanted to tell the Duke about this. "Suit yourself. Anyway, the two of us won't be separated until death. Miss Bridgen is even more important than my life. I never want to go back to the past again. Usually, the lifespan of females is longer than males. As long as you're not harmed by others, you can provide me with herbs for a lifetime." This guy was handsome, but every sentence he spoke really made people want to get mad. Karina could only thank Arthur for his thoughtful consideration. What else could she do? The idle chat had gone on long enough, and it was time for the Baron's mansion doors to open. The man named Everson came outside to welcome them. They wondered why the bastard Renki signed over the inheritance rights to Karina so quickly. It turned out that before he went to Torres, he had dismissed all the servants. The financial situation was piled high with debts, to the point that Karina had to mortgage the mansion to pay off the debts. She rubbed her forehead, tired because that barren title was ultimately just a useless, empty shell. Yet the man named Everson could still smile and say to Karina, "Please sell the barren title to me. I can help you settle all the debts." What did he just say? Rinky's inheritance manager actually wanted the barren title? Karina was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, seeing that the girl in front of him still didn't understand. The guy named Everson continued to explain. "The person who mainly traded with Rinky was me. Most of that money was lent to him by me." Karina only then realized she had fallen into the enemy's trap. "Then how do you know me?" He finally dropped his trademark smile and coldly answered the inquisitive lady's question. "Renki and I have had many transactions with each other. How could I not know a bit of information about the heir?" Karina understood that what this man named Everson ultimately wanted was the barren title, not money. Therefore, she requested a day for herself to think. "Then I will stay here for one night to think it over carefully. After all, it's been a long time since I came home." Seeing that the other party wanted to end the conversation, he also stood up to leave and promised to come back tomorrow. Looking at his departing back, Karina inwardly weighed the value. Keep the mansion or the title? I have to see what's left of this place. Then it won't be too late to decide. Arthur, after witnessing this tragicomic inheritance scene of Miss Bridgen, couldn't stop himself from being curious about where this girl was going. The underground laboratory. A laboratory? Arthur's head was full of question marks. While the two of them were absent-minded, one walking, one wondering, fortunately, thanks to this swordsman's excellent reflexes, danger, he warned as he simultaneously lifted Karina up into the air with just one hand. A trap was activated just below Karina's feet, terrifying her. A trap? It wasn't here before. Scanning around, Arthur confirmed that mechanisms were installed here. Karina confidently opened the door in front of her, as she was already too familiar with it. But this time was not the same. The scene inside made this little girl afraid, and a second later, she felt a wave of nausea. The culprits causing this were the magical traces left inside the room. Blood and the corpses of magic beasts densely littered the interior. A foul stench wafted straight out of the room. The knight captain looked very manly. He quickly stepped forward to shield Karina. But the scene inside also made this muscular man exclaim, "How terrifying. Is this place usually like this?" Karina completely hid behind Arthur's large, solid back and whispered, "No, Renki is a clean freak. He wouldn't let this place turn out like this. In the past, I could clean it up at any time. This has never happened." Karina tightly gripped Arthur's cloak in worry. What she could be sure of right now was that the room ending up like this wasn't caused by Renki. Seeing Karina terrified, Arthur voluntarily took the job of investigating around the room. Very quickly, he discovered something shocking. The guy Everson from earlier was the Baron Serf. Karina took the papers from Arthur's hand and was certain that his desire to help Karina settle all the debts was because he wanted her to obediently hand over the Baron title. The one-day limit finally ended. Everson, as promised, dropped by the Baron's mansion. Early in the morning, he acted arrogantly. "Have you decided?" Karina said nothing about her decision, but instead, she took out the serfdom papers she had discovered in the mansion to show him. When seeing this paper, exactly as expected, Everson was terrified. But a second later, he still believed Karina wasn't like Renki, so he placed a bet on her. "It's better if you hold on to it. If I get it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist tearing it up right away." Tear it up. This statement from Karina completely surprised Everson. This little girl knew Renki had used it to blackmail Everson. It was nothing more than a piece of paper. Destroying it would settle it. With no evidence left, he wouldn't need to worry anymore in the future. "I will not use this paper to blackmail you like Renki did. So, whether you want to tear it or burn it is up to you. This way, you can escape the bondage of your status tied to this paper." Everson choked up as he received the paper from Karina and tore it up with his own hands. "I suffered so much, but couldn't find this paper, which is why I wanted you to hand over the title. When you took this paper out, I thought I was back to how it was before." Everson smiled happily and promised to take over all of Karina's debts without needing the title anymore, because this was what Everson had desired most his entire life. "Thank you, Mr. Everson." Thinking everything was settled, suddenly Everson asked Karina about a child. The child named Oliver Lufford, the one who accompanied Renki to the south. Suddenly, memories from the original novel flooded back into her. A silhouette of a young mage teenager draped entirely in black was standing alone in front of the mansion. It was none other than Roland, drenched in rainwater. Opening the mansion door with a gloomy face, the stench of rotting monster corpses immediately assaulted his face. Roland, just like Karina, quickly found his way to the laboratory in the basement. First, Roland also didn't expect this place to have traps, and what he needed to do now was to find clues about Theo and then leave this place. Suddenly, reflecting for a moment, he realized that the trap he had triggered wasn't a magic trap, but the forbidden magic of self-destruction. The magic that Theo had set up was a giant seal that would cause this entire mansion to explode. Karina's eyes widened after remembering the original novel. She told herself she had to get out immediately. She pulled Arthur toward her and suggested he and Everson must quickly leave here right away. Miss Bridgen, do you know you just fainted? Also, what are you talking about? Arthur was panicked by the lady who naturally fainted the second before, and upon waking up the next second, told them to quickly leave this place. With no time to say much, Karina shot up to her feet and explained that underground trap we triggered is a self-destruct mechanism. Hearing this, not knowing if it was true or not, Arthur got goosebumps, his face turning pale from fear first. The mansion's hallway was now filled entirely with hurried footsteps, as if an enemy was pursuing and hunting the three of them, running as fast as they could. Explosions began, making the mansion stagger, no longer solid and even, so it was also difficult for Karina to keep her balance and run away from here. Arthur, who always minded his herbs anytime and anywhere, very quickly noticed Karina's difficulty and immediately picked her up to run. Boom! A massive explosion sounded as if proving it had spread from the underground all the way up here. The three of them were no longer alone now. Behind them, wave after wave of explosions were following them closely. They were close, just a little more, and they could escape. The door was right ahead. Karina was the only one who could observe the situation behind them. It seemed they wouldn't make it, as the explosions were spreading too fast. So Karina took out the magic crystals that Roland had given her. Gripping the crystals tightly in her hands, a protective shield immediately appeared around the three of them, saving them from the explosion right behind their backs, merely a millimeter away. Finally, the three of them successfully escaped outside, without anyone getting hurt. The mansion was swallowed piece by piece and then collapsed. Arthur was furious, wanting to devour the cruel person who caused this alive. But Karina was different. What she could be sure of now was that her enemy was Theo. The rain came again, as if washing away the last remnants of this hellish place of Karina's, like a gentle goodbye sent to her. 10 days later, as promised, Karina returned safely to Torres. The citadel, seen again after half a month, was suddenly crowded and bustling. Why are there so many people? Did something happen? This crowdedness felt strange to those who returned from afar, specifically Karina and Arthur. I didn't receive any news. Mom. A prolonged call for Mom was followed by two lively children running up, hugging Karina's lower half and diving into her embrace. We missed you so much, Mom. Karina felt the same. She also deeply missed her children. Karina began to ask about the children's lives without her by their side. Yes, we ate well and studied seriously. Really? You two are great. Praising children is never superfluous. It encourages them to grow up more day by day. Miss Bridgen, did everything go smoothly? It was Jess. He was the representative accompanying and looking after the two children to welcome Karina. Jess, long time no see. Why are there so many people? Did something happen? Jess could only rub his forehead because it was hard to say. But then, the young mage teenager also told Karina about His Highness the Crown Prince visiting Torres, and currently, the Duke was with him. Karina was surprised. Why would someone of such royal descent visit this land? What she feared must be matters related to the Empire oppressing the territories. But unlike what Karina worried about, right in Claude Torres' office, he was sitting and conversing with the Crown Prince. Claude Torres was also a smart man. You did not mind the long journey to personally come to the south. Did something happen in the capital? The Crown Prince couldn't help but chuckle at the sharpness of this Duke of the South, Torres. Seeing that the Crown Prince did not deny his question, Claude Torres became even more convinced that the capital was indeed facing a difficult situation, and the Crown Prince needed him, which was why he came all this way personally. That's right. My father recently broke his leg falling off a horse, so he is considering abdicating the throne. The crown prince sipped the cup of tea in his hands while recounting the story of the emperor who had just fallen off a horse. He also didn't forget to put on a commercial smile. This is a state secret, only you know. Feeling he had drunk enough tea, the crown prince put down his teacup and got straight to the point, which made Claude Torres tense up. The reason I came here is very simple. For the next month, you must protect me. Of course, I will provide adequate compensation for the South. Even a fool looking at this would know it wasn't just a simple fall from a horse. Just breaking a leg. Why would want to transfer the throne? Claude Torres's intelligence astonished the crown prince. Indeed, it wasn't a normal fall from a horse. When my father fell off the horse, he had already fallen into a coma. Someone poisoned his food, and who else could have done this besides my beloved younger brother? Claude Torres was shocked when the second prince was pinpointed in this story, but he had long heard of the reputation. The only younger brother of His Highness the Crown Prince, the second prince, was a notoriously ruthless person. Duke Torres had no reason to refuse this order, so he accepted and promised to devote all his efforts to protecting His Highness the Crown Prince. If the second prince committed such an act out of coveting the throne, then His Highness the Crown Prince and the entire situation of this empire would be in danger. The Crown Prince praised Claude Torres's loyal actions and thoughts. Coming to the South was indeed a correct choice. That's right. What Claude Torres wondered was why the Crown Prince chose him. The Duke and my younger brother do not interact with each other. He also has no guard against you at all, so he probably doesn't know how to deal with you. You don't need to worry too much. A knock on the door by Chichester interrupted their conversation. He was allowed in, so he made a quiet report privately to the Duke. After hearing it, Claude Torres suddenly smiled. He arrived right on time. The captain of our night order has just returned from completing his mission in the north. Let him be in charge of protecting your highness's safety. It seemed Arthur was highly regarded. Even the crown prince remembered him as a swordmaster. Claude Torres further introduced Arthur to the crown prince. Not yet, but Arthur's current strength is already on par with the swordmaster. To be able to have such a person protect me, I will remember this sincerity of yours. Arthur Tempo-san has come to report. Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince. Greetings to Duke Claude. He apologized that as soon as the captain returned to the city, he was summoned and given a new mission right away. From now on, you will be in charge of protecting His Highness the Crown Prince. Arthur, on his honor as a knight, pledged to protect His Highness with his life. Hearing that Arthur had returned, the Duke was also in a hurry to meet his beloved. Seeing that everything was settled, he asked the Crown Prince for permission to take his leave because he needed to meet the person who had returned after completing the mission. Claude Torres took quick strides down the corridor, nervously opening the door to the room where he believed Karina was waiting for him. Indeed, when the door opened, the girl he had been waiting for over the past half-month had returned safely. When the Duke called her name after so many long days of not seeing each other, Karina's heart seemed to skip a beat, yet though it skipped, it still beat very strongly. The little girl told herself that it was only because she hadn't seen him in a long time. It must be so to calm her racing heart. It is also thanks to the Duke's care that I could return smoothly like this. Karina bowed her head to thank the master of the mansion where she was staying. Claude Torres asked Karina about the inheritance issue, as well as changing how to address her for the baron title she had inherited. Karina smiled and recounted the story she had experienced. You can just call me as before. I have sold all the land and the title. Going back to 10 days ago, Karina made a deal with Everson. Please help me sell all the land and title. Just leaving this mansion is enough. As long as it is enough money to buy it. Even if you are the one buying it, it doesn't matter. Everson was confused as he had promised to help Karina clear all her debts without needing anything in return, but she still decided she wanted to sell everything. Because I have no way to manage them. Leaving them be is of no use. It is better to exchange them for money. The only thing Karina wanted to keep was the mansion, but in the end, the house was completely burned down. She really didn't know how long she would have to cry to stop being sad. Karina bowed her head to apologize to the Duke, because she knew he wanted her to have the mansion as well as the baron title. But in the end, she made such a decision. However, Claude Torres did not blame Karina, but also understood you must have your own reasons for doing so. Anyway, I will still be in the south, so it is very difficult to manage the land in the north. Claude Torres seemed to grasp the key point in Karina's recent statement, so he blanked out for a moment and interrupted her. You mean? Only then did Karina shockingly realized the anomaly when she made the decision to sell everything belonging to her inheritance right. Karina bravely told the Duke that her greatest wish right now was to stay in this place, the Duke's mansion on this very land of Torres. Freezing for 5 seconds, Claude Torres finally reacted. He burst into a satisfied smile. As long as you want to stay, you can stay as long as you like. Done with personal matters, Karina wanted to tell the Duke the main business. I know who Rinka's accomplice is. Do you still remember the 10-year-old boy that Rinka brought along, but then disappeared? Claude Torres had an impression because this boy had lost his parents. It's him. The Duke could no longer believe his ears. Karina guaranteed she had proof because upon returning, she investigated and found out that kid was a mage. Below the basement of Runka's mansion, there were also traces of his magic practice. Claude Torres had felt strange, but indeed no one thought this was all done by a child. After thinking for a while, he felt it was also true, leaving the southern region without leaving any trace. A 10-year-old child could hardly do this. But don't worry too much. I will protect you and the children as thoroughly as possible. The young butler informed Claude Torres that Marquis SEC had arrived. Tell him to wait for me a moment. What kind of day is today with so many guests visiting? Who knows? Claude Torres had a headache, knowing the reason why the Marquis came here. What else could it be other than wanting to make a connection with the Crown Prince? Having a headache with hundreds of thousands of tasks. But Claude Torres really had a soft spot for Karina. He still wanted to spend some time talking with her. You finally returned. It's a pity we couldn't have a proper conversation. It was as if neither of them wanted to miss the other at all. So Karina promised to go to the Duke's place next time to report in more detail. These words were like an appointment between the two of them. Since the work was done, Karina was on her way back to her room. Before waiting for her to return, the kids came skipping to welcome her, thinking the whole family would hold hands and go home after so many days apart. Roland spoke up with a question. Why did you use up all the magic crystals, Mom? Karina had intentionally hidden it so Roland wouldn't worry, but now Karina knew she needed to explain so Roland could feel more at ease. Actually, Mom wanted to investigate some matters, so I went to the underground laboratory in the mansion, but I encountered an unexpected situation, so I had to use the magic crystals urgently. At that time, it was really very dangerous, but thanks to your magic crystals, Mom was able to return safely. Roland, Melissa, thank you both. After this incident, Melissa knew her mother needed to use the exquisite magic crystals created by her brother, but what Melissa wanted to say wasn't that, but a shocking matter for Torres. I discovered sleeping magic crystals underground, right next to that hot river. The sleeping magic crystals are hidden underground, and there are even spirits who try to hide them. Karina asked Melissa about the amount of crystals she saw. Melissa confirmed that there were many magic crystals underground, and they were all fast asleep. Magic crystals underground. Does that mean a magic crystal mine? Karina wanted to confirm, so she called for. Jess arrived very quickly. Jess arrived, and after hearing Karina recount the things Melissa saw that could be a magic crystal mine, his mouth fell open in surprise. A magic crystal mine. Now he recalled that recently, Melissa kept asking him to take her to the hot spring. It turned out the little girl wanted to confirm the matter of the magic crystal mine. Jess said, Melissa, why didn't you tell me sooner? But Melissa hesitated, intertwining her hands. Before, I felt it wasn't necessary to tell. Mom knows how to create magic crystals, so if that place is discovered. Karina was touched seeing Melissa worried that if the crystal mine was discovered, everyone would no longer need her mother's ability to create magic crystals. Jess volunteered to report to the Duke about this matter. Do you believe our words? This made even Roland astonished that Jess could easily believe a child's words like that. Jess simply smiled, of course. How could I not believe what Melissa and Roland say? 1 month later, since the day Melissa informed them that Torres still had a magic crystal mine, it had now been excavated as well as having paths built to ensure safety. The kids were also eager to explore inside. Roland kept tugging at Karina's hand, urging her to hurry up. Karina glanced at the mine entrance and saw Sunvita and Andriel already standing there discussing plans. She often wondered since when those two had become so close, considering they used to curse and shout at each other whenever they met. Lady Bridgen, the inside has been inspected. There won't be any danger. Let's go in. Claude Torres approached and politely extended an invitation. Karina nodded and accepted. For him to do so meant he had acknowledged Melissa's contribution. Let's go in, Melissa. Melissa was also eager to see the results of what she had discovered. The group lined up one after another to go inside. Amazing, isn't it? Jess stood in the middle with his arms wide open, looking delighted because he was the supervisor of this project. But it looks like a cave, and it's full of dust, which isn't good for health, is it? Sunvita looked disgusted. In contrast to her, Andriel, who was walking alongside her, constantly rolled his eyes around. In a flash, he had disappeared. There's Moss here. Once he got into his element, his hands and feet were much quicker. Who knows where he pulled out a magnifying glass to inspect it. Hearing about moss, Karina recalled the moss growing in the magic crystal mine in the original plot that Arthur had mentioned. This was also the reason why Karina was curious and wanted to discuss more with Andriel. Karina tried asking these botanist geniuses, but they just stayed silent. After a long while, he finally unfroze. Lady Bridgen, can you create magic crystals right here? Karina was very surprised and confused by the request Andriel made. Right here? Yes, it was that simple. Seeing that he seemed resolute, but afraid that an unfortunate incident would happen that could block or collapse the tunnel, Karina asked for the Duke's opinion before proceeding according to Andriel's words. It's okay. You can do it if you want. Karina nodded to confirm she understood. She cast her magic. Around the little girl, she was enveloped by warm, sun-colored specks of light. It was truly sparkling, making her look like a goddess. When a magic was cast, clicking sounds like the sound of falling magic crystals creating a tune with the ground rang out. Karina opened her eyes and looked around. The surroundings of the cave were entirely different from before she closed her eyes to chant. The surroundings were dyed a golden hue by countless types of flowers, just like a flower garden growing on rocks. Incredibly beautiful. Is it okay like this? Andriel shouted in excitement and joy. Very good. No, not just very good, but a miracle. He guided the group to gaze, admire, and feel the surrounding scenery created by Karina with all their senses. The fragrance, color, shape. Isn't it very bright and dazzling? The effect of this species is definitely much better than the regular Karina flowers. Hearing Andriel say that, Sunvita seemed to trust him immensely, so she approached the stone crevices with flowers growing interspersed within and picked a few. Let's just take a few back for research first. She also agreed with Andriel's words. How come these two were quite close now? Seeing that they had explored quite a bit today, Claude Torres suggested everyone retreat. We should go back. We've been walking since early morning. The kids must be tired by now. On this side, it seemed after being away from their mother for half a month, Roland and Melissa were very close to the Duke. From start to finish, they stood right next to Claude Torres, leaving Karina alone to walk around and work. Now, both were rubbing their eyes and yawning. Then let's go back and rest early. Anyway, tomorrow is an extremely special day. Special day seemed to be the key word in the Duke's sentence. Very quickly, Karina was curious about it. But Claude Torres absolutely kept it a secret to the very end. Just wait and see. The next morning, when she came out of her bedroom door, Karina was very surprised when right in front of her door, it was piled high with boxes, with different shapes and colors. Karina stood frozen for a long time. I forgot again that today is my birthday. One surprise after another. Inside the biggest gift box, there was something wriggling, making it keep letting out rustling sounds. Karina hoped there wasn't a small animal inside. Karina approached, wanting to open the box when, surprise, Roland and Melissa jumped out from the gift box. We are exactly the gift. Karina was touched because the kids also remembered her birthday. Mom, hurry and open the other boxes to see Mom. Karina opened the gift box next to it and saw inside were meticulously crafted pieces of jewelry from magic crystals. Hold on. Dot on this side even enthusiastically introduced the function of each item. This is healing magic, this is defensive magic, and this one is attack magic. We chose the hardest, best magic crystals and then enchanted them. Each one can be used 3 times, Mom. Karina was truly very touched, from the surprise to the dedication the kids put into the gift for her. Thank you both so much. This is the birthday that touches me the most. Also, Mom is so happy to have you guys. Karina embraced the kids in her arms. The camera panned across Duke Torres's office. Inside, there was even the precious presence of the Crown Prince. Today was Karina's birthday, but he really didn't have any free time to be with her. While chatting, seeing Claude Torres absent-minded, the Crown Prince spoke up to remind him, "What are you thinking about?" This startled our Duke here. But how could he say he was thinking about his beloved? "I'm thinking about the mineral mine." And Claude Torres wanted to establish a merchant guild, and the target he aimed at was the merchant guild from the Ford family. The Crown Prince truly was a man of broad vision. He meticulously commented on the Duke's choice. If it's them, no matter how good or poor the magic crystals are, they will be able to find a buyer. If they get top-quality goods, they could even cooperate with a magic tower. The rule of giving feedback is always to praise first, criticize later. The Crown Prince also understood this social etiquette very well. But I don't understand what you were thinking. You must also know that right now is not the right time to mine minerals. How could Claude not understand? What the Crown Prince said was completely accurate. Before he had a firm foothold, it was best not to do things that would draw the Emperor's attention, but the mineral mine had great extraction value. The day before, Sunvita had come to report to Claude Torres about the effect of the Carina flowers growing in the mineral mine. The day before that, she brought back for research the flowers growing here, and the effectiveness was incredibly high. It not only stopped at being able to cure Arthur's illness, but could also cure other common diseases. And according to the botanist Andriel's report, the reason it had a higher therapeutic effect than flowers growing outside the mine was because that magic crystal mine converged natural magic power. Therefore, the Carina flowers would also absorb that magic power, and thanks to the combination with the moss in the mine, the effect was even better. Claude Torres was very resolute with his decision, so he turned to explain to the Crown Prince. There has never been such a thing as a good time before, so is it necessary to wait anymore? The Crown Prince laughed heartily. These words of yours truly hit my heart. 1 second he was laughing, the next second his face turned cold. That's right, not wrong. There is no need to wait any longer. Carina, after the birthday celebration by her 2 kids, also had to work. She had a headache because she couldn't delay the recruitment anymore, ever since excavating the magic crystal mine. The human resources had always been in shortage. While she was having a headache making a decision, Carina bumped into the gift box the Duke had placed on her desk. From early on, speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Carina stood up to welcome the Duke. I thought you were very busy. I am indeed very busy, but not to the extent of not having time to go meet you. Saying that, he took out the thank you letter that Carina had sent as a confirmation that he had received it. Carina hoped the Duke would be satisfied with the card because she had thought for a long time to write it. Of course I am satisfied. As soon as I saw this, I immediately wanted to come see you. Carina felt Claude Torres was just joking because it was simply a card, but he was still very excited and treasured it. Although it's a bit late to say it now. Happy birthday, Carina. Carina froze at the wish, while Claude Torres noticed the bracelet Carina was wearing. It seems you like that one the most, don't you? Carina smiled and replied truthfully, I really like them all, honestly. This is also a gift prepared by you and the kids together. What surprised Carina the most was how he could even think of taking Roland's magic crystals to be processed together. It was truly meaningful. Seeing Carina smiling so brightly, Claude Torres was also satisfied. Since it was also getting late, he offered to walk her back. The two of them walked side by side down the corridor. It is such an honor to be personally escorted back by the Duke. Being able to personally escort the most talented person in Torres back. That should be my honor instead. You worked hard today. Get some rest early. Carina also said goodbye to the Duke and turned her back to enter her room. As soon as Carina left, Claude Torres showed a regretful look because they already had to say goodbye, just like that. A second later, he realized what he had just thought. Something was wrong, making him blush profusely. A beautiful day. Carina went to Claude Torres's office, and of course, this made him very happy. But the joy only lasted a few seconds before he fell silent as Carina pulled out the public recruitment plan. The reason Carina came here today was to ask for a budget grant to implement the plan because winter is also approaching. Because he understood Carina's personality too well, Claude Torres didn't hide it, but told her the truth. I will grant you the budget now, but it's best to wait until after winter to start recruiting because there might be a civil war coming up. The situation is not too serious. There is just a possibility of a civil war. I am telling you this because I want you to know that we need to be extremely careful right now. Carina was also a smart girl, and she understood that as long as the situation wasn't too serious, it was fine. I am very worried about you, afraid that you will have to overwork yourself. Carina said goodbye to the Duke and closed the door. Although he said the situation in Torres was not too dire, she couldn't let her guard down. If his mind was entirely focused on the country situation, he would likely lack the energy to deal with other threats. such as Frio's attack. The only reason Frio hadn't made a move yet was that he was unclear about the situation in Torres. Thinking of this, Karina pushed herself to study more documents related to magic crystals. As usual, Karina still worked hard to contribute to Torres. A knock on the door broke her concentration. Who could it be? Why is someone looking for me at this hour? It was Astrid. The little girl rushed into Karina's office. Lady Bridgen, it's snowing outside. Since I was little, I have only seen such heavy snow once. But since then, I've never seen it again. Astrid showed that she was very excited, and she also wanted Karina to feel that excitement with her. How could Karina disappoint Astrid? It wasn't easy to see such a snowstorm. How about we go out and build a snowman? Astrid quickly approved of this idea. She even thoughtfully told the servants to bring some carrots. In the yard, the three children, although cold enough to have to wear coats, earmuffs, and gloves, were still very excitedly competing to build snowmen. Although seeing the kids really enjoying the snow, it was getting colder, so Karina wanted to take them back inside. While looking around, their eyes met. Karina saw Lord Claude standing on a high balcony, watching the children play in the snow. But his face didn't look very happy. Out of curiosity, Karina went upstairs into the building to find the Duke. When she entered the room, she saw him holding his forehead, looking extremely struggling and troubled. Claude, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? But Claude Torres just said he was a bit tired and he would feel better after resting for a bit. But according to the schedule, today the Duke had a meeting with Count Mildus and his wife. With his current condition, it was quite worrisome. They probably won't be able to come anymore. This statement from Claude Torres made Karina wonder, but the Duke didn't answer her. Instead, he looked out the window for a long time. This made Karina guess that the reason was the snowfall. She quickly drew the curtains to hide the white, snowy scenery outside. As if understanding Karina's intention, Claude Torres spoke up to explain, "No, it's not the snow that I'm afraid of. What I fear is my own helplessness." Claude Torres started telling the story of what happened 7 years ago. Also on a snowy night, he had heard the guards report an ominous news. Both his parents were trapped while inspecting an area covered in thick snow. It had come to this point. How could he, as a son, sit still? The young master urgently mobilized his troops to search for the then Duke and the Duchess right away. But according to intelligence, they had dispatched search parties for a long time, yet the news returned by messenger pigeons kept yielding the same result. His parents couldn't be found. Claude Torres personally went out to search for his parents. With his legs sinking deep into the thick snow, he pulled out magic crystals from his cloak and threw them into the snow. Seeing this, the royal guard accompanying him tried their best to stop him, because using magic crystals so recklessly would severely harm his body. But how could any of that be as urgent as finding his parents? Claude Torres drew his sword, pointing the tip at the person who had just warned him. He cautioned the man to watch his words. If he continued to obstruct him, he would slit his throat. Finally, he found his parents. Even in the face of imminent danger, the two of them held each other tightly, inseparable, and just like that, they left him and left this world. Fortunately, Torres is in the south. If it were in the north, perhaps I would be living in anxiety every single day. Karina felt heartbroken hearing his story. She comforted him, saying that at that time he was truly powerless, or perhaps when he became the Duke, he didn't yet have enough capabilities. But that was only in the past. It didn't mean that Claude wasn't doing well now. He was proud, knowing that he was doing an excellent job now. But he still felt uneasy in his heart, because even though things were good now, he couldn't possibly change the past. Seeing Claude Torres still grieving, Karina hugged him tightly, comforting him. Although the past could not be changed, the future would certainly be different. He was so outstanding now, after all. Claude Torres shyly said thank you. They thought the snow would last for a few days, but what a pity, with Torres's warm climate almost all year round. The snow that fell last night melted away by the next morning. Karina suddenly remembered Claude Torres's health, and the memories of that day flooded back, making her blush with embarrassment. Karina's heart beat faster every time she recalled it, so she urged herself to quickly forget about it. Speak of the devil. Chichester came looking for her right at Karina's private office to deliver the Duke's order, summoning her over to him. Karina brought Roland and Melissa along to the meeting place set by the Duke. Upon arriving, they saw that besides the Duke, Jess was also there. The most notable thing of all was the chest radiating waves of magic at their feet. Karina's heart pounded with nervousness. Is this a magic chest? That's right. The historical documents that I accidentally discovered had records of an ancient site in Torres. When Jess and I went to investigate out of curiosity, the things underground reacted to my sword. Roland wasn't afraid. On the contrary, the little boy approached and asked for permission to touch the chest. Roland, don't touch it. What is it? What's going on? So he did ask for permission, but it didn't really matter. He just asked. Whether it was approved or not, the boy didn't care. Despite both Jess and Claude Torres shouting and rushing over in vain, Roland still reached out and touched the magic chest, making their eyes widen in fear. When Roland touched it, the chest released an incredibly powerful source of magic, piercing through thousands of green trees, shooting straight into the sky. Surrounding the boy was a purple magic power enveloping him. It seemed like nothing was happening. Roland tightly closed his eyes and stood in the center of that magic stream. Suddenly, his whole body was lifted high into the air. The magic power also abruptly surged. If they just left it alone, it would be extremely dangerous. Claude Torres didn't think twice, directly drawing his sword and running toward the violently gushing stream of magic. He forcefully thrust his sword into the barrier created by the chest, shattering it into pieces. And Roland subsequently fell down. Luckily, Jess was already waiting to catch the boy. Only then did Karina realize Roland was in danger, so she ran quickly toward Jess. Halfway there, Jess reached out a hand to stop her. Wait a minute, how could this be? There is too much magic inside the boy's body. Jess held Roland tightly and came to the conclusion that the boy now had no way of taking in the magic right inside his own body. Karina broke into a cold sweat out of fear. Is there no way to save the boy? Contrary to Karina, Melissa standing nearby was very calm. Suddenly, the little girl stretched out her hand, pointed at the magic chest, and said, "There's a way. Just smashing that chest will do." Karina couldn't bear to do it because it was an item recorded in historical documents, and it was also something that Claude had not easily found. I know. The Duke's low voice, accompanied by his action of raising the sword, immediately shattered Karina's reluctance. She didn't expect that he wouldn't mind sacrificing his own efforts. He said he would smash it, and he smashed it. Just as Melissa had said, as soon as Claude Torres smashed the chest, Roland also opened his eyes at the same time. Karina tightly grasped the boy's hand. "Roland, are you okay?" Before she could finish her sentence, Karina froze. She looked at Jess, asking about Roland. "Jess, I feel very strange. Is Roland really okay? The boy right now. All the blood in his body has turned into a magical conductor." Claude Torres finally joined the conversation. Karina was on the verge of collapsing. Simply put, Roland's condition right now is similar to a walking magic crystal. But Roland stood up healthily from Jess's arms. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm really perfectly fine. I actually feel even better than before. Look, Mom, if I felt uncomfortable, could I look this energetic?" Jess was a mage, so he understood better than anyone else. He told Roland to try casting a spell. The boy created a gigantic, earth-shattering fireball. Oh no, it's dangerous. Now Roland can't control his own magic power. Hearing that, Melissa approached Roland. The two children held hands. The little girl believed her brother could do it. "Melissa, I can't do it. Just try, I'll help you." Eventually, the kids successfully controlled the magic. "See, we did it, right? We must report this to the magic tower." This was urgent. According to Jess, it was the right thing to do because there was still hope now. But if they delayed any longer, Roland would never be able to return to his former state. Jess was deeply regretful, but everything was a heartbreaking truth. Karina also fell silent in thought. But Roland was still too young. There was no way he could absorb all the immense power of that magic chest. Furthermore, only when he was with Melissa could the boy control it. That might be a good way, but once the magic tower learned of Roland's talent, they definitely wouldn't just leave him alone. It's nothing. Karina wanted to ask Jess if it was absolutely necessary for Roland to revert back to how he was before. But what Jess worried about was that he himself truly couldn't control the kids with their power growing greater by the day, and neither could the Duke, perhaps. Jess saw Karina's anxiety when a magic tower was mentioned, so he suggested another place, which was the mage currently living right here in Torres. "This is not something I can decide. This is Roland and Melissa's matter. I have to personally go ask the children." The decision was made, so the two of them ended their conversation. The urgent matter now was to go and ask for the children's decision. As soon as they approached, they both saw Roland and Melissa looking frightened by the boy standing in front of them. "Hey, who are you?" Jess shouted, making the strange boy hug himself, trembling from the startle. The terrified boy asked, "Are you talking to me?" Karina sized up the strange boy and formed a hypothesis. It seemed like he was the child of a hired worker here. Was he brought here by his parents and then wandered off alone in the ducal estate? Karina gently knelt down to appear friendly to the boy. "Come here, let me see. Where are your parents?" The boy took step by step toward Karina, but Roland and Melissa rushed forward to block him in front of Karina. Roland held his sister's hand tightly to control the massive amount of magic within him. The boy launched a direct attack at the strange boy. This terrified Karina at the brutal action her son had just committed. Suddenly, after the explosion ended, Karina froze. That strange boy turned out to be Olympus Ford in disguise. Seeing that he had been discovered, out of all 36 stratagems, retreating was the best one. Frio quickly took to his heels and ran as fast as he could. After witnessing such a terrifying scene, Jess was worried for the kids. How could you two just charge straight at him like that? It's too dangerous. Karina stopped Jess from scolding the kids. She knelt down to make eye contact with them. "Just now, if it weren't for you two, we definitely would have been in danger. Thank you, my children." But Roland and Melissa were both sorrowful because they had let that guy get away. Karina encouraged the kids. "He is an extremely powerful mage. The fact that you could see through his true face is already very impressive. He is Runka's accomplice, the one who is always after you." As soon as Roland heard this, he knew right away that his goal was exactly like Runka's, to capture him and try to turn him into a Grand Mage. But the difference was that he also knew Melissa's true strength, so he intended to capture both of them. Now, back to the main topic. Roland, have you ever heard of the Magic Tower? Roland nodded to confirm with Karina. Karina proposed reporting the boy's new abilities to the Magic Tower. This meant the enormous power the boy was holding would also disappear. Roland yelled out in protest, I don't need it. I don't want to lose my current power. Didn't you say that person wanted to capture me and Melissa? Then we have to protect ourselves." Karina had promised to respect her son's decision, and because of that, she could only consider whether this was okay. "I'll let Roland choose for himself," but he refused. The boy knew Frio wanted to capture him. He would definitely choose to keep his power. Although she let him choose for himself, in reality, the answer was already obvious. Karina bowed her head to apologize to the kids. Roland and Melissa adamantly refused this apology because, according to both of them, Karina was not wrong. Their mother was always right, and the wrong ones were those other people. Karina smiled gently, watching the two children grow up day by day. "I will try to work harder on my training. Melissa, too. We will protect you, Mom. Don't worry." "Thank you, my children." Karina looked affectionately at these two strong kids. "Is everyone here? It's best if you all go back to your rooms first." Claude Torres had just arrived and brought a shocking piece of news. A murder had just occurred. This announcement felt like a lightning strike. All four of them were stunned in panic. "The culprit hasn't been caught yet. For now, everyone please quickly return to your rooms." A murder happening in the mansion was one thing, but here, the killer hadn't even been identified or caught yet. Being afraid in such a terrifying, chaotic situation and obeying the Duke's orders to obediently return to the room and lock the door tightly right away would be the normal thing to do. But Melissa was completely different. She bravely spoke with a firm voice. "The culprit is definitely that child." Claude Torres had arrived late, so he had missed the exciting encounter with Olympus Ford. Thus, he didn't understand who Melissa was talking about. Melissa began recounting the whole story of what she had just witnessed. When the two siblings were waiting for their mother and Jess to discuss matters over there, a boy appeared and approached her and her brother. Because Melissa herself had the ability to sense the flow of magic, she very quickly recognized that the strange boy was the same kid who had accompanied Runka to the mansion before. However, the appearance of that strange boy and Frio had absolutely nothing in common, except for the magic flow within him. Because of that, Melissa and Roland asked the boy, "You didn't look like this at first." And very quickly, the bloodstain on his sleeve also successfully caught Melissa's eye. They were just about to interrogate him when Karina and Jess returned. Roland and Melissa observed and saw that he was stealthily using magic to attack while approaching their mother. So the two children struck the strange boy first. And yes, that was Olympus Ford in disguise. It truly was a close call. After hearing the story and piecing the events together, Claude Torres seemed to have realized something. The dead maid had an arm chopped off. Perhaps he used that to enter here because the spell to pass through the barrier I set up is on her body. Karina couldn't believe her eyes that this was something a child had done. He was even more ruthless than Runka. It seems things are even more dangerous than I thought. Before we figure out a way to deal with Frio, I must stay by the children's side to protect them at all costs. Karina made up her mind. That determination didn't last long before subsiding very quickly, because the incident was so serious that they had a meeting with all the Duke's subordinates. Because the ducal estate currently had a lot of work to do. This meeting took place with a proposal from Sunvita regarding the establishment of a rehabilitation center for commoners. The reason that led to proposing this plan was that there were many people in the area suffering because of getting the wrong prescriptions. If a treatment center could be established for them, then they wouldn't be treated in the wrong direction anymore. Chichester was someone who always had a broad perspective. Establish a treatment center for commoners? Skilled doctors probably wouldn't even go there. Chichester was right. And an even more difficult thing was that the nobility would definitely oppose it, and he didn't want the Duke to have to face any more difficult situations. Hearing this, Arian raised his hand high to speak up. I'm also a noble, and I don't see any problem with it. Isn't it established for everyone? The nobles aren't excluded either. If they're really worried about opposition, they could build some special treatment rooms and charge exorbitant fees. With Andriel's unique initiative, the money collected could cover the center's maintenance costs. Sunvita excitedly thanked this genius botanist. Seeing Sunvita's overly excited reaction, Andriel coughed to save her face. Furthermore, the treatment center was established for everyone. What reason could they have to object? But no noble would want to stay with commoners and share services with them. This was also one of the reasons for the nobility's opposition. Jess, who had been sitting and listening all along, couldn't help but chuckle. The reason being, those high nobles had a reason to oppose, but they had no standing to do so. And of course, no noble would dare make an enemy of the Duke for no reason. Seeing that everything seemed settled, Claude Torres approved Sunvita's project. Karina breathed a sigh of relief because the meeting was finally over, and even better, earlier than she had thought. She had to hurry back to check on the children. Karina thought she was the last to leave, but unexpectedly overheard a conversation between Andriel and Sunvita, who had inexplicably stayed behind in the meeting room. Sunvita thanked Andriel for speaking up for her so the proposal would pass. Although she knew she would be very busy after the treatment center was established, she was happy with that busyness because it was very meaningful. Belhedi, this was Dr. Sunvita's surname, marry me. The next sentence shocked Karina even more. Karina was shocked, let alone the person being proposed to sitting right there. Andriel suddenly pulled a piece of paper from his sleeve. After reading it, the reason became clear. Andriel was pressured by his family. Only when he got married could he inherit the property left by his grandfather. This was exactly why he wanted to marry the doctor. Karina instantly went from being moved to being speechless. Who proposes like Andriel? But Andriel's purpose was to use the inherited property to donate to Sunvita's passionate project, the treatment center. Wasn't this indirectly saying, as long as you like it, I can throw money around for you? She didn't understand since when they had gotten so close, but they would definitely get married. So Karina happily and eagerly began preparing a wedding gift for her two colleagues. The joy didn't last long before trouble arrived. Just as Chichester had said, not a single doctor registered, not even one. This caused Sunvita to have a nervous breakdown. She thought the cause was entirely her own fault because she was a female doctor. No matter how high her test scores were or how well she treated patients, with her female gender, she was always ranked behind male doctors of the same level. All opportunities for advancement were taken away by men. What Sunvita wanted, through all the effort she put in, was just a little recognition and respect. But it seemed everything was just her illusion, as people continued to despise females to the very end. Not a single person wanted to cooperate with her. Claude Torres comforted the talented Sunvita, saying that as the manager of this center, she was excellent and had a much higher status than them. Karina also helped her change the recruitment target and train them to become female nurses. This would change people's perception of women, and the nurses would also have more opportunities for self-development. This was truly a great idea. A week after recruiting, the results were truly remarkable. Sunvita was incredibly grateful to Karina. While she was chatting with Karina, a servant reported that Dr. Manhattan wanted to meet this female doctor. Just hearing the name, before she could even ask anything, Sunvita's expression looked as if she wanted to eat the man alive. Let him in. I want to see what face he has to come here. Velheti, have you been well lately? The person who entered was a middle-aged man with platinum blonde hair. Sunvita stood up and placed her hand on her chest in a show of respect, but her words were the exact opposite. It must be very hard for a big shot like you to travel such a long way here. Marquis Manhattan. After listening for a while, Karina grasped a rough idea of their relationship. It was an old teacher-student relationship. Although you've graduated, this relationship between us still remains, doesn't it? We should still address each other as teacher and student just like before. Your temper hasn't changed a bit. I brought an item that will be of help to you. Sunvita seemed extremely irritated. With every sentence he spoke, she frowned. He took out a piece of paper. I heard you've become the director of the treatment center. The long learning process and the teachings you received are all on here. Take a good look. Looking at Sunvita's expression alongside their conversation, Karina wondered why a teacher would travel so far to pass down a teaching manual to a student so she could, in turn, teach the nurses. How touching it should be, but Sunvita showed a very resistant and annoyed attitude. When Sunvita revealed the outward-facing side of the paper, Karina suddenly got goosebumps. The thing he had handed over was actually the Hippocratic Oath. This oath carried a content full of ambition and great will. But this was clearly meant to make them doctors who served only the nobility, to be the running dogs of the nobility. Karina felt she could no longer just stand and watch, so she abruptly stood up and snatched the paper that Sunvita was holding. Karina would not allow anyone to disrespect the dedication this female doctor had poured into the treatment center. For this reason, Karina decisively tore the Hippocratic Oath to pieces. This action made both the Marquis and Sunvita widen their eyes, following her every tear. Karina watched the small pieces of paper fluttering away while feigning ignorance. The reason for your visit is gone now. Please see yourself out, Lord Marquis. Since she had clearly shown him the door, how could the old man have the thick skin to stay any longer? Just as the Marquis was leaving, Sunvita chuckled with delight. Taking such a huge loss at his student's place, he'll probably be too embarrassed to mention it to anyone upon returning. Immediately, he turned around and scolded her for being an ungrateful wretch. And surely, the old man would never forget this humiliation. Thank you, Lady Bridgerton. Thank you for so many things. Over on her side, Karina stood laughing awkwardly, fearing she might have been a bit too heavy-handed earlier. And Karina's motto was, in order to avoid being mocked by people like that, we must try even harder. Finally, after many days, Sunvita's passion took shape. The grand opening day of the treatment center for everyone finally arrived. Everyone gathered here early, to cheer on the most talented and strong female doctor of Torres. Karina did the same. She ran quickly and hurriedly, hoping she wouldn't be late to witness the grand scene about to unfold. Ronald and Melissa saw Karina running over, so they ran towards her and hugged her. Jess was the representative among the kids with Karina. He exclaimed that lately there was nothing but good news. For example, the fact that a large portion of the Torres territory that was previously taken had been recovered was something super worthy of celebration. While they were chatting, Sunvita appeared in her white blouse, looking like an angel bestowed upon Torres by heaven, walking forward step by step. Sunvita announced the reason for establishing this treatment center in front of the large crowd. I am Dr. Sunvita, and also the director of the treatment center. Previously, my patients were mainly wounded knights and nobles. But I understand that anyone can fall ill and get injured. Everyone has an equal right to treatment. We will ensure that everyone within the Torres territory enjoys this right. Claude Torres listened very attentively to Sunvita's speech, and the concluding sentence seemed to be the one the Duke favored the most. He was visibly happy. The word contentment was practically written all over his face. Karina was surprised when she accidentally caught that expression of Claude Torres. She never expected him to be so happy. It turned out that this was what Claude truly wanted to do. Karina's heart pounded continuously when she saw the Duke's radiant smile. It was truly beautiful and beaming. Just as she was swooning over him, the target of her affection closed the distance. He approached to ask Karina if she had time to chat with him right now. Karina, as if hypnotized, immediately nodded in agreement. I want to be frank with you about something. I've always appeared very confident until now, but in reality, I'm always doubting myself. I don't know if what I'm doing is right, so I always feel insecure. Karina genuinely didn't know anything about this. To her, Claude Torres was always omnipotent, but he also admitted that he cared about his face, so he wouldn't go around telling people this everywhere. This was like indirectly telling Karina that she was someone he deeply cherished, which was why he confided in her. Karina felt like she was sinking into the word cherish, but she quickly pulled herself together. Don't overthink it, Karina. He just meant that he highly values a subordinate like you. I love Claude, but he... Just as she was about to confess her feelings to the Duke, a loud shout of "Stop!" right there rang out, pulling everyone's focus toward where the voice came from. The place where the noise originated was outside the gate of the treatment center. Outside, many people were swarming, wanting to rush inside, but they were held back by the gate guards. What happened? Claude Torres quickly arrived at the scene of the chaos. Upon seeing the Duke, the crowd outside began to stop and no longer caused a disturbance. There was a man kneeling on the ground who spoke up as their representative. Lord Duke, you may never have heard of it, but I come from a village named Bio, and I am the village chief of Bio Village. Seeing the village chief kneeling prostrate on the ground, Claude Torres also knelt down so their eyes could meet. This action was very noble and sacred, showing he respected them greatly. Of course I know. The grape wine you guys make is incredibly delicious, right? The man was very surprised that the Duke knew about his tiny village. Claude Torres looked out at the crowd behind the Bio Village chief. Are all those people from Bio Village? The village chief of Bio confirmed that they weren't, adding that there were people from many villages among them. Not just his village, but the neighboring villages were also in great chaos. Claude Torres wanted to know what on earth had happened. The Bio Village chief lowered his head and told him the pitiful truth. Many people in the village were falling ill. When afflicted with this terrifying disease, their limbs would first become itchy. Later on, they couldn't even move their legs. This led to a situation where many people were currently unable to walk. And this was exactly the reason why villagers from all over, from villages where people had contracted this disease, had come here to seek help from the Duke. After listening, Claude Torres deduced that an infectious disease was currently breaking out. But the village chief denied that conclusion. It is not an infectious disease. People in other villages who came into contact with the patients did not get infected at all. Regardless of whether they are old, young, male, or female, they're all catching it. If one person falls ill, the whole family falls ill, but there are families where no one gets sick at all. Hearing this, Claude Torres's brain twisted even more. Even though he knew a lot, this disease was beyond his expertise. The Duke suggested going to ask the director of the treatment center about it. Upon asking, the Duke learned that the center had also been receiving such cases recently. The symptoms of this disease were very severe, but strangely, even without applying any treatment methods, most patients would recover simply after staying at the treatment center for a while. And there were also patients who couldn't be cured no matter what method was used. Karina summarized the information she received today. The vast majority were cured after basic treatment. But what was the reason that Bio Village and the neighboring villages continuously saw outbreaks of this disease? They had to find the source of the infection to stop it completely at its roots. After reviewing the medical records of the patients who didn't recover regardless of the method used, she found they shared one thing in common. These uncured patients were all ones who rebelled against the treatment center's diet. Instead, they only ate corn potatoes. But according to many research documents, one could absorb enough nutrients and live healthily just by eating corn potatoes alone. So Sunvita didn't understand what could possibly be wrong with just eating corn potatoes. I'm wondering if there's something wrong with these corn potatoes. Sunvita finally understood Karina's point, so she hurriedly went to ask Andriel to inspect the corn potatoes. Right away, very quickly, Andriel finished his appraisal, while everyone waited for the results in suspense. Lady Bridgerton is not wrong. The corn potatoes harvested this year have the same cobs as last year, but the shape of the leaves is different. A difficult problem followed. Every year they use the same type of seeds, so why were the corn potatoes different this year? Andriel concluded, I think it is due to magic. This immediately made Karina think of Frio's style. Although he was proficient in combat, his forte was indirectly causing disasters to kill civilians, such as poisoning the river to make poultry sick and causing them to starve to death even if they ate food. Andriel speculated that perhaps some mad mage was experimenting with the corn potatoes. Different types of seeds would have different nutrients. Therefore, while eating last year's corn potatoes caused no issues, this year's corn potatoes have become poison. But actually, It wasn't any kind of poison. Their taste was still the same as before, but their nutritional value was insufficient. The talented botanist provided extremely lucky information. The weakness of seeds created by magic was that they couldn't reproduce. So even if planted in the ground, they wouldn't sprout. This was truly a fortunate thing. Claude Torres, who hadn't spoken until now, cleared his throat and declared this act to be treason. And he had sent word to His Majesty to catch this unidentified mage. They needed support from the Empire. Karina began to talk about her suspect, a mage she knew whose style was similar to this incident. It was none other than Rinka's accomplice. His name was Oliver Lufford, the primary suspect in Karina's mind regarding this incident. But Claude Torres opposed this conclusion about the culprit because it was too hasty, as there were no traces or evidence to draw a conclusion. Although Frio was a sinister mage who was indeed eyeing Roland and Melissa, they couldn't conclude he caused it just because he knew how to use similar magic. Seeing that Karina still wanted to blame everything on an uncertain suspect, Claude Torres got annoyed. He asked loudly, "Is Oliver Lufford the only one who knows how to use that kind of magic?" Of course not. Claude Torres concluded that the culprit of this case was still unclear, and there was a possibility it wasn't Frio. Seeing the atmosphere between the two becoming extremely tense, Sunvita quickly found an excuse to leave this suffocating place. Andriel, seeing this, also played along to escape. When both had left, Claude Torres finally suggested that Karina talk with him. Karina followed Claude Torres along the corridor. Suddenly, he stopped midway. "I'm sorry." Karina seemed to know why he apologized, but she decided to stay mad at the Duke until he admitted it himself. "You might feel that I am disrespecting your opinion by acting like that." Karina sharply retorted, "Isn't that the case?" Claude Torres was certain he hadn't had such a thought, even for a moment. Seeing the Duke back down like that, Karina decided to give him a chance. "Then tell me, why did you say that?" Hesitating for a long time, the Duke finally stated his reason firmly. "Because if there is any misstep, you and the children might become the targets of public attacks. I also believe Oliver Lufford is the culprit. But if this matter spreads, people will definitely think about his motive for the crime. And his motive is precisely you and the children." Only then did Karina fully understand. She blamed herself for not thinking of this, for failing to realize the Duke's good intentions and only caring about her own grievances. Claude Torres stepped closer to Karina. He instructed her, "You need to know one thing. Your safety is more important than anything else. Because you are now." Karina only knew that Claude Torres was too close to her. She couldn't hear another word. Before the Duke could finish his sentence, someone came looking for him. This call made him snap his head back to get a clearer look. It was Jess. Jess smiled very brightly. He came here to report an extremely important and joyous matter. Roland had successfully erased the magic on the corn potatoes. He had even researched a counter magic that wasn't too difficult, allowing other mages to also erase the magic on the corn potatoes. This news was truly earth-shattering for the mage community. Claude Torres also had to admit that Roland was truly an incredibly talented boy. To be this talented, he's still so young, yet he can erase such evil magic. Jess looked even more excited than the magic caster and the save commoners. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he recounted, "He told me not to tell anyone, but how could such a thing be hidden?" Karina was also surprised. Normally, Roland was a boy who loved to be praised, but Jess acted mysteriously. He even specifically emphasized not to let his mother know. "So please don't say that I told you. Just say you found out by chance." Karina nodded in agreement and asked where Roland was. Roland and Melissa are currently at the training ground to practice together. So Claude Torres wanted to go personally and ask the boy, but since Roland emphasized he didn't want to let Karina know, Jess suggested that they couldn't go together to meet the boy. Because they couldn't find a solution, Jess and Claude Torres went alone to the training ground to meet Roland. "I heard that you erased the curse placed on the corn potatoes. Can you tell me how you did it?" Claude Torres asked Roland keenly. The boy didn't hesitate to tell the truth. "The magic placed on the corn potatoes was a form of magical alteration that I learned from that mage. The corn potatoes contain the magical power of the child I met last time. Although Roland had hidden the name, it could be guessed that the mage who taught him could only be that guy Ronku." After listening, Claude Torres bowed his head to thank this hero. "Thank you. On behalf of all the people of Torres, I thank you for your contribution. But can you answer one more question for me?" Claude Torres' question startled Roland. "Why didn't you want your mother to know about this?" Karina actually wanted to know the reason to understand her child better too. But because she couldn't go together with them, she had to eavesdrop from outside, even though she didn't want it all. If Melissa is good at magic, Mom would be very happy, but if I do too well, Mom will be both happy and worried. Sometimes Mom is extremely worried, and I know what Mom is worried about. Mom doesn't want me to become your mage. Karina didn't expect that the little boy would gather every little detail and hide them in his heart. But Roland was truly a genius in magic. It was a pity that what Karina feared might be holding the boy back. That was why Claude Torres wanted to ask if being a mage was his dream. No, I don't want to. Mom hopes I will become a mage, but not your mage. But no matter who I work for, I don't want to become a mage. Lord Duke, I'm sorry. Jess was very surprised by what Roland said, because the boy really seemed to like magic. And it was true, Roland loved magic, but he wanted to use it to make people happy, but he was afraid that his magic would harm others. Hearing this, Karina somewhat sympathized with Roland. In the original story, he probably thought the same. In the novel, the boy didn't have the chance to say that he didn't want to become a mage, so he was forced to become the Grand Mage to save the world. As if understanding Roland, Claude Torres wanted to ask what his dream was. This was a question adults like to ask children. I hope Mom can be happy. At this point, Karina didn't want to hide and eavesdrop anymore. She wanted to stand in front of her son, so Karina forcefully pushed the door open. Hold on. Karina walked very fast, to quickly get closer to Roland. Mama, sorry. I'm sorry for secretly forcing you to learn magic and putting the idea in your head not to become a subordinate in this southern land. Karina apologized with all her heart, and she wanted the children to be able to do everything they wanted from now on. But Roland and Melissa wanted Karina to know that they could do anything their mother wanted, as long as she was happy. Karina wanted her children not to just think for her, but to think more for themselves. But Roland burst into tears. If it wasn't for Mom, we would still be with that mage. They seemed to understand each other better. The family of three hugged each other to reconcile. To think he could neutralize my magic, as expected of Roland. It turned out there was still someone eavesdropping on their conversation. None other than the culprit of the corn-potato incident, Oliver Lufford. Seeing that his plan failed, he turned his back to the forest. They wanted to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, he froze because of a sharp pain in his leg. Theo didn't know why his leg hurt so much, so he took off his shoe to check. Now he was even more stunned. His leg was rotting away, and it might spread to other parts of his body. Theo ran deep into the forest, unable to help but wonder. Obviously, his magic was perfect, so why was there an anti-magic phenomenon when a magic failed? Little did Theo know it was caused by Roland. He hobbled as fast as he could, constantly muttering, "There's no time left. I must get that child's body at all costs. I'm bored of touring the forest, so let's go back into the mansion." Now Karina was wandering alone in the hallway to clear her thoughts. Since their last conversation with Claude, she had constantly been trying to avoid him because she didn't know what to say to him at all. Karina pulled her hair in frustration. Why is he so psychic? Speak of the devil, and he appears. Very quickly, Claude Torres strode toward Karina, and stood across from her. Why are you avoiding me? Surprised to be caught red-handed by the man himself. But Karina still resolutely avoided him. To the end. Claude Torres had to sigh. I hope you don't tense up. I'm not here to interrogate you. I just want to clear up the misunderstanding. Karina had question marks over her head. What misunderstanding? Claude Torres continued. Did you feel that after I found out you didn't want the children to become my subordinates, I would be very angry? Seeing Karina didn't refute, he rested his forehead on his hand and thought, so that's really what you think. Seeing Claude Torres seem to be tense, Karina quickly apologized. At that time, I didn't know anything, so I could only be guarded. I didn't know the Duke was so kind. Claude Torres didn't want to hear it anymore, and he made his stance clear. Even if Karina still thought of him that way now, he wouldn't mind at all. These two people were starting again, taking the blame on themselves. The Duke really admitted it because, according to him, at that time, he really wasn't a good lord. Otherwise, his subordinates wouldn't have left. Karina couldn't take it anymore, so she yelled out loudly to cut off Claude Torres's overthinking. No, because now I know what kind of person you are, and there is no better lord than you. Karina waited forever, but didn't see Claude Torres react, so she was afraid he was really very angry with her. But suddenly, Karina noticed the Duke's face had turned red. She smiled. It turned out he was embarrassed from being praised. To Karina, Claude Torres's intimate attitude made her feel very comfortable. But the Duke felt it wasn't convincing enough for him to be a good person. Seeing the Duke still didn't believe it, Karina wanted to open her heart. At first, to me, Torres was just a hiding place. But now Torres has become my home. You must have forgotten what I said before about going to the capital, right? Because I want to live in Torres with the children for the rest of my life. You are also one of the reasons. Karina smiled beautifully like an angel. The things Karina had confided all this time essentially only wanted to exchange for a strong point and Torres before she could look up to see the Duke's expression. She was quickly pulled hard into his chest. Claude Torres held Karina tightly in his arms, whispering the words he had carefully and affectionately hidden for so long. I love you. Karina's eyes widened when she heard these words, but their hearts had been beating in the same rhythm since who knows when. Karina indicated she wanted to step back, but she was very quickly held tightly by the Duke. Karina saw that the other side also wanted to hold on to her, so Karina grabbed the Duke's shirt tightly, indicating she felt the same. And just like that, the two shared their first kisses. After separating, Claude Torres wanted to ask Karina a question. I have something I want to ask you. I know this is a bit fast, but my thoughts won't change in the future either. Can you give me a chance to be with you for the rest of my life? Claude Torres was now seemingly backing Karina into a corner. Karina knew the disparity and difference between commoners and nobles. She also loved Claude, but his family would definitely not accept the children, let alone allow the children to become family members. This would even become a stain on Claude Torres. Karina buried her face in her hands and sobbed over her bleak fate. Finally, she gave him an answer. I'm sorry, I cannot agree. Indeed, how could Claude Torres miss the chance to ask for the reason? Karina didn't shy away from her circumstances and told him the truth. Even if you were a duke, you can't guarantee the children's safety. But somehow, through Claude Torres's ears, it became that Karina was intimidated by his status as a duke. This startled the young woman because Karina didn't mean that at all. But Claude Torres was very determined. He wanted to know what the real reason was and what Karina desired the most. What is it? I want to become your only woman. I also hope the children can grow up happily. I know I'm very greedy. People can't just take without giving. Karina spoke while fearing Claude would reject her, so she unconsciously gripped his collar tightly. Claude Torres still didn't give up, but instead, he said the marriage issue would be postponed later. When Karina felt comfortable, they would discuss it further. Karina, look at me. What you said now isn't wrong. Once others know you are my fiancée, countless roaring beasts will come here immediately. Silly girl, you and the children. That I also can't completely protect Roland and Melissa right now, but I promise you, it won't always be like this. I will become stronger and become a man who can fulfill your wishes. Claude Torres gently placed a kiss on Karina's forehead as a vow that he would be loyal, and he would always remember the promise he made to her. The Duke's eyes were very firm and brave, as if he would do what he said, and he did this because of the girl he loved. Karina's hair fluttered in the wind with the promise. I will wait for you. At this time, Oliver Lufford still hadn't given up. He stood in front of a magical black hole with dark magic pouring out. Although I failed last time, this time, even if you are human, you won't be able to do anything, Roland. Theo firmly declared that he would do everything to harm Roland, and this time, no matter how talented Roland was, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Saying that, he took 2 strands of Roland's hair out of his pocket and decisively dropped them into the magical black hole. He was doing an evil deed, but his face still looked very triumphant. Karina visited her children as usual every evening. And luckily, she saw this magical black hole. It appeared right in the middle of the children's room. This successfully terrified Roland, making him call out, "Mom." Karina realized this was a magical rift. Suddenly, this phrase pulled her mind back to the original story. Roland looked down at that dark abyssal rift, and it kept whispering to him, "You belong to us, Roland." In the original story, he had mocked this rift. How ridiculous. Saying that, he bluntly jumped down. Roland hovered in that bottomless black hole, and Theo's aesthetics were incredibly wrong. But Roland somehow felt like he wanted to return home. Since he was a child, pain was what Roland was most familiar with. Therefore, he bravely used his magic to struggle inside the rift. That magic. Karina, Karina, Karina. She heard someone calling her. Thus, Karina woke up and escaped from the memories of the original story. The person calling her back was none other than Claude Torres. When she woke up, what Karina feared most was that the current Roland would also choose to jump down like the Roland in the original story. But fortunately, the boy was still here beside her. What on earth is this thing? Karina didn't know what this was, but what she could be sure of was that Theo had finally still summoned the devil. To eliminate this rift, there must be an extremely powerful mage. who jumps into the rift themselves and wipes out the things in the abyss. This was very simple for a grand mage like Roland, but now Roland was still too young. If the current Roland entered there, the boy would definitely lose his life. Karina looked at this lovely, angel-like son, and her two hands trembled, with fear. Suddenly, her consciousness urged her to reach out and pull Roland into her embrace. Karina only left a sentence saying that she would protect Roland. It's great. Saying that, she stepped in front of the rift, because ultimately there was only one way to eliminate it. Karina chose to jump into it herself while continuously releasing magic. Images of people, the most beautiful memories in her life, were replayed by Karina one more time. Just by sacrificing herself, she could save everyone. I love you, Claude. This was perhaps the sweetest goodbye that Karina gave to the man she loved, the Great Duke. After saying that, Karina decisively threw herself down into the black hole, making Roland and Claude Torres turn pale with fright. Claude ran quickly, wanting to grab her and pull her up, but it was too late. Karina had decided to sacrifice herself for the common good of everyone. Finally, Karina reached the center of the rift. She continuously released the power within her body to attack the monsters, but it was all not enough. So Karina was counterattacked by them, feeling tired and dizzy because the magic in her body was depleted. Karina heard Claude's voice calling her name. Each sound of Karina echoed as Claude Torres's blurry silhouette got closer and closer to her. After that day, coming here again, Karina collapsed from exhaustion. A second later, she woke up to the sound of yelling, "Clean up." Karina's eyes widened, looking at Rung Ku, who was yelling at her. The place where she was standing was the basement, where Rung Ku's dungeon and underground laboratory were. It was so familiar that Karina was sure she would never mistake this nightmare of a place. There are 3 corpses in total, so use fire to burn them all. Karina remembered in horror because she and that old man had really had a conversation like this in the past. Very quickly, Karina realized that she was recalling her own past. Please save Melissa. Melissa is not breathing anymore. It was Roland and Melissa. The boy was holding his sister tightly in his arms, crying for help. Your sister died because of you, Roland Black. Why did Melissa die? If so, then this was not the past, but this was the Roland of the original story. That little child in the original story sobbed bitterly, holding his sister's cold body in his arms, extremely helpless and sad. Let's go, Karina. This voice drew Karina's gaze to a small corner. She saw that she had aged, and over there was Roland. He reached out his hand, wanting her to go with him to escape from this place. But Karina in the original story knew that she was a weak and stupid person, so she would only be a burden to Roland. Indeed, Karina truly became Roland's burden on the run. She was taken hostage by a bandit to threaten Roland, but right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Step aside. I'm here to find Roland Black. It was the Claude Torres of the original story. He had really always been pursuing Roland. Karina tried to stop him, but look at him. He was so arrogant and hateful in the original story. Claude Torres just crossed past Karina and proceeded inside, but he bumped into Karina, making her fall. Karina still resolutely stopped Claude Torres. I heard that the young Duke of Torres wouldn't even hesitate to kill people to recruit talents. I can't let someone like you meet the young master. Please leave. Seeing Claude Torres lingering, Karina thought he would use violence against her, but no, this young man gave her a bottle of medicine and told her to try applying it because the fall earlier had hurt her ankle. Forgive me, but no matter what, I must meet Roland Black. Claude successfully distracted Karina and slipped inside. On this side, Roland helplessly rested his forehead on his hand, secretly lamenting what he was living for. With a rustling sound, the scenery around Karina changed into a room full of books. I plan to write an autobiography. I want to forget everything, whether it's Melissa or Rung Ko. So I hope you can help me write it. It was Karina sitting and talking with Roland. Roland wanted to ask Karina to help him write his autobiography because her handwriting was very beautiful. Seeing this, Karina prepared paper and pen, mentally ready. Let's start writing from the stories I remember. Perhaps it was when I was 5 years old, Melissa and I were playing with fire together. Karina covered her mouth in surprise because this was the first line of the very novel she had read in her previous life. Surprise after surprise, yet the novel she read was actually written by her own hands to help Roland with his autobiography. Karina began to doubt herself. Why did she feel like she had read it in her previous life? While Karina was thinking the scene continued to change. This time it was a scene of Roland, injured and coughing up blood, lying in Karina's arms. In the original story, she had to stop Oliver. If his magic succeeded, he would be able to control the whole world. Seeing her young master still thinking of the greater good despite coughing up blood broke Karina's heart. So she promised young master Roland that she would try her best. I will do my best to resolve it. Roland left an apology to his maid, who was also his companion in the original story, Karina, and then departed from this world. This was Roland's ending, dying in such a senseless way. Even though she was reviewing the original story, the little girl still felt resentful on Roland's behalf. In the original story, she clenched her fists, determined not to let Roland die without ever experiencing any happiness. Did you think you could stop me with this lousy magic crystal? It was Oliver's voice. He was arguing with the original Karina. This is not a lousy magic crystal. At the very least, it's a magic crystal that can take a person's life. Karina threw it straight at Oliver. But nothing happened. It slowly fell beneath the toe of his shoe. This sight made Oliver laugh like a maniac. He burst into laughter because Karina had failed and everything should end here. Oliver cast destructive magic. Floating in the sky, he proclaimed himself the overlord of this world, while Karina below could only look up, helpless tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, the magic crystal that had seemingly failed now flashed and exploded. Karina, wake up. This is reality. And Claude Torres was holding Karina, who was covered in injuries and unconscious in his arms. Melissa firmly insisted that Karina wasn't dead, that their mother was just sleeping. But Roland, silent and desperate, yelled out, "Liar! Mama's gone. It's because of you that she's gone. You made her." Saying that, Roland pointed at the magical rift. But Melissa still stubbornly insisted that their mother was alive. Seeing the two kids panicked and grieving to the point of arguing, Claude Torres stepped in. He carried Karina and stood up steadily. "Roland, Melissa, your mother is definitely still alive. I will take her to a safe place first. After that, I have to deal with that thing." The children were very obedient and nodded to show they understood. Before leaving, he ordered Chichester to call Jess to examine the thing without sparing any supplies. After taking Karina to a safe place, Claude Torres returned to the children's room to check on the situation. Jess was indeed quick. He showed up as soon as he was called and immediately got to work upon receiving the order. "You arrived right on time." Before the rift could finish its sentence. Before Jess could finish his sentence, Claude Torres had already gone to look at it himself. That rift was no longer tinged with a dark purple color, but instead resembled the color of the Milky Way. It was completely different from the initial one he saw. Jess earnestly explained, "We just needed to change the path. The other side of the rift is no longer the abyss, but the location of the magic caster." Hearing how elaborate it sounded, the Duke asked how it was done. Jess didn't take all the credit and said, "The truth is that the path was discovered by Melissa, and the technical operations were all completed by Roland. I just set up a safety net. Therefore, no matter who the caster of this evil magic is, this rift will follow him like Roland. The only thing to do now is send people to find out who has a black rift next to them." Before he could finish speaking, Claude Torres decisively jumped down into it. "Karina, wait a little longer. I will definitely save you and bring you back." With unwavering faith, Claude Torres still believed the woman he loved was alive, only that perhaps her soul was trapped in this rift. He had promised to protect Karina completely, which was why he had to jump down, bravely facing whatever might happen. Roland and Melissa found a spell to reverse the rift. Oliver stomped his feet in anger. Now, wherever he went, he had to carry this conspicuous black hole with him. Before his anger could subside, a shocking event occurred, causing Oliver to freeze in shock for a long time. From the rift below, a man emerged. With platinum blonde hair, it was none other than Claude Torres, who had just jumped into the rift in Roland's room himself. Their eyes met, but Oliver still arrogantly looked straight into the Duke's eyes. I wondered who it was. Isn't this the magic swordsman? Indeed, to let Oliver witness what a magic swordsman truly was, Claude Torres quickly materialized a sword and ordered it to attack Oliver directly. He thought that would be enough to scare this child, but Claude Torres was wrong. He used a magic circle to strike back, blowing him far away and crashing him into the wall. He is faster and stronger than I thought. I absolutely cannot underestimate him. The Duke clicked his tongue. He reached out his hand, controlling the sword to move around Oliver, forming a summoning magic circle. A massive tsunami slammed straight into him. But when the wave subsided, Oliver stood firm and retaliated. He had timely used magic to counter the Duke's tsunami. You expect to deal with me with just that? Haha. The sound of magic pouring massively from his body rushed towards Claude Torres, but the Duke refused to yield. He threw out 4 magic crystals, transforming them into 4 swords that resolutely and bravely confronted Oliver's magic head-on. It created a huge explosion, leaving both of them somewhat injured and drained of strength. Claude Torres was panting from exhaustion, but Oliver remained resilient. He stood up and provoked him. You can't create swords anymore. It seems you've used up all your magic crystals, haven't you? Your Majesty should end here, Lord Duke. With those words, he summoned his magic again, aiming straight at Claude Torres. Danger was imminent. Life and death were only a short step apart. At this very moment, there was a yellow magic crystal under his heel. He picked it up and remembered it was yellow. This was the very first magic crystal Karina had ever created in her life, which he had kept as a memento. Until the very end, Karina stayed by his side, caring for and protecting the man she loved to the last moment. In the most crucial moment, Claude Torres regained his confidence, and a radiant smile blossomed on his lips. He stood up firmly with the sword in his hand. This sword is different from the kind I usually use. Oliver froze because he didn't expect the Duke to still have a magic crystal. Moreover, he eagerly introduced the sword he was holding, saying it was made for him by someone very special. Do you think one remaining magic crystal can change anything? Oliver arrogantly attacked Claude Torres to the bitter end. Yet, Claude Torres truly used that final magic crystal to sever Oliver's magic, making him panic as he had been too arrogant. My magic, how did you? In the end, Claude Torres still affirmed to Oliver that this is a magic crystal made for me by someone very special. The sword tore through the magic, heading straight for Oliver and striking true. Karina was currently immersed in the cruel reality that this was her death. But when she came to the new world, she still retained all her memories. Therefore, so as not to forget Roland's story, Karina herself wrote a book. But as time passed, the memories of her previous life faded accordingly, ultimately stopping at the point where she remembered reading a book related to Roland. Just quietly dying in the dark like this is not bad either. When this thought crossed her mind, a voice spoke up. This voice was disembodied, and what it wanted to ask was simply Karina's wish. I hope Roland and Melissa can live happily on. I hope those children whom I couldn't protect, the children who never knew happiness, will be happy. Karina sobbed at the thought of the children's pitiful fate. Is that all? The anonymous voice asked her. Yes, that's all. But after thinking for a long time, Karina wanted to be a little greedy for herself. I want to go back. She missed the children so much. She also missed the man she loved. Return to the children and Claude. A ring of light suddenly appeared beneath Karina's feet. The disembodied voice rang out again. I will help grant your wish. Mom, Mom. The calling caused Karina to open her eyes to see who was calling her. It was Roland and Melissa, her 2 adorable little children. Before she could do anything, the kids rushed forward and hugged Karina tightly, terrified that their mother would sleep for a long, long time again. Did I really come back? While she was still in a daze, Roland sobbed uncontrollably, burying his face in her chest. Amidst this affectionate moment, a voice she had wanted to hear, even in her dreams, spoke up. It was Claude Torres calling her name. Seeing the Duke arrive, Melissa nodded to signal her older brother. Then, the 2 understanding children quickly slipped out of the room to give their mother and the Duke some space to talk. Claude Torres had a slight headache because the first thing Karina asked about after waking up was Oliver's situation. But he still honestly told Karina he can no longer harm you or the children. I dealt with him personally. Karina breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Claude Torres suddenly took her hand to share a few words. While you were in a coma, I thought a lot. If you didn't wake up, what would I do? If I could never see you again, what would I do? I can't imagine a life without you by my side. Claude Torres looked aggrieved as he confided in the woman he loved that he was extremely terrified. This also touched Karina's heart. She listened attentively and looked at him after many days apart. Karina, I will never leave you alone to fall into such danger again. As long as I am with you, no matter what happens, I can persevere. So I hope you can stay by my side for a lifetime. Claude Torres successfully made Karina's heart flutter. Will you agree to become my wife? At the moment when she was teetering between life and death, Claude Torres still chose to wait by her side and believe in her. There was no reason for Karina to reject a man who always put her first like that. Karina's tears fell drop by drop, dampening the bedsheets, as she emotionally replied to the Duke, "Yes, I agree, Claude. I agree to be your wife." Karina smiled, looking incredibly beautiful. So Claude Torres only wanted to wipe away all those tears for her. He hoped his Karina would just keep smiling happily forever. The two people who thought they had lost each other were now reunited, hugging each other as if terrified the other would leave. The day of the wedding had finally arrived. "Lady Karina, could you turn your head toward me a bit? All right, it's absolutely perfect." Karina was indeed already very beautiful, but the wedding dress made her even more stunning, and even the 6 jewel earrings seemed to complement her beauty. Astrid carried a chest over to the head makeup artist for today's bride, Karina. "Please place this crown on her head." The makeup artist carefully took the chest from Astrid. Inside was the jewelry passed down by the Duchess to Astrid, the only young lady of the Torres family. Just this much was enough to see the affection Astrid had for Karina, and she also considered this her honor. "You're too polite." And Astrid put her hands on her hips. "Why are you still calling me Lady Astrid? Just call me Astrid." Being agreed to with just that, the little girl blushed out of shyness. Since they were now family, Karina was also very happy when Astrid suggested calling her by her name instead of her title. "Karina has truly become my family now." The little girl was so happy that it showed right on her face. The sound of the door opening rang out. It was Roland and Melissa. Today, the two kids were wearing pink, a color of happiness, skipping over to Karina. "Mom, you're so beautiful. You look exactly like a princess." Before she could thank the two adorable children, a deep male voice spoke up, showering her with praise. "You are indeed a princess." The Duke's hair was slicked back today, making him look extremely handsome. Seeing Claude Torres' object, because they were still calling him Duke, Roland and Melissa looked at each other and shyly called out, "Father, father." Seeing Karina freeze for a long moment, Claude checked on her. Her answer was truly lethal. "You are really handsome." Just with that compliment, his face turned bright red. Claude Torres reached out his hand, offering to lead Karina outside. Now, she was no longer shy, placing her hand in his and replying yes. On a spring day, when the apricot flowers were in full bloom, they became a family and lived happily together for a lifetime. For a long time, Claude Torres had considered Roland and Melissa as his own children and wanted to raise them alongside Karina. So on the adoption application for the siblings Roland and Melissa, Claude Torres filled in his name in the father section. The story has a beautiful ending, and we hope that life around us has many such beautiful stories. Today's story episode has come to an end. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel to support me, so I have the motivation to continue making more.